primary purpose group. Couple notes. First of all, if you've never been here before, the washrooms are just down the hall. We're going to have lunch probably around 12:30, depending on where Tony is and when he stops. Basically, we don't have an agenda here. We're just basically letting him do whatever he wants. So
you're in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. We're at 6 o'clock tonight. We're wrapping it up around 4. We're going for dinner at a place called the Symposium on Canamera Parkway in Cambridge.
God, grant me the serenity to accept things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
I met Tony probably around 10 years ago now. And he's one of those guys where you meet him and you realize, and it's just like we meshed, like automatically. He talks a lot about the big book. I knew his dad really well, and we've had him speak here quite a few times, over the years, and he used to speak at the Scout House quite a bit when his father was still alive, and we've always talked about having him come down and do a workshop, because I know he does this workshop in Vancouver where he lives, and we've always talked about him having him come down and do one, and finally we get to do it. So we're really excited about it, and basically batten down the hatches and good luck, really.
Good luck. That's it.
Oops, I gotta change this. So put yours.
Awesome.
In, sure. Put yours
Well, it's really good to see you guys. I'm a recovered alcoholic. Yep, we're good. I'm a recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. If you're ever in Vancouver, my home group's the Friday Night Big Book Study Workshop. It's one of the biggest. It is the biggest workshop in Canada. Actually, our group is pretty awesome. We get together at 7. We meet at 6. Everybody shows up and breaks off in groups. We get roughly about 100 people show up on a continuous basis, breaking off into newer groups, getting people through the workshop, and we take them through steps 1, 2, and 3 on a Friday night. And then we break that group off onto a Tuesday night, and that's all, but it's not in the directory. Tuesday night's also at 7 o'clock, but we meet at 6 to start going through the work. We get from 60 to 80 people on Tuesday nights because it's the work part, right? So we get a lot more Friday nights, those who are listening on how to do it, and those who are participating show up Tuesday. So it's roughly in a week we average about working with new people, about 160 people a week. We've been doing that meeting now for 19 years. So it's pretty awesome. So the big book's getting really back to life in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, back to the roots or back to the basis of the design of Alcoholics Anonymous. So you guys got the worksheets here, and we kind of put this together. It doesn't take away from the book whatsoever, but the design of it is to get you back to the basic understanding of what they were trying to carry forward, or what they're trying to keep in place for those that come to the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous looking for a solution to a problem they don't understand. And so what happens if you don't have guidelines, we could go off in left field. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. You can go to some meetings and wondering where the hell you are sometimes, right? Unless they read the preamble, you don't know you're in an AA meeting. You probably don't have that problem here, right? Yeah, okay, there you go. So I don't know if you guys have a central office here or phone shifts. I don't know if you guys do that here, where people volunteer, do phone shifts. PI committees or stuff like you do have that. Well, in Vancouver right now, there's a big problem in those areas. Nobody's showing up to volunteer, and it's really reflecting in our fellowship. So when we go through this thing later on, you'll see that we exhibit certain spiritual traits that when we're not well, we'll exhibit certain symptoms to that. And that lets us know that we're not doing very well. And so does the fellowship. The Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous exhibits certain traits, right? And what happens is when the fellowship is in that capacity spiritually, it starts showing up in the service areas, right? And so that's when we do our inventory, is kind of like what's happening. So when these service positions aren't being filled, in my experience, that leads back to poor sponsorship. right? And poor sponsorship is derived by those who got sponsored by people who got sponsored by people. So it's kind of like and then those who self-sponsored, but you don't have to put up your hands, right? So one of the things is when I came into the actual fellowship and I got 12 stepped into a big book study workshop, my sobriety date's April 8th, 1989. But that's not my first introduction to Alcoholics Anonymous. My first introduction to Alcoholics Anonymous to the fellowship of AA was roughly in April 1978. I was 16 years old, so I've been roughly in the fellowship or associated with the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous for 40 years. Right? So I know I'm looking great. I'm 46 this April 6, right? So 46, I wish. 56. So I was just saying who's paying attention. Two people went, what? It's going to be one of those meetings. Looks like peanut butter and jam sandwiches, buddy, all around, right? So, and believe me, you guys are going to be just as surprised as some of the stuff I'm going to say as I am, right? It's going to be one of those meetings. You know how it works where they talk about there are those two. I represent one of those guys, and the other guy may show up at any time, right? So it's going to be I have no problem with my mental state every once in a while. So if I go quiet, it's not that I'm thinking, I'm just taking a moment to pray because the other guy showed up and I don't want him taking over the meeting, right? So it's kind of one of those things. So one of the things is that when I got involved in the fellowship, I noticed back then you had to get on a wait list to be involved. And all the home groups had all levels of service being represented in them. And people were, and there was actually a person being trained for those positions. GSR, intergroup. And so it was quite active. I noticed back then, I had no idea about the program contained in this book, but I know the fellowship was quite active. I got into a lot of different service positions, trying to get sober, trying to navigate through this thing. And I got into corrections, and I got into a lot of different things. I wasn't able to stay sober, but I did get involved in levels of service. Central office, where the phone committees or where people would phone in, look in the yellow pages or online and look in, and there'd be a voice on the other end of the phone answering, hello, Alcoholics Anonymous. And today, those positions aren't being filled, right? So they're really lacking. The same with public information and on and on. So the hand of AA for the first time in a long time isn't being there anymore, right? And I don't know if you guys are having, I imagine you're having those problems here too, because it's reflected globally as AA as a whole. So what's changing? So what's changing is, like I said earlier, sponsorship, right? Because my sponsor, the guy who 12-stepped me into this, found me dying of alcoholism in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. He 12-stepped me through this, and the first thing he did was get me through a working set of steps where they became personal to me, where I was able to recover from the condition that was killing me. And a part of the 12th suggestion was now go work with other people and get in all levels of service. So when I finished this, I got into the 12 and 12. I got taught the traditions, and then I got taught through all levels of service, and everybody was involved, right? And so that isn't happening as much anymore. So these worksheets get us back to the basics. And it may sound kind of weird, but the design of them is you kind of go to the page when you open it up, and you kind of look at when it talks about Big Book Workshop of the program, recovery program. So it talks about here are the steps we took, which is suggested as a program of recovery that we read and how it works. Simple stuff that I didn't know the answers to when I got asked by the guy who 12-stepped me that I didn't realize was 12-stepping me. Right? I was under the impression I had to go find my own sponsor. So you could only imagine the people I picked, people who made sense to me, right? And the people who were talking this stuff wasn't making sense to me, right? The people who made sense to me had my type of thinking, also who didn't do the steps, right? They were in the fellowship trying to get sober on things that sound good. I don't know if anybody's like that here. We call that catchphrase sobriety, right? Or you know what I mean? Or I call it soother sobriety. Makes you feel good, but does absolutely nothing for you, right? So one of the things that George started trying to do, and now I'm going to try to hit a lot of different areas today, right? And kind of get comfortable being present and stuff like that, kind of get caught up and see where this thing's going to take me and take us and all that other kind of stuff. I don't have a set talk down. I'm not one of those speakers that have this generic kind of talk. I kind of pray and ask God for direction. So even though you might not be getting something out of this at this moment, somebody else may be getting something out of this, right? So like I said, I'll be just as surprised as you are some of the stuff that comes out of my mouth. But the stuff that saved my life, I think, is the essence of Alcoholics Anonymous, and that's what this text is based on. So a lot of the stuff that George asked me, I didn't know the questions. So basically, April 1987, I ended up in Vancouver trying to get sober. I was on the run from a lot of things that were happening in Toronto. I was able to stay sober at that time, abstinent of alcohol for 16 months based on an episode that happened. And I was able to keep myself sober based on that episode for a period of time. Then somebody offered me a drink, and I was able to remember that I don't drink. But then suddenly something happened that I understand now is the insanity that precedes the first drink that I didn't know then. And I wasn't able to keep myself sober in that moment. And it made good sense for that lady to put Bailey's in my coffee because it was my birthday. So that was in 85. So I took that drink, and that led to a whole lot of trouble. Like, I thought I was having problems before I took that drink. I was having a whole new set of problems, and through a whole bunch of unforeseen circumstances as a result of an illness that I didn't understand and where this illness took me, I ended up in a lot of trouble and in really rapid succession. Like, things started happening, and when I ended up in Vancouver, I had a lot of charges. I was looking at penitentiary time and a lot of misunderstandings with a lot of people who were looking for me, that I was trying to explain things different from their point of view on how things happened. And I was in a state of complete confusion. I got to a state where I was actually vomiting green bile. My system was shutting down on me. And I had to do something. So at that moment, when these events started happening, I didn't see it then, but I realized it was the loving hand of God working in my life in spite of my condition, right? And we'll talk about these things that happen beyond our ability to see, but when we look back, we see that there's something been guiding us to where we are long before we suspected it. So I ended up in Vancouver in 87. And I wanted to change my life. There was nothing about me that I liked at that time. I was spitting at my own image in the mirror. I don't know if anybody ever got to that stage. And I was talking out loud to myself. I was having some of the greatest arguments I've ever had. I've actually had people knock on my door and ask me to keep it down in there, right? And I was alone. I remember I got up in the morning once before I ended up in Vancouver. There was a notice on my door for excessive noise. I was partying by myself. So give you a rough idea on the condition I was in. Paintings were talking to me. I was talking to the radio. They're playing all my favorite music. So I was in good shape. But in that moment, if you had asked me how you doing, I was not bad, just a bit of bad luck. I can't understand what this green stuff is every time I vomit. But I mean, other than that, I'm doing good. I got past the blood stage. Anyway, so that was the condition I'm in. So you can only imagine the mind at that time. But if you asked me, I was going to get it together any time now. So I ended up in Vancouver, and I'll backtrack on this. So I'm going to get sober, and I have a rough idea on what to do based on what I've been listening to. It hasn't worked thus far, but I have a rough idea what to do. You ask any newcomer, they know what to do, right? We don't need to ask, especially people who relapse. Any relapsers in here? Ready to be proud, right? So what happens, and that's part of the condition, but I always knew what I thought I needed to do based on my hearing and based on what I heard other people saying what they needed to do, but I realized now they didn't know either, right? We're just hanging around with each other, trying to make sense to each other, right? So I ended up in Vancouver, and circumstances kind of escalated, and so I started going to meetings in 87. September 87 was my first meeting. It was September because I left here in August, and I remember circumstances happened out there. And I started living in Alcoholics Anonymous. So I got to a point where my condition, sober or drinking, was the same. I kind of don't know if that makes any sense. It didn't matter if I was drinking or not. My disposition on life was the same. I just became a danger to myself and everybody around. I couldn't control my emotional nature. I was a prey to misery and depression. I was just volatile. Like I was just like it got to a stage that was really bad. So I started living in AA, and I relapsed at 6 months. And so I decided more. I exerted myself more, and then I relapsed again at 3 months. And then, so the last part of it, my last relapse, I really upped my game. I went to 360 meetings in 90 days. I'm living in Alcoholics Anonymous. That's 4 to 5 meetings a day. The group I got sober with, we started a 3 a.m. in the morning meeting just in case we couldn't sleep. We did 11 p.m. meeting. We started meetings where there wasn't meetings just to fill the gap because there was too much downtime. So that's 4 to 5 meetings a day. I would say this guy's pretty interested in changing his life, right? And I was in 4, 12, and 12 studies. I was running one at the recovery club. When I think back on that, oh my God, I still get embarrassed for myself. I'm sitting there reading this thing, and it's like, I had no idea what the hell was in there, but we talked at great lengths about it. You ever been to that meeting? It was one of those I think meetings. I think it's saying this. Well, as soon as anybody starts a conversation off with I think, it's just like, forget it, right? So, and the funny part was, I'm running this 12 and 12 study, and this guy, his name was Machine Gun Jerry. He just passed away, 71 years sober. And he was a great guy, and he would come in with George and these other guys with these big books and start this big book tape study after the 12 and 12 meeting. And I said, don't poach any of my guys like they were staying sober, right? These are mine. You guys stay away from them. And I was getting resentful at these guys for starting a big book study. Like, who do they think they are? I don't know. You ever have people like that? It's kind of infringing on mine, So it was kind of like, and they were looking, the guy was trying to talk to me, but I just didn't. I don't know if I was very approachable back then or what the case, but we just didn't seem to jive. Well, I know sobriety, so they couldn't tell me nothing because I had to be locked onto my ideas because of just wanting to get this. Like I really like hanging onto that anchor without realizing it was sinking me. Right, but I held on to that thing as a lifeline, but I didn't. None of it was based on anything. Later on, they talk about a doctor's opinion about our message having depth and weight. None of my stuff had depth and weight, but I didn't know that because it was the generic talk of the fellowship then. Like everywhere I was going, everybody was generically talking this certain language that wasn't based on anything. But it sounded good. It sounded really good. It sounded possible to get sober doing these things. So, needless to say, April 6th came along, which was my birthday, and I just turned 27 years old. And then April 8th was a Friday. April 7th was a Friday. April 8th was a Saturday, 1989. So at this time, I'm 2 years in Vancouver, and I got a 3-month chip. And I remember that because, I was really getting this thing. And then I talked, I thought one of the best talks I ever gave based on self-knowledge you ever wanted to hear, right? It sounded like, and you hear this, it chips, and you get to hear it after a while. And these are the people we approach, and because they don't know they don't have a solution, because they really believe they're doing this thing based on what they're hearing from the consensus of the people around them. And so when you go through this thing and you're looking to 12-step somebody, they're the people we 12-step is right in the fellowship. We approach them, they don't approach us, right? Because if you're waiting for them to approach you, you're going to be waiting a long time because they don't like you. Because they know that you know that they know that you know that they don't know what they're talking about. And the last thing we want is people to know the truth about us, right? They're the first people we get rid of. Oh, you know the truth about me? Okay, right. What makes you think I want to hear it? So I got this chip. And I'm like, I like to thank me, and I like to thank me, and I like to thank me, and what a great job I'm doing, and boy, I'm working hard. And you ever hear those talks? I'm working so hard on myself, right? That would explain the confused look on my face as I was giving that talk, right? And it was pain-oriented. Like, you ever watch people who are working on themselves? It's pain-based recovery. Like, I was in so much pain, but I'm surrendering, letting it go, turning it over. Got acceptance, don't you know, right? Just kick the cat through the screen door on the way to the meeting to be spiritual. But, I mean, and, like, it was, like, wild. Like, and if you would have told me, hey, Tony, you think you'd be drinking anytime soon? Never again am I going to drink. Because previous to that, George invited me into a big book study. And I didn't see the need of it because of the way they're talking. Like, I didn't see the need of a big book study. It didn't make any sense to me because I didn't know the basis of it. So an hour later, I relapsed. I was drinking an hour later. I remember I was sitting there, I was on the phone. And at the bottom of the stairs, it was a case of beer, my brothers, and they're all working on their bikes and stuff. And then next thing I know, I was drinking a beer. And when I became aware I was drinking a beer, I was watching the bubbles come down. Now, what the hell am I doing? So I'm not supposed to be drinking. And then this other thing took over, which I didn't know was the allergy. But there's something really interesting that happened that night. We went drinking, me and my brother, and we smashed up his car. So I said, it's okay, we got my truck. So we hopped in my truck. I said, I'll drive this. Obviously, you can't drive drunk. Right? Like, there's something the matter with him. I don't know. I was almost disgusted in the idea that he couldn't drive drunk and I was a better driver than him and will take my truck after smashing his. Only alcoholics have those conversations, right? A normal person wouldn't be having that conversation. Well, you seem to be driving a lot more better than me. You didn't, anyways. So I ended up in the old hotel. And at the end, last call, we had a section that nobody was coming near us. And I was ordering the beers and I wasn't getting there. Because it took me a lot longer to get my blood alcohol up to a level, like 2 days of drinking before I got to the same kind of drunk that these guys were getting. I was looking at my brother and he was leaned over and the other guy was passed out in a chair, and I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get to that place to alleviate the pain that I was suffering from and confusion and the disappointment. Here I am drinking again. And the last call came, they put a beer in front of me. And I looked at my brother and he was biting down and the veins were popping out in his neck, from the thinking, because now it's not even working for him anymore. When you're at that stage where it's not working anymore, that you're living the things that you're trying to get away from. I don't know if anybody's been there. And it becomes live and it's in surround sound, right? And it's your head talking to you and you're muttering in your beer like you're having fun now, right? And anybody ever kind of been there talking to yourself? You're in that state. And I came to the conclusion that I was going to die an alcoholic death. I was sitting there and I conceded to my innermost self that I was going to die an alcoholic death. And I did the third step prayer. I don't know why I did that, but I just did the third step prayer. Some people would call that a surrender. Some people call it, I just conceded, right? I guess those two could mean the same thing. And so, and then I believe that started a chain of events that have me sitting here today. Right, and we'll kind of go over these things that happen beyond our acknowledgement. But I put out to the universe that I was in trouble, and I think God heard not my thinking, but He heard that desperateness of something deep down within me that cried out for help. It was like, if you heard somebody crying for help in the wilderness, there's a certain sound that would get your attention compared to other people. And I made that sound from deep down within, and something heard me. And I went back to AA the next day, and so what happened is George started taking interest in me. George was one of those guys in the fellowship of AA that couldn't get sober. Anybody know people like that? He just couldn't get sober, and I was like that too. We kept on anybody coming back, and we'd both look at each other. And George had psoriasis, and he was, they called him German George, white hair, big red nose with veins, and he'd be shaking all the time. And I'd look at George and feel better about my alcoholism. You need those kind of. It was kind of like, he was the only one left to make me feel good about me, right? So he got 12-stepped into a big book study, like I said, previous. And he went through a course of action. Something profound happened in him that I couldn't see happening because I couldn't recognize it at the time. But George took great interest in me after he went through this. and it was private in a home group. And what these guys would do, they would go through the fellowship of AA, looking for people who were dying of alcoholism in AA. And then they would start working with him without their permission. So George started working with me without my permission. He didn't say, hey, are you looking for a sponsor? Or can I help you? He just took interest in me. And George started making me nervous. I didn't like George after a couple, because I caught on really fast that he kind of figures out that maybe I don't know what I'm talking about once he brought it to my attention that I don't know what I'm talking about, which kind of I didn't really like, because I was getting sober based on these facts that I created on my own knowledge. So he started asking me stupid questions, right? And so the first question was, he asked me, he says, well, why don't you come back into this big book? Why don't you come to this big book study? And I looked at George and I said, it's okay. I know what not to do. So what that did for George, what I didn't understand now, is it gave him a cue that I don't understand alcoholism. As soon as I made that statement, he knew that I didn't understand step one or alcoholism, or I had any information whatsoever on just the basic fundamentals of Alcoholics Anonymous. And this is after 11 years of in and out. But I had a good generic talk that I formulated based on what everybody was saying in meetings. Right? And so he asked me the first question. He says, what's an alcoholic, Tony? We're just standing there talking to me. He says, that was a great talk you gave. I said, thank you. And he says, what's an alcoholic? I went on and on and on. You know how we can do, right? Because he's interested in what I have to say. Finally, somebody. And he says, no. He says, none of that makes you an alcoholic. He says, it makes you an asshole, but it doesn't make you an alcoholic. I don't like George now. Now we've established that I don't like George, right? And he walks away. I thought, you rotten. I thought about George for the next couple days. Then I'm at the same meeting. We go to the same meetings. Like I said, I was going 4 to 5 meetings for a solution to alcoholism. And I shared again at this meeting, and George walks in. He says, that was a great talk. And I said, thank you. Not as enthusiastic as I did the first time. He says, no. In how it works is, rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. Where's this path? What are they talking about? I said, oh. I showed him the directory of Alcoholics Anonymous. I said, 90 meetings in 90 days. He went, He went, and walked away again. Okay, you Okay, so now I'm at another meeting, and there's George, eh? I'm going to stay away from George. I'm not liking George, eh? So he walks up to me and goes, I'm trying not to talk to George, but he doesn't care. He walks up to me and goes, well, that was a good talk today, on the topics. He says, what are the 3 pertinent ideas? And I was able to ram them off. He says, no, what do they mean? What do you mean, what do they mean? And then he walked away again. So George reapproached me about a week later. And then he says, you've been around here a long time, eh? I said, yeah. Like almost proud of the fact, right? I've been around here a long time. He says, why don't you come and help us out next Tuesday night? We're looking for some guys to help us out. I said, where? He says, at this big book study we're putting on. He says, you've been around a long time. When are you coming to help us out? I said, I'll see you next Tuesday, George. Bastard. I'm thinking, these poor guys need a lot of help. I'm going to go help them. Right? They're set the trap. He should be here any minute now. Like, I didn't know what I was walking into. I know what I'm like at that time, right? So I walk into this place. I think I even got a 12 and 12 because I'm going to help these guys. Right? I have no idea what's going on here, right? So I walk in, and Judy, his wife was an Al-Anon, a beautiful lady. Like, I thought, what's the matter with her? Because every time her eyes used to go really big. It was like, and again, like back then, my vocabulary was very limited. And it had to do with telling people how to get to places and what to do with themselves as they're going there, right? And so I was very, like, throwing over chairs and tables. I was kind of getting barred from places sober. And it's kind of like, give you an idea, in the home group I was involved in, I got invited for coffee by accident after going to that group for a year and a half. So it kind of tells you the mental state I'm in. They want me to go for a psych assessment before they give me another welfare check, and I don't understand why. I had the knob of my 79 Pontiac Le Mans, with a silver knob that you could screw on for unlocking and locking the door, holding my glasses in place. And I was cutting my own hair because why pay somebody $10 to do it? I'm like, and I'm like, oh man, you're looking good, buddy. Like, like I'm at a 32 waist on my best time. Like I've been along, one leg is 32 now, right? So, like I'm sick, right? Like I'm going for these vitamin B shots every couple of days because my liver's failing. I got this nice little tone of color starting to develop. Like I'm in trouble, right? But I don't think so, right? And the guys that got sober were talking about what healthy body movements look like. And I realized because if that was healthy, what they were talking about, I realized I was in trouble. That helped me seek medical attention. So back in the day, they used to say you should be hooked up with 3 people, right? A sponsor, spiritual advisor, and a doctor. Where spiritual advisor would be your guide through this, right? So I think that medical attention saved my life. Because it took me a while before I was able to eat solid foods, right? So that's kind of conditioned. And everybody in the fellowship back then, they used to have this Al-Anon meeting across from the AA meeting. And sometimes the Al-Anon ladies would come because there'd be a fight in the meeting. And that's when that other guy I was telling you about would show up. There are those 2. I'd do fine till he showed up. And then when he showed up, there was a different meeting going on, right? I've had to apologize to groups for my opinion about them sharing from the podium, right? Like batshit crazy, but I didn't know it, right? Because I didn't have the ability to assess myself correctly. So the people who looked at me would go, oh, oh. There's one, when you clap, you see those ones that come in, you go, oh, look at that one. You can have that one. That one. I was that guy. But I didn't know it, right? That's the beauty about being that ill. You have no idea, right? You're just wondering why people are smiling all the time, not that concerned look, right? My first sponsor was, he got appointed to me. He was a friend called a sponsor, and it was Tom.R, and this guy was crazy. And so the guy who ended up sponsoring me after was Chuck. Chuck says, oh, you hang around with Tom for a while. We'd have a carload of newcomers going to the meeting, and only me and Tom leaving the meeting. There was that kind of, we went to forensic meetings, and they told us to stop coming. We're disturbing people there, and just stop coming to the forensic meeting, both of you. You can't come back here anymore, right? You're disturbing the inmates, right? And we thought that was kind of puzzling. So this is the condition I'm in. So when I go to this meeting, this lady's the only real experience she has with me is observing me, trying to get sober with me, fixing me in the fellowship of AA. And so her eyes aren't like that anymore. They're kind of calm and peaceful now. But at the time, it was like, holy shit. And I thought, poor lady, I wonder what's the matter with her, right? And I'd sit in her living room. It didn't dawn on me, this is the first place I've been invited to in 2 years in the fellowship of AA in Vancouver. It didn't click that somebody took that much interest and was inviting me somewhere, right? That other time I got invited for coffee was by a newcomer by mistake. He says, hey, we go for coffee every week. You do? It was like I could see the other guys. don't tell them, right? Don't tell them. I went for coffee and got barred. Okay, so anyways, I wish I was exaggerating. Okay, so I go to this meeting and he starts taking me through this thing. And to be honest, I argued and fought all the way through it. But I kept going. So George, he had the spiritual approach, and Rick had the intellectual approach. So I took great interest in Rick because I couldn't disturb George. George had this calmness about Rick, had the intellectual approach. I drove him batshit crazy because he tried to combat me intellectually about, I have a way of spinning people's heads, don't we? We could get people apologizing for us to things that we did to them. Nobody like that in here. I went silent. Don't look at me. Okay, so I went through this thing, and you know what? And I got to the fourth, and they really guided me through the fourth, right? And kicking and screaming all the way through it. The first real change that happened that I could look back on, where it became an experience, where it moved from what was being presented to me to an experience, was in the fifth step and the fourth. But it really came in the fifth. And then they guided me through it and through my nines that we'll get into, in through the nines. And daily practice now of 11 is the highlight of my sobriety. And we're going to get into a lot of those applications, because we spend a lot of time, especially in speaker tapes and stuff like that, talking about it was like, or skim coating over things. And what happens is it's really hard to see the mechanics of something if you don't know what you're looking for. Right? And so we're going to hit some of the highlights. That's important to me. It may not be important to you right now, or you may not see the benefit of it. Maybe later you kind of go, oh, wow. Because when George took me through this afterwards, I believe now, looking back, I had a profound spiritual experience. Profound, what happened. And that seems to be this consistent characteristic of those that go through this thing the way it's laid out by those that went before us, the guys that went before us. So what my sponsor's job was, he was really a guide. So who my real sponsors are the first 100 men and women and their collective experience outlined in this basic text. This is my manual. I go through, this one is coming up to 2 years old and it's falling apart. I get a new book every 2 years, and I still go through it with the same kind of, even probably more so now than when I first got sober. So after I finished that session with those guys, something lit up inside of me. For the first 5 years, there was Tony, and he'd have his big book going to these meetings, because there was something in there that I kind of tapped into that was changing me from the inside out from the first time. I didn't have to mimic these things. I understood what you guys were talking about, and it created a change inside that no further explanation was necessary, right? Because it's really hard to explain this thing. Even the doctor in here talks about later when he talks about this thing seems to be a phenomenon. It's really hard to explain, but once you experience it, no further explanation is necessary. That's why we talk about our experience, strength, and hope, and we try to describe it to the best of our ability, something we really don't know how to describe, right? Because it's something that happens within, and in a way that it seems appealing enough to say, yeah, I want what you have. Collectively, not individually. You hear people say, I don't want what he has or she has. Well, did you know what they were like before they did this? Right? And if you've seen what got them there was the vehicle, do you want the same vehicle? Right? Because deep down, it's all the same experience and how we develop that. And the key is the long game. A lot of us look at the short game. This is the long game. I plan on living sober for the rest of my life, dying of natural causes, if it's up to me, at a ripe old age, sober, surrounded by people who love me. And that wasn't my fate almost 29 years ago. I would have died alone, in misery and regret, right? And then the people would have been surrounded by misery. So, and to be able to say, I get to participate in what my story looks like today is pretty wild when you kind of think about it, because I didn't have that opportunity in the first 27 years of my life. Right? I was incapable of making decisions. My life was consistent of alternatives. What's the alternative? Either this way or that way. I'd weigh the consequences of things. If I stay here, there's going to be too much grief. I quit. If I keep this relationship, she's going to give me too much of a hard time. It's over. I don't know, anybody make decisions? I used to call them decisions. I left because I had to leave. So anyways, so I went through this thing, and we started the Joe and Charlie tapes. And it was the first big book study workshop of its kind in Vancouver at a public level that went into the directory. And that was 28 years ago. So as soon as I finished this, I said, why aren't we doing this in the fellowship? Why aren't we doing this? They said, because we get too much resistance from it. It blew my mind. What do you mean you get too much resistance from it? He says, people in the Fellowship of AA don't like this message. I get out of here. He says, well, when was the last time you heard it? I said, okay. Because I was 11 years dying of alcoholism in AA, and I never even knew that was in there. It's kind of baffling, right? We give people the impression that we know what they're talking, like they should understand how it works. I never understood how it works from the meaning of what they were talking about. That's for the people that have been around here to remind you what we need to learn. That's what how it works is for. You ask any newcomer, they'll think they know what it means. That's a lot of information there. So anyways, we started the Big Book Study workshop. Then it was called the Yeah But, BYOB. Bring your own book or bring your own bottle. I don't care, but just show up, right? I thought that was the funniest thing. You can tell my mindset. See, like in the director goes, BYOB study, right? Anyways, genius type mind. I was nearly sober. I think it was 8 months when we started it. So we went through it and we ran those tapes for 5 years, Friday night. And it was really good. And then I went to Saskatoon. We started a Big Book Study there, about 8 years sober, 7 years sober. It was a real game changer in my sobriety. And then I moved back to Vancouver 19 years ago. Now we started the other Big Book Study, and that's what these sheets were designed for, because there's so many people in the Fellowship of AA looking for help that I couldn't get to all these people that are looking for help. And to sift through them, of those who are willing and actually looking for help, and those who just want a financial or a counselor or a marriage counselor or a friend. But so we started these sheets, and what happens is we just started handing them out to people in this group. And so what happens is we got a group of 6 people, and we went through, me and another, it was just me actually, and we took 6 people through this to the design of the book, and then they started helping other people. Then they started helping other people. And then soon, where we're at now, thousands of people have gone through this thing. And this is a guide just to see if you get the basis of their understanding of what they're trying to teach us. Right? So that's what this is kind of designed. And the answers are all in the book, but a lot of us are looking for our own answers, so we can't see what they're saying. Anybody ever read the book and look for what you think it should say? So that's the hard part. And that's what I always got taught. So when you kind of look at this thing, is kind of when you open it up, you kind of say right to the first part of it. First page, why not start there, eh? So it kind of talks about, one of the things that I always got taught was, you read it and tell me what you get out of it. You ever been to those big book discussions? Or 12 and 12 discussions? Let's read a paragraph and nobody touch on it.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, let's just fast read that paragraph so we can go talking about what we think. So if you get a discussion, it should be, what do you think they're trying to tell us? I've never been to one of those studies. All the studies I've been to is, well, what do you think? What do you think? And then they'll go back to, yeah, I think I got to cut my lawn when I get home. They really don't touch the base. And one of the things I used to hear all the time is, we don't recover. Anybody ever hear that? You can tell they haven't read the book. Okay, first page. Alcoholics Anonymous. The story of how many thousands of men and women have recovered from alcoholism. Recovered and cured, is it the same thing? No, recovered means somebody afflicted with an illness has recovered from that illness. So, what George used to say, Chuck, I love Chuck, he's passed on. He's the guy that took me under his wing in the Fellowship of AA and give me that unconditional love that's available here, and this energy that's kind of transferred from one person to another, and it's something that's hard to describe, but it's kind of like that comfort of having somebody care about you in a way that is beyond understanding. So Chuck was that guy, and when I listened to his story afterward, I realized because he was of the same condition when he came into the Fellowship of AA, and he was able to see that with me, and he had compassion on me. And he was very gentle with me, and how he governed me through the Fellowship of AA, and how he talked to me, and how he guided me through things, right? So, you know, he was, I think he was one of my biggest mentors in practicing these things. So he was the guy I used to reading how it works when someone would read how it works, and I didn't catch it at first, but after I caught it and I said not too funny, where he would go, there are those two, and he'd point to me and Tom, 1, 2. And I never thought, and then it took me a while, they'd see every time someone would read how it works, he'd look over at us and go, like point with his fingers, and then when I caught on, I said, not so funny, buddy. So Chuck, I'm sitting beside Chuck one day, and they're going, any newcomers, you ever been to those meetings? And he'd give me a little poke, put up your hand. I said, I'm not a newcomer. He says, have you done the work yet? He says, you're a newcomer, right? Or another meeting, he said, any visitors from out of town? He'd give me a nudge. I said, I'm not a visitor. He says, you done the work yet? Oh, you bastard. Because you're not staying. Unless you've done this, you're not staying, you're visiting. Oh. Right? You're just visiting. Not everybody here is staying. Right? So he was one of those guys, right? He was going, and so anybody coming back, he says, put your hand down. I said, I'm coming back. He says, no, you've never really been here. Funny guy, Chuck. Funny guy, right? He says, Tony, he says, your story is what you used to be like, what you're still like, what it continues to be like. I didn't get what he was saying, but it was true. Like, I never experienced recovery. I experienced abstinence. I never experienced actually the essence of recovery, of the experience that they talk about, how it works. I've never experienced it in my first 11 years in AA. Never. But based on other people who were also visiting, we had the same experience. So I thought I was experiencing something. Yes, I was experiencing nothing. I was having the same experience. We're like guys, if you went from here to the airport and sat in the airport, it'd be comfortable. They got the TVs, it's fun. You're surrounded by people who are going somewhere or coming from somewhere. And you sit there, and if you had to sit there an hour a day for 90 days, at the end of 90 days, you'd hear a lot of different experiences. And I guarantee you, halfway through those experiences, you'd call them the promises, you'd start talking about other people's experiences. Oh, yeah, Cuba, I hear, yeah, it's great. It went from I hear it's great to it's great, right? Oh, have you ever been? No. Doesn't matter. I've met 4 people who have been to Cuba. So now I got something to talk about to this other person. That way I could sound like, because I can't say it sounds great. It is great. And that's what we do in AA. We talk about other people's experience, hoping it would be ours. Right? And I didn't know I was doing that because my life depended on this thing. So I didn't understand what they meant by that. They explained it. So preface is pretty wild here. Here's some of the stuff I didn't understand. And it's the basis. I think one of the things, there's so much information in here. I think the challenge is to kind of touch base where your level of understanding is and develop from there. It's like if I grew up in a home where there's bases of carpentry. So when I went to school, Conestoga College, I had a good basis understanding for the course. Then there's a lot of people in the course who had no understanding. So, but we were all in the same course and we all started from the same place. So at the end of the course, we'd all finish at the same kind of understanding, right? And go develop your trade from there. And that's kind of like what this is. It's kind of learning the trade. And what's the trade is recovery based on a spiritual group of principles. So I need to understand the trade. So it's a spiritual apprenticeship that I'm on, right? And so the basis of this is our handbook for our trade. Kind of made sense to me when these guys explained it to me. It's kind of, oh, that's interesting. So in the preface, they talk about because this book has become the basic text for our society. You see the second paragraph? So basic text is a textbook, right? And they explained to me that the meaning of that is they're trying to exchange information, in this case from a group of people, but I didn't know that at the time, to the reader, which is me, to give me the same information they have. Right now, I do not have the same information they have. So if it's a text, I'm going to continue to study it. Like I was saying, I've been studying this now coming up to, since my first introduction to it, it'd be a little up 29 years. And why do I keep going through this? Because it's like the Da Vinci's Code. It connects in such a way that's pretty wild. And the more you understand it, the more you get to access something that's pretty phenomenal that we'll talk to later. And you'll realize there's something in the way of that access to this unlimited resource, and it's us. And the more you understand this and could get out of the way, the more you could experience this thing that's available to us, right? But the problem is our mind, but we can't see it with our own thinking. So when we go through this process, we'll see a textbook, meaning they've put something in place to give me the same information and experience to get the same experience they have. So the recipe's already formulated. So what I never got here is, in the fellowship, is it's already all figured out. I didn't hear that memo. Right? Because I had to figure it out. You watch most people when they share, they look on the wall and try to, I think it means, oh, it's a thinking thing. Okay, I can do that. Right? Instead of it means, or this is where they get their information from. So a lot of the recovery-based ideas in the fellowship are based on other people's thinking. It's not based on the text, our manual. It's like if I went to like I said, the course at Conestoga College in construction, I don't expect to see a handbook on mechanics in there. It's a specific book for a specific trade, for a specific idea. Right? It's like when people share a meeting, they're going to talk about the big book. It's designed on that. It's like, the teacher's going to talk about 2x4s and 2x6s again. Can't believe this. Is he going to talk about construction every day? Next thing, you probably want me to get a job. What an order. I can't go through it. Plus, I have another 6 weeks on my W or whatever, unemployment. Okay, so for our society to help such large number of alcoholic men and women to recovery, there exists a strong sentiment against any radical changes being made in it. They know us, eh? Let's read it once, change it. Okay. Therefore, the first portion of this volume describing the AA recovery program has been left largely untouched. So what is the first portion of this volume describing? The AA recovery program. Where do you get that information from? Yeah, that's the way these guys showed me. They started saying, Tony, we got to retrain you from the ground up, man. In your case, from your head down. You're thinking, he says, you have no factual-based recovery whatsoever. You don't know the general basis of Alcoholics Anonymous. You don't know the difference between the fellowship and the program. So, no. So everything I had to say from then on, George and Chuck, when I'd share, they'd come walking up to me, and when they're smiling, I know they're going to ask me something I shared on, and I had to show them where I got that information from. It's like, that's why I said I walked around with this book for the first 5 years. I'll get it. And if they were at a meeting I was at, I wouldn't share. After 10 times of learning. Because they just walk up and like, no, forget it. Okay, so the first portion. What's the first portion? First 103. So we hear right away, we hear people say, read the first 164 pages. You ever hear people say that?
Yes.
It sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It sounds good. Why? Why would I just read the 164 pages? Because it sounds good. But it doesn't say that, does it? And when you're working with somebody, when you're working with others, and you hand them a book, it says, read the book. Give them the book. Tell them to read it and ask them if they want to go through with it. Then you could be a guide. And you could guide them through this because you have the practical experience of going through it. Right? So if you read the first 164 pages, what are you missing? You're missing what we're reading now, Doctor's Opinion, which is a setup for the whole book. The whole book is based on that conversation this doctor's having and the introductions here of what this is all about. You're missing some crucial information. But if you're going through it alone, you're probably missing it anyways. Because I remember people say, oh, read the book and try to find yourself in it. I did not find myself in here. They were using words and I couldn't get past my own thinking to read what was being said. Anybody try to think and read? It's hard to do. And when you're unmanageable, you got to spend the most attention you can on yourself. Never mind deflecting some of that in a useless book that makes no sense whatsoever. But when these guys took me through it, it's kind of like, wow, it really clicked. So the first portion, let's go forward to the first edition. We of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. When they say we there, it's not a bilingual book. It's the first 100 men and women. You know, we, French, anyways, new one. I'll explain some of my jokes if you don't get them. Okay, so on the way home, you'll okay. So they're going to show us how they recovered from what? A seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Do I understand what they're talking about yet? Pardon? No, because I haven't gotten that information, right? To show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered. Now, if you were to change a word in something, would it change the meaning of something? So if we were to show other alcoholics precisely how you and we is the same meaning? No. So they're showing us what they did. They're not showing you how to do it. It's a different conversation. If they're showing us how they did it, and I did what they did, what would be the likelihood I'd get what they got? Pretty good. It's like when you go to the store when you're a kid and you see those models on the shelf. You pick the model based on what you've seen on the box. You go home, you open the box. Does it look like what you've seen on the cover? No, that's where we're at. It doesn't look the same. But you know hopefully what the end result will be. So you open this box like, holy crap, look at all the stuff in here. And if you're a genius type mind like me, you put the instructions away and you just start gluing stuff together. And then you're finished with it, and then it's kind of like, it doesn't look like the box, and you're upset with the idea. And you're the only one surprised. It doesn't look like what's on the box. And your parents, did you follow the instructions? What instructions? That piece of paper that it had to unfold. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, that's what this is. You ever hear people realize, I never really did the work before. No. I find out the funniest statement. I never really did the work before. Oh, okay. And you find that surprising. Okay. Okay, so they talk about seemingly hosting to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. What is the main purpose of this book? Yeah, to show other alcoholics precisely how they have recovered. So that's not in a general way. That's not what do you think kind of. That's precisely. They're going to give us the recipe that how many of them put together? Over 100. So they're saying, and then you get, like, I'm not that educated on the history, but all I know is they say, well, it was only 98, 92, 91. There was only one this, one. There's a recipe put together. There was enough of them when they put this book together that there was something working where it wasn't working before. They seem to put a formula together, and here we are in 2018 with the same formula. So now you could change that number to quite a bit. So there's something in place here. And they're going to show us how they did it. But I need to understand what they're talking about, right? So they talk about, for them, we hope that these pages will prove so convincing that no further authentication will be necessary. We think that this account of our experience will help everyone to better understand the alcoholic. Many do not comprehend the alcoholic is a very sick person, and besides, we are sure that our way of living has its advantages for all. And which is really cool, because afterwards that, a lot of people that I've worked with, the husbands or wives who are afflicted with alcohol, I give the book to the husbands and wives of the kids, and I ask them to read it so they understand what they're dealing with their parent, their child, or their loved one. So there's a lot more people who are educated on alcoholism from their point of view and get educated to how to better deal with the person who's afflicted with alcoholism. Because the only person that really doesn't care is the person who's afflicted. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. Anybody really concerned about your drinking before you were concerned about it? People have been always very interested in our drinking, right? And we wonder what their problem is. What makes you think I want to know the truth about me? Right? Okay. So, and then as they get through here, they start making a clear distinction between the fellowship and the program. I meant to say that right from the preface. So they talk about this is the program, and and later on they talk about they change the stories to reflect the expansion of the fellowship, right, the growth. So right away in our literature, they start making a clear distinction between the fellowship and the program. You think that's important? It's life-changing information. It is a huge importance. Because later, when working with others, when you get there, you're making your first approach to people who are not already in the fellowship. Back then it was really changed, but it was that important. There was a lot of people who didn't want or see the need to do the program. Or they didn't know they were really afflicted with alcoholism because they couldn't see themselves clearly enough. Because part of our illness centers in our mind and our thinking and perception of oneself and the world around us. Like we're kind of really ill. So in there, when they talk about making an approach with somebody, if they don't want the solution, tell them about the fellowship of AA. Make this sound really appealing that there's people that you can get support and help, maybe, you know what I mean, and come to a couple meetings, and maybe later they might want to do or see the need to do this thing. So it's really important, the difference, because there's a lot of people in the fellowship of AA that don't need to do the program. And there's nothing wrong with that, but there's a lot of people in AA that need to do the program of AA, but don't know where that is, what that is, and how to do it. Because again, sponsorship, if you haven't got the experience of going through this, then you can't take somebody through it. And there's a lot of people calling themselves sponsors when they're really glorified friends. Right? Because all the people previous to George were my friends. They took interest in me, they helped me, they supported me in the fellowship, they gave me encouragement, but they didn't sponsor me through or in the program. They helped sustain me here. Or give me the sense of belonging, but they didn't save my life. A big difference, right? So how would you know if you could sponsor somebody is, have you been through this? No, then you can be their friend. Or you can guide them to somebody that could take them through this. But if you can't sponsor them through this, take them through this, then how can you sponsor them? I made friends already, eh? I was killing a lot of people before I did. I mean, I was sponsoring a lot of people before I did this, right? I had a lot of sponsees who were mostly girlfriends. Moving on. I was young when I got here. I had my priorities. Okay. So I didn't know what they were talking about. So we go into the doctor's opinion here. And it kind of, what is the purpose of that? So they just talked about a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body, right? So I don't understand what they're talking about. So the doctor's going to explain what they mean by a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Where did they get their information from? We'll find that they got their information from the doctor. Right? So we hear people say like statements like, and it's just changing the wording of stuff so those that are listening to us could get better educated. Right? I heard people say, read this and tell me your opinion. That's not the purpose of it. Read this and tell me what they're saying. I need to understand what they're saying. George and Chuck used to drive me nuts. I used to share what I read. I think as soon as I start a sentence off with I think, he says, no, go read it again then. I learned not to say I think. He says, it says. This is what he's saying. This is what he's getting across. This is what he experienced. This is what he observed working in a town hall. This is the letter. This is the purpose of this chapter here, the doctor's opinion. this is why he put this together. And I'm able to articulate exactly what the doctor's talking about because I have the same understanding or information, not the same understanding as a doctor, but I have the same information that he's trying to get across in this opinion. So we'll do a break here for those that need to do some prayer and meditation outside, and then we'll come, because I see a couple of you just start getting, I know that twitch. Okay. All right. Back from our meditation break. I see I've been effective so far. We're already getting some discussion around what's being said. That's awesome. I love the beauty of big book study workshops. We get to see different perspectives on the same stuff that we're reading, so it's pretty awesome. One of the things here, I want to make clear that I love the fellowship of AA. The fellowship of AA has saved my life on many occasions. What's sustaining my life now is the program that's here. I don't think I would have had the opportunity to meet George if it wasn't for the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. I think the first meeting that I came to was a bunch of people who were well-intended, but also didn't understand the essence of what was happening here. And that's what I was saying about getting back to the basics, right? And that's what we're doing here today, getting back to the basics. And then in turn, when you're working with somebody or going through this again on your own and reading it, you have a basis of understanding that you get to share with other people. Like I said, I go through a new book every 2 years. This one here was in 2016. When did I get here? Yeah, so it's pretty wild that 2 years ago, so I'll get a new book coming up here. So the doctor's opinion, what's the purpose of the doctor's opinion? Is to expand on the ideas that was presented earlier about a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. And so a lot of times when you kind of, just the introduction here on Roman numeral 25, he talks about generally the scope of what he's going to talk about. He talks about the doctor's opinion. We of Alcoholics Anonymous believe that the reader, us, will be interested in the medical estimate of the plan of recovery described in this book. Convincing testimony must surely come from medical men who have experienced with the suffering of our members and have witnessed our return to health. A well-known doctor, chief physician at a national prominent hospital specializing in alcohol and drug addiction gave Alcoholics Anonymous this letter. Right there is a pretty powerful statement that not only did he witness the suffering from a medical aspect working in this national prominent hospital specializing in alcohol and drug addiction, he also witnessed the return to health here. So he's saying not only did he witness a problem, but he witnessed this movement that happened back there. And then later on, when we get to describe, he talks about this patient coming into his facility for the third time. Right? So the first 2 times he went through this facility, he was, all 3 times he was afflicted with the illness of alcoholism, but he didn't find the first 2 times a sufficient treatment for that, sufficient enough for him to stay sober. But the doctor was trying to treat him nevertheless, hoping that his approach or his ideas presented previous to his experience with Bill would be sufficient enough for Bill to recover or put these ideas into practice and for him to find a way of life. That's why a lot of treatment centers have their own idea on how to do things, because it works for a lot of people. Like a lot of people, given good reason, can quit or modify. I know a lot of people who have problems with one thing who do another thing. Me, I can't do anything. Right? Like I know, like I've met a lot of people who are in other fellowships, and they have a choice in what they do. Their drug of choice is this or that. As long as they don't do that, they're okay. But they could have the occasional drink. If I use that philosophy, I'd be dead today. Well, my drug of choice is alcohol. As long as I just do heroin on the weekends, I'll be okay, right? So I want to stay out of that, but it doesn't make it anyway. I'm just backing out of that conversation real slow here. Okay. So he talks about, he witnesses this thing as he kind of goes along. And then Roman numeral 26 here, he talks about, there's a lot of information in here, but he starts, the physician who at our request gave us this letter has been kind enough to enlarge upon his views in another statement which follows. In the statement, he confirms that we who have suffered alcoholic torture must believe that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind. So he's starting this conversation on the first symptom of alcoholism. I don't know that yet, but I'm reading, and he starts talking about the physical aspect of our illness. And then he puts a label on it, right? He says, there's symptoms of alcoholism, this is the first symptom in alcoholism. And he talks about the doctor's theory that we have an allergy to alcohol interests us. As laymen our opinion to, as it soundness may, of course, mean little, but as ex-problem drinkers, we can say it explains, makes good sense. It explains many things for which we cannot otherwise account. So they talk about here, the first symptom in alcoholism is what? An allergy, which is kind of interesting, because I always thought the first symptom of alcoholism was irritable, restless, and discontent. That's what I used to hear. As long as you're not irritable, restless, and discontent, then you're not suffering from alcoholism. And as long as you don't think about it, then you're not suffering from alcoholism. You hear people say that all the time, right? So you ask a lot of people in AA, what is alcoholism? When George asked me what an alcoholic was, that wasn't one of the answers I gave him. Jails, institutions, hospitals, car wrecks, relationships. None of that makes me an alcoholic. I've experienced a lot of those things sober. Yay, that's a whole different story. Okay. Because I used to think the consequences made me an alcoholic. You hear people talk about, when I came in to the fellowship, everybody talked about the consequences associated with drinking. That's what made them alcoholic. I have this many impairs. I am an alcoholic because of the impairs. I've lost a job because of drinking. I have all these problems because of drinking. But the drinking really isn't the problem. It's all these things associated with drinking. If I could just drink without consequence, then I wouldn't have a problem. I have a consequence problem. I don't have an alcohol problem. All my years in AA, I had a consequence problem. People who were trying to tell me how to drink like a gentleman, control your alcohol, then you wouldn't get in trouble. Why do you keep on doing that, Tony? Like suggesting I had another way of doing something. Well, I thought long and hard, and I thought this would cause me the most damage. I thought I'd go this way. Because there's no thing. So an allergy to alcohol. So when these guys explained it to me, because I didn't understand comprehend the English language very well back then, is they talk about an abnormal reaction. So what's a normal reaction to alcohol? Because I thought I had a normal reaction to alcohol, and all these people I drank with had a normal reaction to alcohol, and I've drank with some people who had an abnormal reaction to alcohol based on my views and opinions. Even then, I had a warped idea of opinion. I met this girl one time I was sober. She didn't drink, and I thought she would help keep me sober. She wasn't in AA. I thought God sent her to me. You ever have those relationships? Thank you, God. And then, oh my God, can you take it back? No, just she would say, no. So I didn't understand what that meant. So after explaining it and then going back through my drinking history, I kind of went, oh, I see that I was more concerned with the next drink than I was the drink I was having. Like I had this thirst that I was always slow waitresses and waiters. Like they're slow and nobody makes a strong enough drink. I don't know, anybody have that problem here? Like it's just, what are these people's problems? Lunchtime was a hurry. Like how many drafts can you get down during lunch? Call them barley sandwiches, right? Just kind of like, so now I see I'm drinking different than other people. So when they explain this thirst, I kind of went, oh wow, I've had this thirst for a long time. It sets up the drinking. So when they explained a normal drinker, I kind of went, oh my God, this person I went out with was a normal drinker. I was the one with the problem. But as we were walking down the street, I was saying she was the one with the problem. Because we went to this Friday night, we're getting ready to go to the bar because the band's starting at 10. So you got to go at happy hour. Happy hour is 5:30. Not only do you get better drinks, you get a good seat for the band. Right? And your Mickey in the pocket. But anyways, so I bring this girl to the bar. I'm back drinking again. She met me when I was sober the 3 months in Toronto. So I'm back drinking. I don't know how I ended up back drinking, but of many occasions. So we're sitting there. Happy. I finished 2 beers and 3 shots. I look over. She's not even a quarter done her beer. I said, hey, what's the matter with you? It's happy hour. Get happy. I said, come on. So she's trying to, because I think you save 50 cents, so it's just a lot of money. You gotta get hammered now, and we'll just coast the rest of the night, right? Like, how many people think that way? I don't know I was thinking that way, but it was kind of ingrained to me. You gotta get happy at happy hour for the rest of the night. By the time the band starts, you want to get to the woo-hoo stage, right? But I don't know, I'm doing that because of the allergy. So I finished a couple more shots. I look over. She finishes her beer. I order another one before she was finished that one. Like, come on. Halfway through that beer, she says, I want to go home. I went, yeah, that's silence, eh? What? So I'm walking her back home. I said, what's the matter with you? She goes, I don't feel good. I drank those too fast. I said, you got a problem. And I don't think we're going to work. Because she don't know how to drink. This relationship is not working. I walked her home. I gave her shit all the way home. You got to do something about that. Like, you can't be associated with me and drink like that. You're going to ruin my reputation. Anyways, now looking back is like if I was to revisit that conversation, there's no, I'm sorry you don't have the allergy and you can't control alcohol at the same level I do. Sorry about your experience. But that's a normal reaction. So you get a nauseated, out of control, like I don't want any more of this stuff. I don't get that when I drink. When I drink, I get an in control, let's do something, let's burn this down to the ground kind of feeling. Like, yee-hoo. Most of my parties like, yee-hoo. Oh, sorry, too far. I don't know if anybody has that experience here. Last call. The challenge at every good drinking bar is how do we get all these drinks out of here without anybody noticing? Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen a table full of drunks. People notice. Shh. Excuse me, sir. Can you leave the picture at least? Okay. I like the women going with the big purses, eh? You buy a coat. Oh, this pocket could hold a beer. Perfect. A Mickey was like, I buy your coats based on a Mickey. Right? Yeah, I think you got a problem, sir? Hey, would you like to buy that coat? Hold it. Let me check the pockets first. Pull out a Mickey fit. I'll take it. I had a Norman guy passed away. He's like 45 years sober, great guy. I asked him the definition of unmanageability once in a study, and I don't get stumped too often. And he looked up. He says, $30 worth of puke on a $5 jacket. I said, yeah, that's unmanageable. I killed myself laughing on the way home. I think about that every once in a while. That's definitely unmanageable. Eh? $30 worth of puke on a $5 jacket. Anyways. So the allergy gives good sense, and that's the first symptom they talk about in alcoholism from the doctor's point of view, that when these people drink, something happens to them that doesn't happen to normal people. And I've watched that. I've observed people. And I found that to be true. I'm very curious how people drink. I don't know why still, 29 years later, I'm amazed on I could spot us everywhere. Eh? We drink different. We just have different mannerisms than normal people. Normal people will actually let go of their glass when they're not drinking it. They'll leave it unattended. Right? This is my wife's a normie. And I think she does stuff just to bother me sometimes. I've never seen people drink the way she does. Sometimes she could be a heavy drinker. I think she's gotten sick once in the 13 years we've been together because her friend they were drinking a little too much one night. Once. And then the next day she didn't want any. What? So anyways, she does stuff like, I was sitting there, we're at a party, she asked the waiter for more mix because her drink was too strong. Exactly. You said that at my table, you're not drinking at my table anymore. I've never, in all the years drinking, I've never said that. I mean, I go to take a draw off a glass, and if your nostrils, wow, that's a good drink. You know when the whiskey kind of and your nostrils kind of go poof, it's like, baby, this is exactly, I could tell you exactly what a Ryan Coke looks like, and I've never had one now in over 29 years. I asked her, what does Ryan Coke look like? She goes, what? Coke with ice in it. No. Ryan Coke, I said. Ryan Coke. You know, it splits in different levels, eh? And there's a gold that goes through with the ice cubes and it formulates along the top. She goes, what? Some of you people are going, yeah. Stop, you're triggering me. But it's funny, I could still tell you all that stuff, and I haven't had a drink in over 29 years. My wife is a normal drinker. I walked into a room once and I said, what the hell are you doing? She says, I poured too much. She's pouring it back into the bottle. I said, you do that just to bother me, don't you? She says, no, honestly, that's too much. I want to save some for tomorrow. I said, get another bottle. We're different. Just even my thinking today is different. Like it's still the same kind of thing. I don't understand why. My sister came and visited the first time I seen her drink, Lily around from my mom in Toronto, and I've never seen her drink before. She said the last time she drank was with me when we were 16 and 15. She says, I was such a mess that she had, and our mom and our family and everyone, she says she had no desire to drink after that. And my experience with my drinking kept her sober for years. She just didn't want to take the chance. She says, oh my God, forget it, right? And so she came and visited, and she had not even a drink, half a glass of wine with my wife, and she poured water into it. So what are you doing? She says, oh, I don't like the feeling. I said, wait a minute. I said, you can drink and you don't want to? What's the matter with you? Like, I don't get that. Eh? So we're different. We're just different. And the real test is next time you're sitting around with a bunch of people and they're drinking at a party or something, you know how you could really tell us? You ever watch when they come around with wine and they're filling people's glasses up? The potential alcoholic will finish their drink first before they allow them to pour more wine in. The normal drinker will let them top it up. The alcoholic says, wait a minute. And they do the shotgun at the end. Eh? Whoa! Like we're master drinkers, aren't we? We're professionals. Why? Because we have to learn to drink the way we drink because we cannot stop drinking the way we drink. So we learn to accommodate it. And so when I understood this allergy part and I went back over my drinking history, you ever hear people who write out step 1? See, that was introduced, they ask you to do that in the 12 and 12 to raise the bottom the rest of us hit. And also they do that in treatment center. But if you're missing this aspect of it, you're not doing actually step 1. So if you're working with somebody and they need to raise the bottom or get a better picture of their alcoholism, they need to be talking about when they drank and hitting the allergy. Otherwise, they're doing a behavior modification exam. You need to be talking about the allergy. When I took a drink, did this happen? Was I able to control the amounts I drank? Did I get thirstier? Did I do things that other people don't seem to do when drinking? Did I do absurd and terrible and tragic things while drinking? Did I do things now looking back on that seems absolutely ludicrous? Yeah. I don't know if anybody remember when they put those breathalyzers in the bars? We thought it was a game. Who could blow the highest score? We thought it was an amazing machine. We're trying to see who would get the high score, right? And then drive home. You sure you're going to drive? I said, yeah, I can't walk. It's not fun. Like, when I look back, I think, holy shit. Like, a normal person would call you Ken nowadays. You can't get away with that shit, right? But your friend would say, I said, yeah, when I drive, like, the lines are all over the place. He says, oh, you got too many eyes open. Close an eye. Okay, or follow the line closest to the ground. Holy shit, okay. Because they shoot off. You ever notice that? Just me? Okay, moving out of this conversation. Nobody admitting to it, right? No, we're 2018, it's so not right, Tony. So you write that stuff down, right? So it gives you a good idea why you drank the way you did, right? And then in the morning, you know, when the hair of the dog that bit you, I remember the times I'd get sick and I didn't want to drink. Then it got to a stage where I was actually welcoming a drink in the morning to take the edge off. So I see the progression of alcoholism happening, right? And there's nothing I could do. So when they talk about, when the doctor starts going through this and he starts describing it more, so they talk about the next page here. We believe, and so suggested a few years ago, that the action of alcoholic on these chronic alcoholics is the manifestation of an allergy, that the phenomena of craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average or temperate drinker. These allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. So it's kind of like at all. What does that all mean? At all. If I was allergic to peanuts, that means I can't eat it in any form. What's there all these places that say, let me know if you're allergic and all. It's the same with us, if you kind of understand that kind of thing. My physical aspect to this illness is so developed that I can't even eat those chocolate with liqueurs in them. Because I look back, and this one time I went in, it was Christmas, and I went in and I didn't understand the allergy part. I'm in the fellowship, I'm getting sober, I'm getting chips, and I went in, I remember it was Christmas, and they had these cherry chocolates. And they were on the counter, it was 2 for this, and I thought, wow, this is great. And I bought 2 of them. One for now, one for later, which ended up both for now, none for later. Because I ate one, it was like, this is good. And I ate both packages. I think there's 6 or 8 of them in them. And then that night I started drinking wine. Like I went into the neighbor's fridge and I thought it was a pitcher of water. It was a pitcher of wine, and I just kept drinking it. Oh, hell, might as well keep going. So I didn't understand what I ended up doing was triggering the allergy. Having those little liqueurs, because I'm that allergic to alcohol. So today, if you came into our place, you see we have a bar, but we also have stuff that I drink, and it's not alcoholic beer. I don't drink anything associated with the taste of beer. I very seldom even drink root beer, but I'll do from the fountains at A&W. Simulated beer doesn't make sense to me. That's like having simulated cocaine. It's just, what's the point? Right? It just doesn't make sense. Right? So we have NyQuil, 2 different NyQuil bottles. Mine will have my name on it. There's no alcohol in it. And then there's one with alcohol in it. Because I don't even have mouthwash with alcohol in it. Because I asked my wife, I said before I kind of got into this stuff, I would struggle with the idea, and sometimes when I use my mouthwash and there's alcohol in it, I struggle with the idea, part of me wants to swallow it. I said, you ever struggle with the idea? To my wife, she looks at me strange. She says, what? I said, when you're gargling with the mouthwash, does a part of you say drink it? She says, no. You're going to call your sponsor, right? Normal people don't struggle with that idea. I don't know why I struggle with the idea, drink it. Right? So I don't not only drink, I don't use anything with alcohol whatsoever because of the allergy. I don't know exactly, I'm allergic to it. When I put it into my system, it triggers the phenomenon of craving. So when does the craving happen, before or after I drink? After. I didn't know that information. I thought my problem started before I drank. It actually is associated with the physical aspect is after. I cannot have a craving for something or allergic reaction to something I don't put into my system. I hear people say, I'm still allergic, I'm still craving alcohol. Like 3 months later. It's an incorrect statement. or haven't drank in a while, boy, I'm really craving a drink. It's an incorrect statement. You can have an anxiety feeling of really wanting to drink and mistaking that for a physical part, but the only way to physically have allergic reaction to alcohol is to put it into your system. And you hear people say, oh, I was an alcoholic before I drank. How do you know that? I had all the symptoms. You had human experience that alcohol seemed to solve, but everybody has a big percentage of society, when we read page 62, 63, have the human condition. A lot of people get the isms, right, or the conditions, the feelings and emotions mixed up with alcoholism. That's not alcoholism. There's only one thing that makes you alcoholic. What's the one thing that makes you alcoholic? That's it. So if you don't have an allergic reaction to alcohol, are you alcoholic? Get a lot of weird looks now. Right? It is Alcoholics Anonymous, right? That means you have a problem with alcohol. So if you didn't have a problem with alcohol, would you come to Alcoholics Anonymous because you have a problem with ice cream? No, we would be the wrong bunch of people you want to be sitting and getting guidance from. Well, I think, oh boy, here we go. So you need to drink in order to trigger this allergy. The only way to trigger an allergy is you have to have it. And if you don't have the allergy, are you alcoholic? No. Because if you're alcoholic, then can you have a couple drinks?
No.
If you are not alcoholic,
Oh, yes, you can do.
so what makes you alcoholic? The allergy, the first symptom in alcoholism. These allergic types. So after work, my wife comes home. Some days are hard. She goes, boy, be nice. She says, it'd be nice to have a glass of wine. And I said, I bet you can do that. Have a glass of wine. I've never had a glass of wine. And I don't even think, I hear people say, oh, I thought just go in for a couple. I've never thought, my brain don't think that way. My brain always thinks there's no such thing as a couple, just keep drinking. Drinking until you have to do something, get arrested or run out of money. Like I never consciously kind of went, oh, I'm just going to go in for two and then go home. I knew when I get drinking, I enjoy drinking. When I was drinking, I enjoyed it. Anybody enjoy drinking here? Or I got the wrong group? When I bought alcohol, it was to a lot. I never went, oh, you know what? It's only a kind of six-pack kind of day today. No. It's not a six-pack kind of day. Oh, tonight's just maybe a half bottle of wine and two doobies kind of night and sit back and watch the X-Files. No. It's like, yee-hoo. Once I put it in my system, something happens in my thinking that makes me want to get more. Anybody kind of like that here? So, who don't get that feeling of, I need another one? People who don't have the allergy. So we see that the only way to find out I'm alcoholic is to drink. So it's impossible to be I may have had the allergy, but that's not what. It's kind of weird, right? Before I took a drink, it may have been there, but it doesn't make a difference who I am as a person. If I never took a drink, I may have still have the human problem and may have had to seek help for it because there's something that's just not quite right with me. But I would never have problems with alcohol. Does that kind of make sense? And the reason I had problems with alcohol because I couldn't control the amounts I drank. Right? If I can't control the amounts I drink, how many people are going to do stupid stuff here? Why do you do stupid stuff while drinking? Because I'm impaired. I'm impaired. Impaired people do stupid stuff. Are you always going to do stupid stuff? Yes, when I'm impaired. I have thinking that normal people don't have. How many people woke up in the morning going, wow, that was a bad idea? And where am I? And who are you? I've woken waking up in a lot of places that was perfectly acceptable going to bed in. I've come to is like, oh, not only you women have those problems, believe me, there's a few women in the AA as a result of ending up with me somewhere along the line. We used to call that coyote arm or whatever, right? A lot of times I've woken up in some place and go, oh my God, I'm going back to AA. Because I thought my problem was the consequences associated with alcoholism. If you can't control the amount you drink, can you control the outcome? Right? So that's what the doctor kind of gets here over when he talks about themselves. But before that, he also witnesses that these people have to have something sufficient to happen to them, and it has to be more than frothy emotional appeal. So they talk about here, as we continue once these allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. And once having formed the habit and found they cannot break it, once having lost your self-confidence, their reliance upon human things, their problems seem to pile up on them. Anybody? And become astonishingly difficult to solve. Anybody kind of think there's something seriously wrong with your life over a drink? I remember sitting a lot of times with a drink in front of me going, there's something seriously wrong with my life. Okay. They talk about frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices. What does that mean? Frothy emotional appeal. Anybody ever appeal with you to change your life or stop drinking? Anybody beg? Any loved ones, kids, family? Now, have you had frothy emotional appeal with yourself? Have you ever had that conversation with you, trying to change you with your conversation with you? There's those conversations I've talked about when I've got notices on the door. It starts to, what's the matter with you? Anybody have those conversations out loud, questioning you? There's a part of you questioning you about you? You ever wonder who that person was and where they came from? Oh, now you're questioning me. Where were you last night? I was behind the 10 drinks you had. You weren't listening anymore. But we've always had that something inside going, trying to appeal to change us, and then we push that voice away, and the alcoholism takes over. And then that voice shows up maybe months later or a year later or through circumstances. This voice comes back. Anybody ever get the voice back on circumstances? You were doing great for the first 2 months living a certain lifestyle, and then all of a sudden that one day you wake up and there's a presence that within a consciousness within yourself that didn't seem to be there at first. The weeks prior leading up to that moment where you said enough, and then you said, you know what, I'm not going to do this again. Something really means I can't do this, you know, that self-talk. And then you've had other people give you that talk, but you never listened to them. I remember the first time I got that talk was from my godmother. I was 15, sitting on a bed because they relocated me to New Lisgar to try to get me to change because of the lifestyle I was living in Toronto. I went to a new school, a new location. Guess who were the first people I found? People just like me. We just kind of like magnets to each other. We just kind of walked into the room. It's kind of like bang, 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 bang. It's like you walk around with a big neon sign. Shit looking to happen. Who's in? We seem to have that indicator about us, that internal magnet. Bing, there's one of my kind. Okay, let's get involved. So he talks about here, and we try to do that in AA. We try to talk people out of their alcoholism. We try to give them encouragement with that frothy, you know what I mean? We try to talk them like we're going to be able to change their destiny based on a talk. People who relapse, we try to shame them, shame-based recovery. Right? Thanks for going out for me. Ignorant statements we say in AA that's picked up speed that people don't understand what they're saying when they talk like that. Because these people are suffering from an illness, they can't help but go out. AA is designed for relapsers. It's not designed for people who can stay sober. Even in the literature they talk about later, we doubt you'll be able to get sober and stay sober based on yourself. The odds are you staying here is not happening unless something sufficient happens. That's not the message we carry. We carry, oh, you'll be able to be here if you had enough. I haven't read that yet. When you hit bottom, you'll be able to get this. When you do this step, you'll be able to get this. I haven't read that yet. Right? So they talk about here, frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices. The message which can interest and hold these alcoholic people must, is that a strong word? Yes. Must have depth and weight. Depth and weight, what is that kind of hinting at? What suggested to me is the bigger the boat, the bigger the anchor. And if the anchor can't make it to the bottom and ground itself, then the boat will drift out. So in the harbor in Vancouver, these ships come in and they're massive. And these anchors have these huge chains, and when they drop them, they go right down to the bottom depth, and they have weight, and they anchor themselves. And so what happens when the tide comes in, you can tell which way the tide is because the ship turns with the tide. So all the ships are facing this way, that means the tide's coming in. And when the tide goes out, they have a swing ratio. I didn't know that. And so when the tide goes out, the ship will actually do a full turn, but they won't move. The anchor stays solid. So imagine when the tide come in or life happened, and if your message didn't have depth and weight, what would happen to you when life on life's terms started happening? It would take you out. And that's what they're kind of saying here. So what was explained to me is the message got to move past my thinking and my intellect, and it's got to reside within me. It's got to have depth and weight. That way, when the storms in my mind and life happens, I have a harbor to go back to, an anchor I can go back to restart from. And we'll get into that later. And I thought that was really wild that he witnessed this, that all these people came in, and the difference between those that were getting this and those that weren't getting this, or those that weren't finding a solution, seems to be those that were sticking to frothy emotional appeal. And even new people have that. They're appealing to us, and they put a case together that they put together and say, here's the evidence that I'm going to be okay this time. But their message doesn't have depth and weight, right? It has the desperateness, but it's really missing a substance to it. In nearly all cases, their ideas must be grounded in a power greater than themselves if they are to recreate their lives. So he kind of witnessed this thing, which we understand was with the third treatment with Bill and Ebby, when he went through this facility, and the profound change that happened with Bill, that he kind of witnessed this thing. And the difference between Bill the third time and the first two times, and the difference with Ebby, was that these people had a message of depth and weight. Something moved past their intellect and emotions, and it was grounded in a power greater than us. And he witnessed this thing, that there was something happening in here. And so what's a phenomena? Unexplainable event. So how do they explain an unexplainable event?
Label it a phenomenon.
Yeah, but they need to, how do you explain an unexplainable event? Story. Here's an examples of what these phenomena look like. Here are the characteristics of that, right? So when they said these allergic types, they call it a phenomenon of craving. Back then, they didn't fully comprehend what happens now with the keystones and all this other stuff that happens inside that makes us different than other people. They just said, this is what it looks like in people that have this phenomenon of craving. And when they start drinking, they can't seem to stop, that it becomes the most important thing in their lives. Not that they don't care about these other things, is that they can't stop doing what they're doing. So you hear people say, oh, I lost this or lost that. No, we watch it go away. How many people sat in the bar knowing they had stuff going on, or just didn't think about it anymore, and time started slipping away? All these people carried on with their life. And we say stuff that, because we don't challenge each other's thinking, it says, I lost all these people. No, you didn't lose nothing. They lost you. You didn't lose them, they lost you. Their lives are still carrying on. They're waiting for you. There's somebody at home somewhere, if you're new, waiting for your return to health, that you can participate back in the family or your responsibilities or life. There's somebody waiting for you to return as the person they knew before your addiction took you out. Does that kind of make sense? And so when they send you here, they're hoping something will happen here that you could return to them. And that's the beauty of AA. So we change things, right? Instead of thinking, the promises are coming true for us. It's actually they're coming true for the people around us. They get to experience that first. But because we're like to be self-centered, it's all about us still. It's actually about everybody but us. Anyways, so moving on, depth and weight. Then they talk about here, men and women at the bottom, men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. Anybody need not explain. Still, at 29 years, they didn't even have to explain that. The only part of a book that never needs clarification. Maybe the odd Al-Anon. Can you? No, sorry. I love Al-Anon. They're great. Like Julie. Okay. The sensation is so elusive that, well, they admit is injurious. I like that. I think there may be a little problem. The rent's gone, the wife's gone, the kids are gone, everything's gone, but the bar's still open till 1:30. As long as I have a drink, things aren't really that bad, are they? Because you just get the right combination of things, you forget about everything, don't you? When you drink, it's a kind of whole new set of promises when you drink. Right? You comprehend serenity, no peace, the promises come true. You don't concern yourself with nothing but the drink in front of you and the new friends that you found. Or even when you're sitting alone in a bit of morass of self-pity with a bottle, nothing left. You're still talking to you about you and how they don't understand you. And then if you think about it long enough, it's their fault. And you start calling them names. And if you had a phone left, you'd phone them and let them know. This is back before cell phones, right? Not only, who likes to be resentful alone, eh? Let's phone somebody. Mom? No, anyways. Yeah, okay. The sensation is so elusive, right? They cannot, after a time, differentiate the truth from the false. To them, their alcoholic lives seem the only normal one. They are restless, irritable, and discontent unless they can again experience the sense of ease and comfort which comes by taking a few drinks. The solution to step one is to our unmanageability is what? What's the solution to irritable, restless, and discontent when you're in that state in step one? A drink. You need to be offering me something more appealing than a drink because I've never found anything that takes care of me better than a drink. Nothing. And when I'm in that state, nothing you can say or I can say or I could formulate will stop me from taking that drink. We hear a lot of helpful things, but if that was enough, then we would change how it works. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly thought it through. Rarely have we seen a person fail who's thoroughly not picked up. Right? We would change that. We would change the first half of how it works, right? Drinks they see others taking with impunity. I did not know what that meant, without consequence. Because I had a consequence problem when I got here. It wasn't a drinking problem. You're going to remove the very thing, the only thing that gives me comfort? Are you kidding? I mean, I'm having a bit of problem other than the green bile and cutting my own hair and my warrants. I mean, it's really not that bad. The one goes for a psych assessment, right? I'm misunderstood. Like, nobody wants nothing to do with me. And I'm sitting this one time, drinks they see others taken with impunity. I was at the park lawn meeting. I think I was 18, trying to get sober. And this guy says, oh, go to this party. And I said, I'm worried about going to this party. He says, oh, just go and just tell everybody, make sure you hang on to a ginger ale. Helpful member. Make sure you have your own drink in your hand. And if anybody asks you if you want to drink, just say there wouldn't be enough for both of you. Wow, I found a solution to alcoholism. I had to come to AA to find out that information. So I went to this party all night, holding my glass in there. Ask me what's in the glass. Normal people don't. That should be the indicator, right? Okay, we're going to put this problem drinker in the party. We'll see if he asks more than two people to ask what's in his drink or explain to people that he's drinking ginger ale, you qualify. I don't know why I did that. Who cares what you're drinking? It's very important to me to know that I'm not drinking alcohol tonight, right? Normal people do not do that thing, FYI, right? So I'm walking around this party, drinks I'm seeing others taking with impunity, having a good time, but I don't want to drink because I know I have consequence problems. I don't want to drink anymore. Remember, my first meeting, I was 16. I'm at that stage in my life where I don't want to drink. It's not appealing to me to drink. So I walk around this party. I remember the glass, the draft glass, and there's a big like A&W draft glass. I have ginger ale in it, and I'm holding it just, and I explain it to everybody. There's nobody to explain it to. Yes, we know you're drinking ginger ale, Tony. Good for you. So I'm sitting in this chair on the couch. I just remember like it was sitting on this couch with a flower pattern on it, the wooden table there with the lamp, and an armchair there. The guy comes in after afternoon, sits there, and I grab my glass because he's the only one I haven't explained I'm drinking ginger ale to. He sits there, he goes, what's going on? It was 11:15. I made it all night, 11:15. He goes, what's the same time it is now? Kind of weird. And he goes, he says, what do you drink? I said, I'm drinking ginger ale. He goes, oh, really? He says, want a beer? I said, oh, no. If I started drinking, there wouldn't be enough for both of us. He says, I got 6 flats in the back. I guess there would be enough. I went staggering out of that place at 6 in the morning looking for a cab with 2 beers leaving. And it was like, what the hell, right? So I went back to this meeting. They didn't know what to say to me. So then the guy goes, you suffer from a discipline problem. That's why you can't get sober. So I'm thinking my life in a Sagamore hotel. I got a beer in front of me, and I'm thinking, I got a serious problem. And it's not the allergy. It's not alcoholism. I have a disciplinary problem. That's why I can't get sober. So where would a guy get discipline? Waiter, I'm thinking about my life here. Big changes happening. I'm drinking this beer. Not once did my brain go, that's the problem, is the alcohol. So as I sat there and drank, we'll find out Bill's story, the fierce determination came back. I came up with a solution. I'm like, I joined the army. That was a big mistake. Anyway. So they talk about here, drinks they see others taking with impunity, without consequence. I can't not drink without consequence because I can't control the amounts I drink. So I don't have a consequence problem. I have an alcohol problem because if I can control the amounts I drink, then I can control the things I do while drinking. Makes sense? I didn't know that. After they have succumbed to the desire again, where does that happen? Thinking. As so many do, the phenomenon of craving develops after they take the what? Drink. They pass through a well-known stage of a spree, emerging remorseful. Any remorseful people here? With a firm resolution not to drink again. Firm. I mean it this time. I was lying the last 5 years, but I mean it this time. What I used to be like, what I continue to be like, what I was still like. I would come to the fellowship of AA thinking I found a solution for alcoholism, sitting in a meeting, listening to other people, applying something I didn't understand what I was applying, catching on a catchphrase, sobriety, praying in the morning, giving thanks at night, doing the serenity prayer, surrendering, doing acceptance, doing all these things that kind of infiltrated the fellowship of AA now as a solution to alcoholism. Nothing wrong with those things for people who have done the steps and can experience the way they were intended to. The guy who brought up the thing on acceptance did the steps. He talked about it afterwards. Right? The people talk about surrender, did the steps. They talk about this ability to shift direction and to apply other ideas. If you haven't got it, then you can't apply other ideas. In the first day, if you're surrendering, you're just surrendering to an illness. You're reconfirming that you're going to die. When I did that step 3, sitting in that hotel, in the bar, it didn't change nothing. Except I became acutely aware of my predicament. That I'd go back to AA and I'd probably drink again. That was my story. I'm going to die an alcoholic death. It's just a matter of when, not if. What else do you tell a guy in and out for 11 years? And it's best to keep on getting loaded, right? So then the doctor talks about he deals with people like us or like this, right? As so many do, the phenomenon of craving, they pass through a well-known stage of extreme emerging and remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again. This is repeated over and over unless this person can experience an entire psychic change. There's very little hope of his recovery or her recovery. What does over and over mean? It's going to keep happening. Whether I'm aware of the situation or not, it's going to keep happening. So what about when I come to an AA meeting? Does that mean I'm exempt from it happening again? No, which is surprising because we lead people to believe that now that you're here, boy, you're free from alcoholism. As soon as you walk through that door, you're good. You're going to be all right. No, you're not. Right? You're in a fellowship. You're at the airport. You don't have a travel plan yet. You're sitting there without an itinerary, right? You're the only one without a ticket. Everybody else but you is going somewhere. Where are you going? Back to the life you left before you came here. Right? This is just like sitting in the land of Oz for a couple minutes. We get to kind of, what it could be like. Give me enough time, I'll make it happen. Any chameleons in here? Yeah. Okay, so they talk about here, he talks about, unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, there's very little hope of his recovery. So he would have said, unless this person has surrendered, hit bottom, or learned their lesson. He says there's only one thing that he witnessed that seems to save these people from themselves. And it seems to consist on two ideas. The one is the message has to have depth and weight. Right? And their ideas must be grounded in a power greater than themselves. Right? He starts this conversation with this power. Right? And then as a result of that, they need to obtain this psychic change or spiritual experience. He's witnessed the elements of this thing that needs to happen for these people. And unless it happens for them, they'll go back to what they're trying to escape from. It's just a matter of time because they don't have a solution for the dilemma called who? Self. And the only solution that I've found that gives me any kind of sense of ease and comfort is relapse. I've had groups of people say to me, think it through, call somebody. You ever hear that stuff? Call before you drink. Think it through. Anybody ever hear that? Now, if you're dealing with somebody who's a little nuts, here's what you do with that information when you're a little not right with yourself and you're the only one that don't seem to know it. So I got this formula for alcoholism now. I'm going to call somebody, I'm going to think it through, and I'm going to remind myself that I'm alcoholic. I'm at work. I'm a saw operator. I'm trying to get sober again. Right? I just finished treatment. What was funny is when I'm at work and I'm going like this. The guy, I'm industrial saw operator, and he walks in, shuts the saw, he goes, German guy goes, what are you doing? I said, you don't see these fruit flies all over the place? I'm having a seizure. I don't know it. There's black dots of white all around it, and I'm like, and he shuts the saw off, and he goes real gentle on my shoulder. He says, you come sit over here, and you just cut these things till lunchtime. After lunch, you'll be all right, right? He knew there was a solution happening at lunch that I was unaware of. He knew I function better after lunch than I do before lunch, because if I smell like alcohol, they don't let me on the saw. But at lunch, you're okay to have a couple and work the saw. Get that one. Anyways, I'm suffering from severe alcoholism. So I go to treatment. I end up out of treatment. I'm at work doing all this. I'm getting nuts. The more sober I'm getting, the crazier I'm getting. I am getting nuts. But not on the outside. On the inside. On the outside, it's like, I'm sober. Yes. I get that solace, kind of almost monk-like. Yes, I'm letting it go. I'm surrendering. Don't mind the smoke. It's flames. They're going out. Like my eyes are spinning like two pinball machines. And I got acceptance. It's like I hear little bells go off every time I say acceptance is the answer to all my... And I'm batshit crazy. I had enough. I'm leaving work. I'm running down the street. I'm gagging. I'm dry heaving. And I'm thinking it's from the wind. It's actually, I'm experiencing like really bad anxiety attacks. Like I'm dry heaving. And when I'm running to the liquor store, it's like 10 blocks away. And I'm leaving work and I'm running and I'm crying. Like I don't want to drink. But I'm running this liquor. I go in the liquor store, I buy a 40-ouncer, and I put it in my coat in case the AA police see me. So I got it in my coat, right? I'm 20, probably 23. I got it in my coat, and I get out of the liquor store, I say, okay. I look around, I say, and then Maggie's going by in a streetcar in Toronto. She goes, Tony, right? And I go, Maggie! Right? And I got this thing. So my brain goes, you got to phone somebody. That's on the list, Tony. Phone Maggie. I get on the payphone. I phone Maggie. Maggie's not home. Maggie's on a streetcar. Check, I phoned somebody. I remind yourself you're an alcoholic. Tony, you're an alcoholic. Check. I get to this place. I put the 40 on the table. I take the lid off. I pour it into, I remember the shot glass. It was an 1.5 ounce shot glass with the white marker on it. I don't even know if they have them anymore. So it's kind of like I pour the shot and I said, okay, think it through. And I started thinking of the most horrific things I've ever done or what could happen. And then my brain says, you know, Tony, this is going to be really painful exercise. You better get a bigger glass. You better get a bigger glass because this is going to be painful. But not as painful as what I was feeling. So I took that, my solution was get a bigger glass, and I don't know what happened after that. Alcoholism. Then it took a whole series of events to get me interested in coming back to the fellowship again. Right? So that's what drinking, seeing with impunity. I've never experienced that change that they talked about sufficient enough to recover. So my experience in 11 years was what it was like, what it continued to be like, what it's still like. And so if you're in the fellowship of AA and you've been relapsing or know people who've relapsed, you've never experienced recovery on the level that they're talking about sufficient enough to feel the freedom from the disease of alcoholism sufficient enough to experience recovery on the level that he's witnessed. Does that kind of make sense? So that's the indicator that I've never really done what they've done sufficient enough to recover. That's pretty heavy when you think about it that way, right? And that's why most people, when they come back, they don't ask what I need to do. They tell you what they need to do because they're under the false impression that they had time before. You've had abstinence, but you've never had sobriety. So when you talk to new people and working with others, they say, I got 3 months before. No, you abstained before. You've never experienced the level of recovery that we're talking about. Because if you did, then you'd know where you went wrong the last time and you'd be able to correct that through spiritual principles or the application of these steps to not have that same experience later. But all you're left with is your own experience and trying to come up with your own understanding, and you don't have the message of depth and weight. Did I make any friends on that one? Yeah, okay, I thought I would. So then he goes on to talk about here that all on the next page is really interesting that they talk about here on 30. There are many situations which arise out of the phenomena of craving which cause men to make the supreme sacrifice rather than continue to fight. What is that? Suicide. Oh, they die of alcoholism. Right? A lot of people are doing time in AA. Right? There's a lot of people drinking that I know personally that can't make the effort necessary or get the change to happen to be here, as we have the privilege of being here to work on or to develop a way of life that frees us from what we're trying to escape, right? So they get into all the different types of people here, which is the classification of alcoholics seems to be most difficult. So a lot of people mistaken the personalities of alcoholics as alcoholism, right? A lot of people mistaken, I didn't pay my rent, oh, I'm an alcoholic. No, you're immature, right? Responsibilities and alcoholism is two different things, even though we're not very responsible people. Doesn't make you alcoholic because you don't pay the rent. There's a lot of people that don't pay the rent who are not alcoholic. Well, I didn't make it to work for the last 2 days. Well, there's a lot of people who didn't make it to work for the last 2 days who are not alcoholic. Well, I didn't make it to work last 2 days because I was drinking and I can't control the amounts I drink. Yeah, then you're probably alcoholic. Or I have all these emotional deformities, doesn't make you alcoholic. And they say all these at the bottom, all these and many others have one symptom in common. What's the one symptom that makes us alcoholic? The allergy. That's it. Now, I have a little more things to work on because me and my other buddy, there are those two, right? I have a lot of different life experiences that give me a lot more challenges or affects my thinking, or my brain's been damaged as a result of the stuff that I've put myself through that makes my perception a little more warped. That could be afflicted with the disease concept. I suffer from a little more things than most people, but I'm aware of that. But there's only one thing that makes me alcoholic, is the allergy. Now, they'll get into what a real alcoholic is later, but I cannot safely drink in any form whatsoever. Or these people can't safely drink in any forms whatsoever. So, all these and many others have one symptom in common. They cannot start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. This phenomena, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of an allergy, which differentiates these people and sets them apart distinctly. It has never been by any treatment which we are familiar permanently eradicated. Is that right? The only relief we have to suggest is entire abstinence, which makes good sense, right? Then he talks about here 2 people that were afflicted with this illness, that he watched this process happen. You hear a lot of people say, oh, the first part of the book only talks about step 1. You ever hear that? We're in a doctor's opinion, and we've covered the idea that there is a solution to this problem, what the problem is, and what the solution is to this. We're not even finished the doctor's opinion yet. Right? Now he's going to give two case studies that he witnessed who struggled with alcoholism, and they both agreed that they had this problem. They both agreed to the solution presented to them, and they both recovered as a result of the course of action they took. And he witnessed both of them. And then the one guy had grave emotional and mental disorders, but he also took the information as described in this book, applied it to his life, and recovered. It's pretty wild when you think about that, eh? In the last pages here, they both were afflicted with the illness of alcoholism. They both did the solution, and he witnessed both of them recovering from this thing that would have killed them on their own, kind of thing. So it gives a lot of credibility to this thing that's happening here. Anybody ever been through these things? It's pretty wild, right? The one guy said he accepted the outline in this book, and the other guy talked about however he did become sold on the ideas contained in this book. Both of them have the same experience. Alcoholism, how it affects each individual, or what it looks like, is it kind of separates us. If I talked about what it was like, not a lot of people would have identification with my life. But if I talked about what I was like, I'd have a lot more identification here with everybody. So we change things a little, right? Because a lot of people can't talk what it was like because they don't understand the symptoms of alcoholism. So they have to talk about what it was like. In order to talk about what I was like, I need to understand alcoholism, wouldn't I? To describe how that developed, the manifestation of that, and the progression of alcoholism. Wouldn't I need to understand that in order to talk about it? And the what happened part. Anybody read how it works here or hear it read? We change it. We change things so subtle and we don't pick up on it. Like a lot of people, when they read step 12, they change a word in there. If anybody had to guess, there's one word they change in there that changes the whole meaning of the sentence. Anybody's brains just went, I do that every once in a while. I kind of go from here to here. Welcome to my life. And, in how where it says, they talk at the end here, having had a spiritual awakening as the result. People change it to as a result. Does it change the whole meaning of the... Yeah, meaning there's more than one experiences for doing the steps. There's only one experience for doing the steps. Unless this experience happens, you're not going to be able to stay sober. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result, there's only one purpose for doing the steps, to have this experience. If I don't have this experience, as described in the doctor's opinion, what happens to these people? They keep drinking over and over and over. So in here, we see the doctor talks about what these people were like. They're afflicted with the illness of alcoholism. What happened is they did the work. They experienced this change, to have this psychic change that the doctor described necessary for these people to recover, and what their lives were like afterwards. So we see how it works. What we were like, what happened, is not my first meeting or my last drunk. And what it's like now. Anybody's brain just went, ee. So, what's the purpose of Bill's story then? I just gave you the answer. See what he was like, what happened, and what he was like after. I hear people say, oh, read Bill's story and try to find yourself. Anybody? I would have never found myself in Bill's story. The problem with trying to find you in a story is that's a very self-centered approach. If you're looking for you, which is our favorite topic, oh, I look for me, good, I'll read that story. You finish the end of it, I didn't find me anywhere in there. It's to see what alcoholism looks like in somebody's life. Let's look at what the doctor talked about. He gave us 2 case studies that he witnessed. Now, let's expand on these ideas of somebody who suffered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body and the recovery from that and then what they did to obtain that. That's a whole different approach, right? If I look at this as somebody who's afflicted with alcoholism, then I'm looking at the whole story. It's like if I said to you guys, hey, you know what? I'm in a movie and it's playing this afternoon over in the theater here. We're going to go look for me in it. Well, what part? I don't know. I'm in the crowd somewhere. Right? But I'm in there somewhere. So we're all going to go look for me in that movie. So the whole movie, would you see what's going on in the movie?
No.
You'd miss the whole movie. But you'd see, oh, there I am right there. And so at the end of the movie, you finish Bill's story, and at the end of the story, you'd go, well, what was the story about? What? You'd miss the point. So somewhere along the line, we change things, and nobody challenges why they changed it. I used to hear that all, read Bill's story, try to find yourself. How many people's heard that here? So we have heard that information. So we're going to work backwards a bit just because we'll have fun here. So let's go to there is a solution. You know what I love about this text is it tells you why you need to read something, the purpose of reading something, and the result of reading something. And it just doesn't Shanghai you. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't go, oh, let's start a whole new topic. I do that, but the book doesn't do that, right? It'll give you the purpose of what you just read or why you just read it. So if you're ever reading the book and you don't understand what's being said in that paragraph, look at the leading statements leading into it. It's a basic text. It's like if I had a math book and I went to school and there was no teacher at the front of the class and I opened up the math book and it was algebra, I had no idea, or multiplication, I wouldn't understand any of it. That's the how it works part. But if I went back to the beginning of the text and I started developing on the ideas being presented in the numbers and how this means this, and then I did the exercises leading up to that, by the time I got to the 5th chapter, I'd understand what they're talking about. And when other people in the class started asking questions around the math questions or scenarios, I'd understand more what I was talking about. And for those that I didn't understand, that means it would be farther in the book and I haven't got there yet. Or I'd need better clarification. Does that kind of make sense? So, let's see what the first paragraph says. It will just explain the purpose of Bill's story. Right? It says, we hope you've read Bill's story now and you've found yourself in it. Oh, that was the other book, sorry. A couple of people like, yeah. I see who pays attention. You know what I like? Hey, everybody's like, we reading the same book? No, I'm reading Ernie's new copy. He's hiding somewhere in here. Okay. We of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of men and women who were once just as hopeless as Bill. Nearly all have recovered. Nearly all have recovered. They have solved the drink problem. So they just told us the purpose of Bill's story. Right? Is that what I was saying the purpose of Bill's story was? Where did I get that information from? Right there. It's to see the hopelessness of alcoholism, the solution he found, and the recovery process as a result of that. So then they're going to expand on Bill's story. So when we go through Bill's story here, it's kind of really interesting. I'm going to hit on some highlights, and then we'll have a... Oh?
We're about 20 minutes away.
Okay, well, lucky you guys. Okay. Okay, so the purpose of Bill's story here is to expand on what the doctor was talking about, a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body that we got as the introduction to what this basic text is about, is to show us their experience, but we need to understand some ideas that they're being presented. So they just talked about, in the doctor's opinion, that the inability for these types of people to get sober, and that once they start drinking, something happens to them that doesn't happen to normal people, and they come to with a firm resolution not to drink again. The hopeless feature of alcoholism is they keep on drinking in spite of their experience with it. Anybody have that here? Anybody want to change their lives and find it only happens for short periods of time? Because we don't have the solution to deal with the dilemma called self. The internal mechanism, we can get the external going good. We get cleaned up, looking good, present ourselves better. But inside, it's still nuts. We're still crazy, but we don't know how to say nothing because everybody's well in AA all of a sudden. They got the 10-minute factor. 10 minutes before they get to the meeting, hi, I'm sober. Like, me to introduce you to me. Right? We're nuts. Like, we're a fellowship of crazy people. And we said, no, we're not. If somebody was to walk around with a dash cam following you around and you put your thinking on a loudspeaker, would it be the same person you present at those meetings? Oh, no. You're getting a filtered version. Right? You're getting the parts that escape. The rest is kind of all back there and it's contained in its right compartments. Because when I got here, I was on this side of crazy. Anybody? I went through a process to teach me how to disregard most of it and to live with the rest of it. So there's the process of getting on the right side of crazy. Today I'm on the right side of crazy. What keeps me on the right side of crazy is these principles. Because when I stop doing these principles, I end up back over here again wondering how I got there. Anybody? So I'm on the right side of crazy today, and I'm embracing it. I'm okay. When people go, how are you? I'm great for a guy in my mental condition. You people get it. Some people go, what do you mean? I don't talk to them. Because I can't explain to them. You people go, oh yeah, I got that. So the whole room starts laughing. Oh yeah, but don't tell nobody we're nuts. No, it's our secret, okay? So let's go through Bill's story. Oh my God. And we're just going to hit some highlights. Like I said, this is kind of when you read it or go through it alone, you kind of give a different aspect. So we talk about here, right on the first page, I discovered liquor. Anybody remember when they discovered the magic in alcohol? Oh, not my first drink, the magic. The magic when it kind of went boom, baby, I'm over here. Yeah, I remember I discovered it. Like I've had it, but then you discover it. It's like having a girlfriend before puberty and having one after. I discovered when boy meets girl. Anyway, yeah. Two different experiences. Then after that, some things don't need to be explained. That's kind of like us with alcohol. Nothing more magical. Never mind my first girlfriend. I remember my first magical drink. That I could describe in great detail. The magic I found in that relationship that formed, it started then. I found my true love. Finally, somebody that understands me. Anybody?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That took care of the crazy. I just, wow, the crazy's gone. I've become the crazy. Anyhow, I like this guy. Okay. So, let's go, and then it kind of went on. Next page, page 2. You see the BS starting already, eh? Are we not the best BSers, eh? He nearly fails a law course, but he's got the talk down pat to his wife, eh? Hey, you know, men of genius type minds drink like we do. Could you imagine that conversation? You get these people, oh yeah. Any good BSers here? Anybody ever formulate a story that you were even impressed with? It just spins, eh? You just start talking, and then you look for facial recognitions. They get it. Oh no, better not go that way. Oh, okay, go. And you just spin it as you go along. And then at the end you walk away going, that was wild. I can't believe that. You're so impressed with you after this. Never mind the poor people you're lying to. You just, anyways, moving on. Oh my God. Okay, I gotta say it. Though my drinking was not as continuous, it disturbed my wife. We had long talks. I mean, we just keep talking until they get tired of listening to us, eh? They really don't. It's like, okay, shut up. Okay. When I would still her for boys, what is that? Okay, by telling her the men of genius convinced their best projects while drinking. At the most majestic construction of physiological thought were so derived. Oh my God, I can't even pronounce half of that stuff. But this guy's just full of it, eh? Could you imagine, remember when people would say something to you about your drinking? Remember the first couple times? And if you couldn't get rid of them or stop phoning them, you kind of comfort them. Anyways. Oh my God. And then he fails a law course, nearly failed a law course here, and then on page 3, next few years through money and applause. I have arrived. Isn't that a wonderful feeling? Anybody remember that was the goal? Just to show these people how you felt about yourself wasn't true? I don't know why we spend a lot of time trying to convince people that don't matter of something that matters. Family reunions, anybody been there? Show and shine? It means you go represent the best part of you. I was the black sheep in the family. I wasn't the best part of me. I was at what everybody pointed at to feel better about themselves. What could be worse, we could have him for a son. So I wanted to go to this. I went to this part. I just went and seen my cousin, made amends to her last time I seen her. The family, it was almost 38 years ago. And I went to this party and I got a job at Douglas Aircraft, and I went in there like a big shot, because I was always the black sheep. I was always the one in trouble. So now I had one of the best paying jobs you can get. And I went in there, I was like 18. Just before 18, I was actually 17. I was the youngest guy to ever get in a union. And I went in there and I was making huge money at the time, considering what was going on. I went in there and I got all the bling. And I just went in there like a big shot at the beginning of the night. I have arrived, right? And I told him how great I was doing, and then I started drinking. At the end of the night, I was walking around with a 40 ouncer, and I looked at my uncle and I said, "Is this it? Is this being a man? Is this all there is to it?" I'm like bawling. I was like, I'm drunk, and I'm like, oh my God! I just saw those moments. Oh, I have arrived to. Oh, he's back. And then a whole bunch of other stuff happened, and oh my God, just burnt it to the ground. Eh? But I've always. I don't know why. I always wanted that feeling of showing them, whoever they were, right? Of those feelings I had for myself wasn't true. And I spent a lot of time thinking about people that I don't know would be able to associate to them, but it was always them, right? And then they talk about my drinking, assume more serious proportions, continuing all day and most every night. Yeah, that kind of made sense, eh? My friends terminated in a row. I became a lone wolf, and then on. And on, next page, abruptly in October 1929, hell broke loose. And they talk about here, I would not jump, I went back to the bar. When you look at the progression of alcohol, I don't know how many times I had a problem, I just went to the bar. I just sat there till the problem went away. Or the warrant came through the door. But whatever the situation, how many situations, if you drink long enough, that situation will go away. Stop becoming a problem. Job, relationship. Anybody? Just goes away, and then we blame them for it. Anyhow, talk about the next morning. I telephoned a friend in Montreal. That part of thinking was anybody. Like I said, I didn't make decisions. I weighed out the alternatives. He's sitting there. His life's gone to hell in a handbasket. Anybody's life gone to hell in a handbasket here? And you're sitting there, and you got to do something. There's nothing left you can do where you're at.
Found on the web for now.
Who? So there's nothing you can do about your situation, so you think there's got to be a way out of this situation. Anybody remember that? There's got to be one person I can call. There's got to be something I can do. What did Bill come up with? I have a friend in Montreal who has a lot of money. Money. I found my solution. I'm going to go help myself to his money. By the end, I had nobody left to call, right? Things were going. So they talk about here, liquor ceased to be a luxury, and see the progression happening. And then he said, nevertheless, I still thought, page 5, nevertheless, I still thought I could control the situation. And there were periods of sobriety which renewed my wife's hope. Man, isn't that our story? We come into AA and we get periods of sobriety. Anybody? Renews everybody's hope? How many people been there? Because we don't understand alcoholism, or alcoholism wasn't explained to us. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Relapse is coming. We're the only ones that can't see it. It's coming because we don't understand alcohol. We're understanding the enjoyment of recovery as expressed by everybody around us, and we become a part of the. You hear people say, "Oh, get in the middle." It ain't going to do nothing for you. Stay on the outside. People get you better there. Like when you're hiding, you can't hide in here. You need to become a part of it. You need the experience. Anyhow, gradually things got worse. And then he talks about here, I woke up, this had to stop. Anybody been there? I saw I could not take so much as one drink. He kind of realized when he took a drink, something happened to him that was different than other people. I didn't see that. All I knew is when I drank, I had consequences. And that's what he's probably saying. I can't even take one drink because of the consequence. But he don't know why he can't take one drink yet. Because nobody's explained to him alcohol. All he knows is associated with alcohol and consequences. Right? He doesn't understand alcoholism yet, but he knows there's a problem. Right? So I love this. I woke up, this had to stop. I saw I could not take so much as one drink. I was through forever. Anybody? And we get that impression that I should be able to keep myself sober based on my experience. We hear that. It's not an irrational thought. But if you don't understand alcoholism, then it doesn't make sense for people like us, right? It talks about I was through forever. Before then, I've written a lot of sweet promises. And you hear new people, we do that. We say we discredit the last time for our new experience this time, but it's the same experience. It just disguises itself differently because it's going to be the same outcome unless we're in the process, right? Before then, I've written a lot of sweet promises, but my wife happily observed that this time I meant business, and so I did. Does he want to drink?
No.
Does he have any ideas of drinking?
No.
Does he have an obsession to drink? He does not want to drink. I did not want to drink. So based on my thinking and my experience, I'm not going to drink again. Makes sense. Anybody? Anybody here new people do that? I'm never going to do that again. Yes, you are. You're going to do it 100%. Yeah, tonight, after listening to that guy, I'm out of here. Okay, shortly afterwards, I came home drunk. There had been no resolve. Where had been... simply didn't come to mind, right? So then kind of go on, page 6, it talks about here, page bottom 5, renewing my resolve, I tried again. Some time passed by confidence. Confidence began to be replaced by cocksureness. I could laugh at the gin meals. We hear that all the time. I have no thought of drinking. The obsession's left. I don't even want to drink. Anybody ever hear that? And then these people get loaded. So, and then we'll find out later that self-based recovery always leads to another drink. Right? Because experience is not enough to keep us sober. If it was, would Bill be able to get sober now? He should be able to get sober based on his determination, his ideas, and his desperateness, right? So we kind of go through here, and he talks about going through the hospital on page 7. Where he kind of learned about alcoholism. It relieved me somewhat to learn in alcoholics. The will was amazingly weakened when it comes to combating liquor, though it often remains strong in other respects. My incredible behavior in the face of a desperate desire to stop was explained. Understanding myself now, which is the first problem, understanding myself now, I fear forth in high hope. For 3 or 4 months, the goose hung high. You know what that means? The goose hung high. The prize goose, back in the day, they'd hang it from the window. Look what I got. So that was like, say, look how well I'm doing. When I talked that 3 months after 360 meetings in 90 days, the goose hung high. I talked about how great I'm doing. Right? Except why wouldn't I believe that? Does he want to drink here? Is there any thought of drinking? He's feeling really good about life, eh? Okay. And so, what happened? He drank again, eh? So then it talks about my brother-in-law, he went to treatment. Then he left. I fared forth in Ohio for 3 or 4 months. The goose hung. I went to town regularly, even made a little money. Surely this was the answer, self-knowledge. And we pass that off a lot in the fellowship of AA, like this is the answer, self-knowledge. It's enough to get you motivated. It's not enough to keep you sober, right? But it was not for the frightful day came when I drank once more. And so we see he goes to treatment there. And then he went back to treatment. Right? Second time. Page 80 is in treatment again, right? And they talk about here, I'm sorry, page 7, you see all the things that they talk about. This was the finish. I'm sorry, I'll just back up here. Surely this was the answer, self-knowledge, but it was not. For the frightful day came when I drank once more. The curve of my declining moral and bodily fell off like a ski jump. After a time, I returned to the hospital, which is the treatment center. This was the finish, the curtains. How many times is he in treatment now? 2. How many people have been in and out of the fellowship? Same kind of idea. How many people have been out of recovery homes or halfway houses? Same idea. Right? They have a desire to get sober, but don't find a recipe to get sober. Right? And that's what these studies are basis is to help get us to look at different things, to approach this differently. Right? Because if you're looking at the long game, how many people are looking for the long game? Leaving this earth sober. Right? Like making it to the Grey Cup, I call it. It's not winning the next game. It's not the short game. Most people look at the short game. I just need to stay so. No, it's the long game. I need to find a way in life that's going to take me to the Super Bowl. That when I look back over my life, it's going to be a life well lived. Right? That's the game here. That's the whole purpose, right? So he goes to treatment again, and then he leaves treatment. And then he knows why he's getting loaded. Trembly, I step from page 8. And I'm not even going to get into all these, but this has all the elements of those sayings that we hear in the fellowship of AA that give people the impression they should be able to get sober. It is not. Alcohol was my master. He surrenders to the idea of that, right? He had acceptance around his condition. He had willingness. He had all these elements that we hear that should be able to, but it's not. Alcohol was my master. He hit bottom. He has all those elements. But what's missing from this scenario? A solution. He has no solution of depth and weight that the doctor talked about that he needs to have. It's missing. He knows what the problem is, but the problem is not enough to keep us sober. So he leaves the hospital again. And then Buddy shows up to his door. Page 9. He shows up, right? And then they have this conversation. And in the conversation, what's really cool about this thing is that who called Bill? Did Ebby call Bill or did Bill call Ebby? Ebby called Bill. Ebby made the 12-step call. What was Bill doing? Dying of alcoholism. He's been to treatment twice. He's getting sober, getting drunk, getting sober, getting drunk. This is his experience. And this was a lot of people's experience. That was my experience for the first 11 years. Getting sober, getting drunk, getting so more desperate. But nobody carried this message to me. Ebby shows up to Bill. What was the first thing Bill noticed about him? There was something different about him. Right? Ebby didn't need to explain, hey, look, I'm sober. Bill goes, well, there's something different about the old boy was on fire. There's something different about his eyes. Right? He even acknowledged that a couple months prior to that, he was in a puzzle factory about to be committed for life in a sanitarium for shooting pigeons off the ceiling. Some people approached the judge, asking the judge to suspend his sentence. They 12-stepped Ebby, gave him some ideas that he put into practice. It was evident it worked because he carried that message to Bill. Bill seen that there was something about this guy. So as they had this conversation, what's really cool is we're going to cover a lot of ideas, but the first time they cover this idea is that, and also it's a change in our fellowship, and we got to get back to the basics. In step 3, we've allowed new people to change things that we agree with, and it's not the way it's supposed to be done. Here's where I'm going to make a lot of friends. When it says God as we understood him, who are they talking about? They're talking about God as we understood him. As who understood him? First 100 men and women, not as you understand him. You hear all the new people go, God as I understand. Your understanding's not working for you, and you're the only one that don't know that. Why would we qualify you to start thinking now? We haven't so far. Most, right? It's like, oh, no, you start thinking from here. No. Step 1 is not as I understand it, is it? Well, do step 1 as you understand it. No. You need to understand it the way we do. Step 2 is you understand it. No, as we understand it. Step 3, as we understand it. But your own conception of what we mean is yours. But the understanding is collective, it's ours. You need to understand the solution as we're presenting it, not as you understand it. First, you need to understand what we're talking about. And we see in Bill's story here, this is happening because Bill's idea of a power great. How many people have been through Bill's story? We see in this conversation here, Ebby's talking about his experience. Bill's having a hard time with his thinking in regards to the experience that's being presented to him, is he not? He can't get past his own thinking. So imagine going to Bill now, hey, choose your own conception. It ain't happening. Bill does not like any of the ideas he's coming up with. Oh, he even thinks, so to Christ, he was a great teacher. I take some of his teachings and the rest I disregard. It's like he's not qualified to start thinking now what's best for him. Right? And Ebby sees this. He says the best thing that ever happened. He says, why don't you choose your own conception of what I'm talking about? What's Ebby talking about? He's talking about this experience that he obtained going through a course of action. And the basis of that change, or the basis of the start, was the belief that there is a power greater than himself that he got access to or had an experience with. Because even Bill's seeing, he's sitting there going, there's something changed in him. Was there any more power in him than there was in me? No, but there's something. His whole idea about miracles were revised by the experience Ebby was talking about, which is pretty wild. So when you're talking about what it confirms here, it talks about on page 12, and we're probably getting, are they here yet with the lunch? Okay, good. So here, this when you see this, it's kind of like, oh yeah, I see what's happening here, and I see why the message is changing, because we're getting away from some fundamentals that is what this whole thing is built on. And you change these fundamentals, and you change the recovery rate. You change the recovery rate is because the fundamentals are being changed. And we're just going to have this, and we're going to look at this. So he talks about, my friend, see on page 12, my friend suggested what seemed the novel, like, why don't you choose your own conception of God? But they just finished having a big discussion, right? Right? Did they not? And Ebby's talking to him about his experience with this power. Did they not? So first, Ebby talked to him about the solution that he found. But Bill's having a hard time with the solution that he's being presented, or his own ideas. His own ideas before his friend talked to him about it. Right? So then we talk about here, that statement hit me hard. It melted the icy intellectual mountains in which shadows I had lived and shivered many years. I stood in the sunlight and laughed. It was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Nothing more was required to make my, what's that big word? Beginning. I saw that growth could start from that point. Upon a foundation of complete willingness, I might build what I saw in my friend. Would I have it? Of course I would. So what steps did Bill just finish doing? 1, 2, and 3. He did the first 3 steps. What's changed in his life? He knows what the problem is now. He knows that there's a solution, and that he could obtain it if he's willing to do what his friend did. That was the basis of it, to believe that there was a power at the basis of his friend's experience, and all he had to do was believe that this power could work for him if he was willing to do what his friend did. Would I have it? Of course I would. It was only a matter of being willing to do what his friend did to get what he's got. We're going to break for lunch. Alrighty, good lunch, awesome. It's where everybody gets to fall asleep after. So if you kind of looked at the handouts and you went to page 5 on this, you would see a lot of the stuff that we've covered, and in the book there's a lot more detail, but it has all the questions that we just asked, right? And so what happens is kind of, so when you're working with a new person or you're working on this alone, it just re-strengthens what the book's trying to tell you. So you're getting what they're trying to articulate or trying to get across to you. So you're not guessing the information, because a lot of times you could read the book, or you have somebody go through the book and they'll miss all the important stuff. Working with others, they talk about when you lend somebody a copy of the book, ask them to go through it. And if they want to continue, then you take them through it and highlight all the important stuff that they're hoping you would have got out of this thing. And so that's what these questions are. They're just talking about, right? What is the first portion of this volume describing? The AA Recovery Pro. So it's just, and all the answers are in here. So it's like building blocks. We were talking about that earlier, about building blocks. And if you've been around a little while, you're going to have a lot more information than most people. And we tend to tie things together more instead of like really keeping certain ideas separate. Like there's all the way through the book, there's different conversations where they're very specific about what they're talking about. And we'll see that as we go through this. So I'm going to get to a couple points. During lunch, some people asked me some questions about stuff that's further on in the book, and it's not so much here right now, right? So what happens is, if this is like building blocks, right? So the building blocks that they started with in the conversation, we'll just highlight some understanding is when they did the introduction here, what did they say this basic text was for? It's where the program of recovery was, right? And it's in the first portion. So it gives us an idea that what we intend to anticipate as we go through this. And then forward to the first edition talks about how many people put this together in their experience. And what did they put together? They put together a recipe based on their experience of people who are afflicted with alcoholism. Not only for the alcoholic, but for other people to comprehend the illness of alcoholism or those that may be afflicted, right? And so they talk about here, to show other alcoholics precisely how they have recovered is the main purpose of this book. Recovered from what? A seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. So that means they all collectively have the understanding of what the problem is, what the solution is, and the experience of going through the course of action. So we need to build the same building blocks that they have. So we need to start with step 1, move into step 2, and the course of action. So in order to get identification, the most important symptom that gets our attention without realizing it is the allergy, because we wouldn't have came here to Alcoholics Anonymous looking for a solution to a problem that we're able to manage. Because if alcohol still worked, how many people would still be drinking? Yeah, right? We found, and we realized what got our attention wasn't the allergy, it was the consequences. So if you could drink without consequence, how many people would be here listening? So we see what got our attention was the consequence of why am I having consequences all the time? Because I'm trying to manage something I can't manage. If I can't manage the amount I drink, can I manage the consequences? So I'm always going to have consequences. That makes sense, drinking with impunity. Okay, why can't I drink with impunity? Because I have a allergy. These people have. So that's an important factor to know. Because if I could safely drink, would you read the rest of the book? Right? So I need to get down. They need to get my attention first before they carry on with the rest of it. So they start with the allergy. So we get to Bill's story, which is an example of somebody afflicted with alcoholism. We see he's burning his life to the ground. He went through he's going to treatment for the 3rd time, right? But we see the conversation prior to treatment this time is he's being talked to somebody who has the experience of recovery. Not only did they have the same problem, but they found a solution to that because something was presented to them because he was about to be committed for alcoholic insanity. They asked the judge to suspend his sentence so they could talk to him about the solution they found. He applied it to his life. There was a change sufficient in his life. At 2 months sober, think about it. At 2 months sober to get on a plane to go talk to his buddy Bill who's dying of alcoholism. Did he ask Bill for permission yet? He showed up to help him. Most of us wouldn't go across town to help somebody. This guy got on a plane. Oh, go work the phones, I'm busy. Go do a 12-step. No. I do service work. Putting your own chair away is not service work. It's cleaning up after yourself. I do service work. I put my own chair away. Oh, good for you. We hand out medallion out at the next meeting. Okay, so, sorry, that other guy just showed up. You notice when he shows up? I just caught that. So I'm going to do a little prayer. Just back off as I'm talking. Okay, here we go. There are those two. We just showed up together. I'll try not to, we try to keep them apart, right? Okay. But I have a strong suspicion he'll be taking over every now and then. Okay, page 12. So this is what happens when you kind of realize what happens here. It's profound what's taking place, but you wouldn't be able to see it unless somebody explained it to you. The miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous is taking place here. And it's been happening since the beginning of time, but we've formulated it to benefit us. But this thing has always been happening, and they'll explain it later. Could you imagine? Bill's been through treatment twice. The second time in treatment, there was an internal desperateness that I can't say, I suspected that he'd never experienced before. Because the first time through treatment, he felt really good about the idea, right? And he left with a profound knowledge of himself, and surely this goose hung high, felt great. The second time in treatment, he's not feeling so great about himself. You notice that? The doctor says he's going to have to be locked up for deteriorating. Like he almost welcomed the idea. Like he's burnt his life to the ground. His wife, and you know the look of people, you know that concerned look anymore? That it's kind of like everybody's resigned to the fact that, you know, my son, my daughter, my husband, my kid, whatever, is going to die here. Anybody ever have that look or give that look or have that feeling? That's a pretty desperate place to be. But something hurt him in that moment. That he kind of, like what I talked about earlier, is like that cry in the wilderness when you hear somebody injured or a child that's in distress. When you hear that, you ever notice you become acutely more aware where that sound's coming from? It gets your attention. And that's kind of something that happens without our acknowledgement or recognition, is that desperateness down inside. Something takes place within us that moves beyond logic, and it starts to come from here. There's the questions in your mind, but then there's that deep thing down inside that almost buckles you over. The universe heard him. Call it prayer or whatever you want. Something inside said kind of what I wouldn't give to change my life. There's a willingness for something to take place. Here, shortly afterwards, Ebby shows up. The universe heard him and connected him with that moment. A moment. Two moments passed. And what he did with that moment is entirely up to him. But what happened in that moment is he got that gift that's available to each and every one of us that ever ended up in a meeting or ever had somebody talk to you. It connected you with that internal thing inside that wanted change. And that's how every one of us end up in a meeting. Whether we get connected with that force that will put us on a different direction, that is yet to be seen. But here he's being connected with that. And he's seen, which is pretty well what most people miss, because what we think we have to tell people is they have to have an understanding of God. And that's where the problem is a lot of people stumble with the idea of coming up with your own understanding of God. That's not what it says. It says you need to have this understanding of this power that changed his life. We need to understand this power that's available to us. When we get into it later, our more religious members call it a God consciousness. But the experience is the same between all of us, and we'll get into that later. So Bill's seeing this experience that was happening with his friend, and he talked about it was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Nothing more was required. Why was that the only thing necessary? Because he's seen that there was a solution available to him that he doesn't have yet, but he sees it's available to him because of his friend's experience. Not his ideas of God, but this experience. It's only a matter of believing that this is available to me. What a great place to start, eh? That's it. Do you believe that there is something greater than you? A power that could become personal to you. Remember earlier he got irritated with the idea? But he says, how about this experience I'm having? It's only a matter of being willing to do what I did to get what I got. Are you willing to do that? right? He talks about it. Nothing more was required to make my beginning. We'll see later, step 3 is the beginning. I saw that growth could start from that point upon a foundation of complete willingness. I might build what I saw in my friend. A willingness to do what at this time? A complete willingness to do what?
Whatever it takes.
Well, it's specific. Because remember, he's sitting talking to Abby. And here's where we got to remember this when we're dealing with new people. See the experience that's happening here? The new person, Bill, has no idea what he's really talking about. But he sees that there's something available to him. So we need to be very specific when dealing with new people. Right? Like it had to be with a very specific. Bill and Abby are being very specific here about the solution. How did Abby get this solution? Some people carried this message to him and showed him how to apply it to his life. He came to pass that experience on to Bill. What experience of doing this course of action that was presented to him that created a change, right? So upon a complete willingness to do what his friend did to have that same experience. Because his friend already explained to him what was explained to him. Does that kind of make sense? That's pretty wild, eh? So he understands this thing that happened in him, and it's only a matter of being willing to do what he did to get what he's got. Nothing more was required. Man, that's a whole different level of requirements, because in meetings now we've complicated the living crap out of this thing. Right? Okay. I might build what I saw in my friend. Would I have it? Have what? This experience that his friend has, to allow him the same freedom that his friend's experiencing. This thing that seems to happen inside him, that he's internally rearranged. Remember, he talked about, he says his friend, the miracle was sitting across the table from him. Would I have it? Of course I would. Did he say, I understand it? Does it make sense? He says, what I have, there's only a matter of being, of course I would. What step is that? He's making a decision to do what? No, he's making a decision to do the work. Would I have it? Of course I would. Well, without complicating it, right? At this stage in the game, he knows what the problem is, right? And he admitted his friend had the same problem. Yes, no?
Yes.
But his friend was having a different experience than he did. Why was his friend having a different experience? Because he did a course of action to allow him the freedom that Bill wasn't able to experience. So Bill was a little baffled by this. And he's saying, well, you know what? Obviously there's something going on with him. And I'd love this freedom that he's experienced because of his experience, remember, in the treatment center? So Bill's story is what he used to be like, what he's still like, and what it continues to be like, even though he has a full understanding of the problem and been to treatment twice. A lot of people are like that within the fellowship of AA. Right? Just missing the essence of the willingness to do the work. So all you're saying is if Bill did what his friend did, he'd get what he got? Yes or no? Yeah. That's it. So on the next page he says, so I think shortly after, I'm not too sure the timeline on that, but it's really relevant. At the hospital, I was separated from alcohol for the last time. Treatment seemed wise, right? There I humble. And so there he reconfirms his decision. But what really confirms his decision in the hospital that he made sitting at a kitchen table? What confirmed his decision? The action he took. Because a lot of people do step 3 and they haven't done step 3. What confirms step 3? The action. You don't do no action, you haven't done anything. Yeah, I hear a lot of people go, oh, I do step 3 every day. That's a nicer way of saying you do nothing. It's all on God. I'm just a victim in this whole thing. Nothing happens by mistake. Must be God. No. Oh, no, he's starting to show up again. Back up. We're not there yet. You come in later. Okay. So then he goes through this course of action at the bottom here, which is something we're going to expand on. It says, my friend promised, on page 13, my friend promised when these things were done, I would enter upon a new relationship. A new relationship, right? Not an old relationship, a new relationship with my Creator. That I'd have the elements of a way of living which answered some of my problems. Oh, all my problems. Oh, sorry. I was reading the book like it was me. Okay. Answered all my problems. What do you mean, answered all my problems? You mean this relationship with this energy or this power or this creator that Ebby was talking about, that I would answer all my problems? That's kind of mind-blowing when you think about that. All my problems. Right? The element which answered all, belief in the power of God plus enough willingness, honesty, and humility to establish the new order of things were essential requirements. And so as we go through here, because I want to get into the working parts really, really heavy later, but we see here he goes through the experience, and there's a couple things that are earmarks or tuning forks that you get to listen to once you go through this. If you haven't been through this and have this experience, you can't hear it or see it because you're looking with your own eyes and you're looking with your own experience. But once you step into the second fellowship, you hear and see things differently. How many people know there's 2 fellowships in AA? First fellowship is the one you come to. The second fellowship is the one we get you into. And it's the fellowship of the Spirit. And it keeps us connected in a way that's different. We are more in tune to you than you are to us. You see us as the enemy. Right? We reach in and pull you out of the shithole you're in. Sorry, I don't know if that's bad language or not, but either way. What do you think? No? Okay. Well, you just stay there. Okay, so what happens is Ebby reached into Bill sitting at the table, and he introduced him something that opened up a whole new realm for him. And he went through this course of action, and what confirmed that is this, a couple earmarks is, now Bill is not in tune to himself anymore, he's in tune to something greater than him. He has to check his newfound thinking with his new God consciousness. He moved from the traps of his mind on a previous page to a new experience at an eternal level. He was in touch, or he was connected to his conscience. That thing that we only got access to every once in a while. Remember earlier we talked about that thing that talks to us? What are you doing? There's a more like, we all kind of went, yeah. Now he's in tune to it. It's kind of connected to it. That was the first thing that happened as a result of this thing. He got connected with this source, this power source that now is personal to him, that Ebby experienced, he now has the experience. And then the second earmark that happens to everybody that's been through this and has this experiences, he started thinking how he could carry this message to other people. You cannot fabricate that, right? It's one of those shifts that happen in perspective that we can't create. Some people do the steps and it's still about them. They don't know that though, because they don't have any other experience. Then there are those who have done this work where it becomes about everybody but them. They're the third person on the list of requirements. It's my relationship with God, the people around me, and then me. To making sure everything's in check. My job is to be of maximum service to God and the people around me. And then I get to live a life beyond anything I could ever imagine. And if you haven't experienced that, you go with your own conception of that. And your own conception is not the same as the experience of it. It's like somebody talking about a drink and having a drink. 2 different experiences, right? And when you felt the magic in a drink, did anybody need to explain it to you anymore? No, and the people that did explain that drink totally undersold it. Right? It's like, first, would you like a drink? They underplayed it. Would you like some magic? Would you like a life-changing experience? Why, yes. Can you make it a double? Anyhow, so he goes through this, and it's great. And then on the next page, it confirms that, you know what, we're not in Oz. We're not on the yellow brick road here. We give people the impression, oh, you've done the steps. Oh, it's all utopia now. No, it's a way of life that works in rough going. If you're involved, there's going to be problems. Remember on the right side of crazy in the transition? It's all about staying on the right side of crazy, and the less people you involved with your thinking, the better you and everybody else is, right? Contain. Yes, contain. I was pointing at the other guy. Contain him. Sit back, relax. Yeah. So he talks about here, 1.5 years he was plagued, but he had a recipe. His anchor was in place. Right? Depth and weight. He was able to go back to the recipe that has sustained him to overcome self. He He was plagued with depression, and people around him were skeptical for a year and a half. A year and a half, we get people questioning us after 2 weeks, and we wonder what their problem is. You smashed my car up, that's my problem. Well, right? We're funny people, aren't we? A year and a half he was plagued, but he had a recipe that he put in place, and it was something that was passed on, and there's something now we're going to expand on all these ideas that are being presented. A little more of the problem, the body and the mind, a little more of the solution being presented, some examples of that. So we're going to expand on these things. So we got the numbers down. Now we're going to go into adding and subtracting. We're going to expand on these ideas. So there is a solution. So they talk about here is that there's so much stuff, right? But what they're talking about here, the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous is that somewhere along the line we've become problem-oriented. Anybody been to a topic meeting? Oh my God, let the pain begin. I mean, let the topics begin. And then it's not like we can have enough pain. We go, at the end of the meeting, when you're almost thinking about slashing, you weren't thinking about slashing before you got there. At the end of the meeting, is there any burning desires? Like, come on. How many people go, oh no, you didn't? Nobody puts up their hand. We do it, don't we? It's like, why would you do that at the end of a meeting? Oh, burning desires. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's my thing. He showed up again. So here, they talk about here is that we become solution-oriented. At the bottom here, they talk about the feeling of having shared in a common peril is one element in the powerful cement that binds us. But that in itself would never have held us together as we're now joined. Step one, what wouldn't hold us together. It gets us here, but it doesn't keep us here. Right? It's one element. The disaster of our lives is one element. The tremendous, is that a good word? Tremendous? Fact for every one of us, every one of who? Of those who have done the solution, right? Who put this thing together. And those who have since followed become of the same experience. The tremendous fact for every one of us is that we have discovered a common solution. We have a way out which we can absolutely agree upon, which we can join in brotherly and harmonious action. This is the great news this book carries to those who suffer from alcoholism. That is wild. When you it's reiterating that we all agree on some fundamental truths. What the problem is, what the solution is, and what the course of action is. Your idea of God is your business. We don't care what your views are. Your views on your God is none of our business. God, as I understand him, doesn't give you a right to take the meeting hostage to explain your views. The underlying fact is this power that we got access to that created a change. We could all talk at great lengths about that. If I started talking about my spiritual or religious views, how well is this meeting going to continue? And you started talking your views and your views. Now we're getting into ideas. Right? If we talk about the power that created the change that I got access to through this course of action that governs my life, and it's an internal thing that I got access to that created the change in my life, we could all kind of join there, can't we? It's like we talk about another way of looking at it, because I could just see the great thing about doing meetings like this, workshops, you can see they get stuck on certain ideas. Not like there's anybody in here being stuck on ideas. Just making that clear is, if we had a group on relationships, and we're all sitting around the table, and there was a priest at the table who practiced celibacy, non-marriage. And then there were two gay couples there, female and male. And then there was a couple other people having relations. And everybody was to talk about their ideas of relationships. It'd be quite the conversation, eh? And there was a couple religious people. How would that conversation go? Not very well. Wouldn't it? Now, if you started talking about your experience with relationships, when I thought about, interacting with these people and all that other stuff, everybody has an experience with relationships at that table. And you can talk at great lengths about that, right? Because we're joined, we're not separated by our ideas, we're joined with a common solution. So my own, even though, like my aunt, God bless her, I went and seen her, she's very, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's her thing. Like, I don't mind it. She's very old school, very strong, rigid Christianity. Rigid. No such thing as gay marriages, no such thing as out of wedlock. She just owned her own kids for being out of wedlock and living with people. She just won't allow them in the house. So imagine if she was sitting at one of our tables. Would you be able to have a conversation with her? No. So, but if you talked about this power that she got to experience, not her ideas, but this power, would you be able to have a conversation? Be able to have a conversation? And that's what they're kind of talking about here, is we see the common ground. And I don't get stuck on my ideas, but I talk about the experience. And if I haven't experienced yet, then I need to find a place where I could find that experience, move past my own thinking like Bill did to experience what you're talking about. Because if my experience is getting in the way of my development, I need to be willing to look at things differently. Because if I don't look at things differently, it's going to cause my own demise. Right? So alcohol makes me willing. And same with the other thing. Based on 29 years, coming up to 29 years of sobriety, I have my own religious ideas or spiritual ideas and teachings and practices. If I discuss that here, how well would I be for the new person or person who has yet to find this? It'd be the same discussion that Ebby was having with Bill. Bill would be struggling with the religious ideas instead of the experience. Right? So I always come back to the basics. Because it's secondary what my experience is at 29 years and my ideas about this. I need to get back to what started this. What is the basis that never changed? Anyways, that was my rant for 2 minutes. So they're going to build on this thing here. Page 18. It tells us again what this book is about, is to educate us, right? We hope this volume will inform and comfort those who are or who may be afflicted. There are many high competent psychiatrists who have dealt with us have found it sometimes impossible to persuade an alcoholic to discuss a situation without reserve. One is because we don't tell on ourselves. When you ask an alcoholic a question, it's kind of like this: is there any witnesses? No, then I'm not telling you the truth. Not only am I not telling you the truth, it's because I don't know what the truth is. I've been able to keep myself from the truth for years, because if I knew the truth as you've seen the truth, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. So when we go to a doctor goes, how much do you drink? A couple. What's a couple? Whatever it takes to get the edge off. Like, I really did not have a clue how much I drank. I never kept track. I remember one Sunday morning I got out so hungover. Oh my God, I'm almost dead. Anybody ever been there? Like dead. It's like, oh, bathroom, fridge. That's all I need. Bathroom, fridge. Okay. I go open the door to the fridge. I think, great. I had a quarter of hash left. Stay there. And I had 8 beers in the fridge. I think that's more than enough to last me till the afternoon. So I sat down and so I'm watching TV and I was just, oh God, I'm dying. And I went back to the fridge. I don't know, it didn't seem that long. And there was only 1 beer left. I thought, who's this? Who's been taking my beer? That's what I thought. I checked the door. I was thinking, where did all those beers go? 8 used to be enough to be more than enough. And then it wasn't enough. That was just the starter kit. And I was just starting to feel better. 8 beers to start my morning off. My stomach was feeling better. I could be a little farther from the bathroom. The day didn't look so bad. The sun was going down. Open the curtain, still sun, close the door. Yeah. I was making my arrangements for the night, Sunday night. I had to go to work Monday, so, I was just going out for a couple. Anyways, whatever. So I didn't know the truth about my own story, so how am I going to tell you the truth? By the time my life got my attention, it was serious. When your life gets your attention, you notice it's serious. Before that, it wasn't serious. Saturday, it wasn't serious. Friday, it wasn't serious. Sunday, oh, it's serious. Weren't you doing the same thing? Yeah, but I was unaware of what I was doing till self told me what I was doing. Now we're in conflict with each other. You ever argue with yourself? You ever call yourself names? You ever wonder who you're arguing with? Who's arguing who? You ever lose an argument to yourself? Yeah. See, these are conversations you can't have with normal people. You ever notice that? Hey, have you ever lost an argument to yourself? Oh, no. Get up, move the bus. Okay. Here we go. But the ex-problem drinker, squiggly writing must mean something. But the ex-problem drinker who has found this solution, not a solution, this solution, who is properly armed with facts about himself. What are we being properly armed with? About what? Meaning specifically.
Allergy?
Yeah, alcohol, step one. I need to understand what makes me alcoholic. So on the board, you see, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. So what people ended up doing is, because they don't understand what's in here, they're interpreting what's up there. They improvised what that means, expanded on it, and those that are hearing it don't know that they don't know what they're talking about. They sound like they know what they're talking about, and they start talking like them. That way they think, does that kind of make sense? So what does that translate to? I'm a new person. I have no idea what's going on. I don't like the idea that I don't know what's going on, but I don't know what's going on because I know all-knowing. Give me 2 minutes, I'll figure it out. I'll listen to two people share, I'll pick up on that dialogue. So I heard this person share on something that I don't know. They don't know what they're talking about, but they've said it in such a way they sound like they know what they're talking about. Anybody been there? Some people laugh. So I'm sharing what that person just shared at the next meeting. Like I came up with the idea. The airport, right? Oh, this is what I think it means, and I look up at the board. Oh, we're powerless over everything. Yeah, that's what step one says. We're powerless over everything. Give me your wallet. So, but we just kind of, we don't know what they're talking about. Who's making that statement? We admitted we were powerless over alcohol on this first step on the wall. Who makes that statement? First 100 men and women. Do they know what they're talking about?
Yes.
Do I know what they're talking about? No. Well, I know what they're talking about sitting in the meeting looking at the board. No. If I did the steps off the wall, what would I have? Off the wall sobriety. I'd have off the wall sobriety. You ever know people that have off the wall sobriety? Don't point at anybody. Okay. So they talk about here facts, probably armed with facts about himself, can generally win the entire confidence of another alcoholic in a few hours. Until such an understanding is reached, little or nothing can be accomplished. What are they talking about? That means my story is going to be continuously the same until I understand what I'm afflicted with. If I don't understand what I'm afflicted with, then any solution will make sense. And I'll formulate an idea based on a misunderstanding that I'll apply to make myself better from an illness that I don't comprehend, and I turned it into a behavioral problem instead of an illness. Behavioral problem sounds like this. My old behaviors are coming up. You ever hear that? They're not old behaviors if you're still doing them. Oh. Wow, FYI. kind of, wow, sets me back a bit. If you're still doing something, is that old or new? I'm going home to sit on my old couch. No, it's still your couch. You have a new couch? No, then it's still your couch. If you sit in the other chair, does that mean you no longer have a couch? The couch is still there, you just haven't sat on it in a while. This kind of like old behavior kind of thing. I'll get into that later. We'll hold off on that. Okay, just relax. Okay. So sticking with the building blocks, so that telling me unless I understand alcoholism from their point of view, I'm not going to find this experience that the doctor's talking about because I won't see the need of it on the level that they explain it as a solution to my dilemma that I don't understand. Because common sense and application and self-will should be able to keep me sober based on the understanding of alcoholism from 98% of the people I hear in the fellowship. Self-reliance should be able to keep me sober. But that's not my experience. Once I learned this, I kind of went, whoa. From their point of view, I kind of went, whoa. We're going to get the whoa factor as we go through this because we're just starting here. On the next page, it reiterates that. Page 19. They talk about here many. Okay, up here, right? So they're talking about 12-step work here and expanding on this solution and stuff like that. And they talk about here, if we keep on the way we're going, there's little doubt that much good can result. But the surface of the problem would be hardly scratched. Those of us who live in large cities are overcome by the reflection that close by hundreds are dropping into oblivion every day. And even in the fellowship of AA, there are people dying of alcoholism in AA. They're coming to AA looking for a solution to a problem they don't understand. And they're not finding it here because we're moving away from the solution. How do you know you're moving away from the solution? Because 90% of the people in our fellowship don't have book-based sobriety. I'm not saying they didn't have a religious experience or don't have God or some ideas that they put into practice that are able to keep them sober, but they're not able to transfer that experience onto other people. My dad, I love him with all my heart. He passed away. He had a spiritual experience. He has a religious-based ideas and applications that I wasn't able to obtain. I tried to get sober the same way he did by sudden spiritual experience and maintain that through going through the Bible. I wasn't able to do that. Does that diminish his experience? No. But he couldn't carry that experience to me. So he watched me dying of alcoholism, and he was helpless to do anything about it. My other brother, he would have been a year younger than me. We buried him at 32. It's baffling to understand that when you have this spiritual experience, why you can't have it. Just surrender, get God, just get, whatever, without getting into any specific. There's nothing wrong with those things. But I need to be able to pass my experience on to you if you're going to get well. And that's what they were talking about earlier. Those ideas weren't working for all of us, but they found a solution that did work here. And they talk about here, so many could recover if they had the same opportunity we have enjoyed. Many could recover if they had the same opportunity we have enjoyed. What opportunity are they talking about? Meetings?
No.
Fellowship?
No. The program. And knowing your illness.
Well, what we're doing here, we're doing the book, in the book.
The program.
Yeah, the program. But see, a lot of people understand what you mean. We understand what we're talking about. But unless somebody is educated, we were talking about that earlier. It's so subtle how things change, right? Because maybe once upon a time, those who've been sober before dirt, right? It was one and the same back then. The program and the fellowship were one and the same, but still they made the distinction between the difference, right? There's always been a distinction between the difference, but we've started making it one and the same. So the only person that don't know it's one and the same is a person that haven't, like myself. I'm dying of alcoholism in AA thinking I'm in the program. That's why I thought meeting makers make it. The reason people get loaded is they stop going to meetings.
Just go to meetings and don't drink.
Yes, that works in between drinks. You notice that? It does work in between drinks. My cousin, I go to him, trying to talk about it. He says, no, I'm doing great. He says, I got 6 months now. I said, including weekends? You know that counts, including weekends. So anyways, what is the same. So what happens is, since the first 100, Ebby had an experience, he passed that on to Bill. Bill obtained that experience going through it, and then he passed that on, until it was passed on to George. So the first 100 men and women, the lineage is it went to George. He went through this. This is my take on it. This is my sponsor. I'm sponsored by the information in here. My sponsor guides me through this. He takes me through this. In working with others, they talk about give them a copy of a book. If they want to go through it, take them through it. If you haven't been through it, then you can't take them through it, can you? That's how you know if you have this or not. If you can't take somebody through it, then you don't have this, but you have a form of it sufficient enough for you that may kill somebody else, right? So when you come to AA, you should be offered the solution of Alcoholics Anonymous. Nothing wrong with treatment centers, but that's not our solution. Their solution is not ours. Novelco's is not ours. Back to basics, that outside book that a guy formulated is not ours. All these things that genius type minds put together to enhance their sobriety is their idea, it's not ours. Novelco is not our idea. The Little Red Book, nothing wrong with those that want to do that, but it's not ours. Right? The 12 and 12 is not the program of recovery. It's not the information on how to do the steps. I didn't know that. The 12 and 12 was designed as Bill's experience of 13 years of application, having done the steps, and how to enhance that and better carry this message when working with new people, and a vehicle for the 12 step, 12 traditions. I didn't know that. It's one man's experience of having 13 years of sobriety. How many people knew that? I didn't know that. I was told that's how you do the steps. So, when they go through this, they're talking about many could recover if they have the same opportunity we have enjoyed. How shall we present which has been so freely given? We have concluded to publish an anonymous volume setting forth the problem as we see it. Are we getting into that? Yes. We shall begin to bring to our task a combined experience and knowledge. This should suggest a useful, what's that big word? Okay, for anyone concerned with a drinking problem. And so again, they reiterate what this is about. So let's kind of go through this here. And then again, on page 20, you may have already asked yourself why it is that all of us became so very ill from drinking. And so then again, it tells us what the purpose of the book is, right? What and what I have, if you are an alcoholic who wants to get over it, you may already been asking, what do I have to do? Page 20. It is the purpose of this book to answer such questions specifically. And then they kind of go into this discussion here, right? So then they talk about the different types of hard drinkers that come into the fellowship, and there's nothing wrong with that. What is the only requirement for membership here? Desire to stop drinking. A lot of people are able to get sober on their experience. What happened is their last drunk. Hitting bottom. Surrendering. People get sober that way. I cannot get sober that way. I've tried. Praying in the morning, giving thanks at night. I've tried all that. Acceptance. Holy smokes, that's the new thing. They got that crap running down here too? I mean, they got that stuff running down here too? See how we go? We got a whole book put together. No, let's go to a personal story in the back. And this guy put some fluff together. Sounds like a great idea that we could put into practice. Totally not understanding what he was saying, but it sounds nice saying it. Well, your problem is acceptance. Shut up. 417ers. Yeah, you know, like we like that stuff, right? And I'll get into that stuff later. Or the other one I like, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. You know why they didn't finish that sentence? You know why? You know what that actually means? As a result of all the stupid shit you're doing, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Where else would you be doing, living the life you've been living? Where else do you expect to be? That's what that means. You're exactly where you're supposed to be, left to you. But we don't finish that statement because it causes too many fights in AA. We just hope you'll figure it out later. I know, making friends again. Okay. So page 21. And they're talking about also the people that are given good reason. If a significantly strong reason, ill health, falling in love, or change of environment, or warning of a doctor becomes out, this man can also moderate, although he may find it difficult or troublesome, even need medical condition. But see, some people can moderate. Like my two daughters, they had one episode, they drink less. I don't know how they can do it, they can drink less. Right now, they look like they're able to moderate. I know other people, like my sister, just quit. She just don't drink no more. And she seems relatively normal, unless you followed her around with a webcam, you'd realize she has other problems. And we discussed that earlier, is that she still has the human problems. She just didn't find alcohol to solve it. Right? For us, we think the alcohol solves the problem, but it creates more problems, but we don't care. Anyways. So then they talk about, what about the real alcoholic? And they kind of get into this, so they're going to look at certain symptoms. And then they talk about here, on page 22, I like the high-powered sedatives. Anybody got good doctors? Those good friends at the bar. How did you get those pills? They're so good. Oh, just go to a doctor and say this to them. But make sure you look a little distraught. Anybody ever get worse as they walk closer to the doctor? 5 minutes before they're, what a beautiful thing. Oh, get closer to the doctor. Not too much. You don't want to put them, you don't want to get committed. But just enough where you get a prescription. We're good, eh? Anybody? Anybody in school ever just pretend they're sick enough to leave? But not sick enough for them to call home? We work at it. Anybody, any workers here? Oh yeah, this doctor's a hard doctor. New doctor. Anyways. Okay. So, they're talking about here, as matters grow worse, right? And they're talking about finding ways to drink, and I understand that, right? Like like I said, I couldn't work the saws, so I have to smoke something to keep my nerves regulated, right? Because my stomach couldn't do pills very well, right? I can't do pills. A lot of people are able to do. So I get a combination of things just to take the edge off. Any edgers here? And I would know what kind of day I'm going to have by opening my medicine. Is it a tequila and kind of Tylenol 3 kind of day? Or is it kind of like a bit of this with a bit of that? Is a bit of this? Like I was nuts when I got here. When I read the 12 and 12 and they said, now the acid test, I said, I'm going to like this place. That's not what they were talking about. Things had to be explained to me. When Bill landed on the rocks, I thought he was talking about, God, the guy did coke too? I said, no, that's not what they're talking about. So a lot of things had to be explained to me because I know it's hard to believe looking at me. I was nuts. I was nuts, and I'm trying to, I don't interpret things very well. When you talk, it goes through my filter and it comes out not very good. Like a small example. I used to read How It Works. If you want what we have. And that other guy I talked about, those two, he would say, not if it took penicillin to get rid of it. That's what my brain would be saying as I'm in a meeting smiling. I'd be like, and then it reads step 6. I think there goes half of the room. Step 7, there goes the other half of the room. You guys would be talking, I'd be interpreting what you're saying. And it came out like Jack Nicholson's Yellow Bus. You ever seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? That's me and my brain on the bus. We're going fishing. Yeah. Just act normal. Okay. in a meeting, I got Jack going on up there with all the guys. Everybody see that movie? Yeah. Is that not our thinking? Remember the guy's batshit crazy, just I'm professor. And then as soon as he mentioned that name, he did look like a professor. He could pull it off. It's just, anyways, moving on. Sit down. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So then he talks about why does he behave like this? Okay, this is by no means a comprehension of the true alcoholic, as our behavior patterns vary, which is true. But this description should identify him roughly. And the identification is that when he took a drink or she takes a drink, something happens in them. If I told you the stuff I did while drinking, you'd feel better about your drinking. I've done stuff, my 11 years, what got me back in AA is the stuff I did while drinking. I've done horrific things that I've even questioned myself. I've had friends that I travel with question me. Why did you bite that stripper? I don't know. I didn't know I did that. By the time the security showed up, I just showed up. We all showed up together. I didn't know what was going on. And by the time you explained to me the situation, I knew I was in trouble. By something obviously I did that I didn't know what I was doing, that somebody talked me into doing because it made sense at the time. Anybody have those stories? Anybody ever come to and they're explaining a horrific story and then you realize you're the one they're talking about? Why are you looking at me like that? I just showed up too. I was like, what the hell's going on? Okay. Why does he behave like this? If hundreds of experiences have shown him that one drink means another debauch with all this attended suffering and humiliation, why does he take that one drink? We could sit here for hours. Anybody got humiliating stories? I still sometimes drive by places and I get that feeling for me. Oh my God. At the time I wasn't having it. But now I think, oh my God, you did that. I can't believe you did that. Oh my God, came two on the stage stripping. Oh, thought I was a Chippendale. It was brutal. Came to, back to AA. Why are you back here? Bad night. Bad night. Methamphetamine rental. It was like George Stanza. You ever see the swimming pool episode? It was like, yeah, I'm up there. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I come to in the middle of stuff. Anybody?
Yeah.
And some things are all right, and other things are, please let me go back into a blackout. Okay. Oh, why can't he stay on the water wagon? What has become of the common sense of willpower that he still sometimes displays with respect to other matters? Perhaps there never will be a full answer to these questions. Opinions vary considerably as to why the alcoholic reacts differently from normal people. Not for us, though, eh? Okay. We are not sure. Once a certain point is reached, little can be done for him. We cannot answer the riddle. We know that while the alcoholic keeps away from drink, as he may do for months or years, which we're able to do, right? Excuse me. Months or years, he reacts much like other men. Well, not me, but other people, okay? We're equally positive that once he takes alcohol whatsoever into his system, something happens both in the bodily and mentally sense, what makes it virtually impossible for him to stop. Stop what? Drinking. Right? Once he starts and he can't stop from starting. Right? Because he's able to go months or years and then he takes a drink again. He's able to keep him sober. We're able to keep our sober based on experience. Anybody here? And then something happens. We think it makes sense based on the doctors find out we're irritable, restless, and discontent, or there's no thinking whatsoever. We take a drink and then we're off again. 11 years. Like I had 11 good enough years to come here, but nothing sufficient enough to stay here. That change never happened. But I always thought I experienced a change because I felt different about my life. But it's not the necessary change that they talk about. So now they're going to start a whole new conversation here. When I discovered this page, I've never heard it really talked about. So I was 16 years sober when I discovered what they're talking about on here. And it's my view based on what I think they're saying here. If you have a different view, that's okay. But when I found this, I kind of went, eureka, holy moly. I can't believe, now I know why people don't talk about this. And I'll tell you why they don't talk about this page when we get down to it. I thought it was a huge discovery, like they hid it in there, they added this page somewhere along the line. I just didn't see it. And when I seen it, like a lot of the stuff, I kind of went, whoa. Whoa, because the people, like I learned carpentry, and I never surpassed the people that taught me until I started developing my own trade, right? And then after a while, I surpassed them from the level where they taught me their skills. And then as I continued, I got better in the trade than some of them. Does that kind of make sense? And that's kind of like here, is those that are teaching us can only teach us what they have experienced. And you'll see what they're talking about, then you need to have your own experience. And as you continue to read this, you'll see there's really heavy-duty building blocks in here, right? So let's kind of look, let's see if you can see what I see. If you don't, that's okay. So they talk about the experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this, right? So if I never took the first drink, I wouldn't set the terrible cycle in motion, right? Like I'm allergic to pistachios. When I got diagnosed with that problem, I've never eaten them since. But I've eaten them long before I suspected there was a problem with them, but I didn't understand the symptoms. They were always there, but I didn't understand them, right? And so by the time I had a sufficient allergic reaction to them, it didn't matter the first time I ate them. A lot of people talk about the first drink. That's really second. Is the first time you felt the magic in a drink is when alcoholism really starts. It's not the first time you have a drink. It's like the first time I ate pistachios, I didn't have a problem with them. The first time I experienced a symptom with them, I looked back and I said, oh yeah, I had this little throat thing. I thought I had a cough or a cold. I never really associated it with the pistachios. And as the years went on, got to a place where my throat was closing, and I drove myself to the hospital. And they explained to me that I'm having an allergic reaction to the pistachios I was eating. And as she explained it to me, she didn't need to explain it twice. Because when I got there, they hooked me up to machines and IVs and stuff like that. They didn't like the idea that I drove myself there. I told her I've driven in a lot worse conditions. She didn't find that impressive either. And when she explained to me my situation, how well do you think I listened? I watched her lips move as she explained to me my problem. And it tuned out all. She didn't have to explain it again. Then she told me about the EpiPens, how to use the EpiPen and all that other stuff. Ask me how many times I've eaten pistachios since that situation. None. Ask me if I would have ate them twice since then. Who would I be talking to, a doctor or a psychiatrist? Yeah, well, a psychiatrist. So why are you eating them again after the experience you've had with them? Yes or no? Right? So it's secondary now that after the second time eating the pistachios, after you have an experience, there's something the matter with me psychologically. It's no longer the physical aspect, that's secondary. Because if I never ate the pistachios, would I have a reaction? Then I wouldn't have a problem, right? But if I keep eating them, is the problem that I'm allergic to it, or the problem is there's something psychologically wrong that keeps me going back to it? Yeah, but we don't like that part. I don't like that idea. I like the idea that my illness is in the parking lot doing push-ups. I don't like it, it's here. I don't like it, I'm the problem. How many people like that you're the problem? No, I never see hands. No. Okay. So they talk about it. These observations would be academic and pointless if our friend never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. True or false? True. Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind. Shit. I know you guys had that look, right? I just thought I'd say it for you. If the main problem centers in the mind, how much trouble are you in? Because what's been tricking you or outthinking you most of your life? My thinking. But who's the only one? How many people would have came up with that idea? Oh, my problem, sitting with your buddies in the bar. It seems, Fred, my main problem centers in my mind. I keep on going back to this drink when I know I shouldn't, because when I drink, I have a phenomenon of craving based on this allergy-based illness I seem to be suffering from. And it looks like I'll need to experience an entire cycle change if I'm going to be free from this. What do you think? I'll order a double. How many people have had that conversation in the bar? I've never come up with that. We've come up with a lot of ideas why I have this problem, and this isn't one of them. Okay, we're going to have fun now. If you ask them why you started on last spinner, the chances will offer you one of 100 alibis. Anybody remember last time they got loaded? Did you tie an excuse to it? It's because. You ever hear people that get relapse? It's because sobriety. What do you have? Because. I have circumstantial sobriety. What happened? The circumstances weren't right, therefore I have no sobriety. The circumstances are right, then I'll have sobriety. You hear it? If I'm getting loaded because of external circumstances, is that not circumstances of sobriety? But I need to tie a reason why I'm getting loaded. Like there has to be a reason why I'm getting loaded. Because I can't understand why I'm getting loaded. Has to be, like my childhood, has to be. Well, let's go over your childhood. Oh my God, yeah, give me a drink. Okay, sorry. Okay. Some of these excuses have a certain plausibility, but none of them really make sense in the light of the havoc the alcoholic drinker creates. True or false? My relapses got worse. When I said that'll never happen again, I was 100% correct. It got worse. Those things never happen again. Okay, they sound like the philosophy of man. They kind of go through this. I like this one. You know why we don't ask a lot of new people questions? Because they start lying. They don't even know they're lying. I didn't know I was lying. I thought when I got here, my biggest asset was my honesty. I created such a haze of deceit, self-deceit, and like I didn't have a clue what was going on. I just start lying, and it wasn't a lie to me. It was the truth to me. But everybody that knew me knew it was like, what? But stick to your story, right? Is there any witnesses? No, then that's the story. And if I'm the only witness, I'm not telling on myself. Okay. Once in a while, he may tell the truth. And the truth, strange to say, is he usually has no more idea why he took the first drink than you have. Some drinkers have excuses which they are satisfied part of the time. Anybody? Right? But in their hearts, they really don't know why they do it. When I look back over the 11 years and the havoc and the pain and the agony I caused my kid, like beforehand, like the people associated with me and my lifestyle, it just baffles my mind what I've done to those people, places, and things. But I had really no scope of the level of impact my life had on all these people, because I was in total. I couldn't see it myself, because I had moments of clarity which sought help, where I came into the fellowship of AA when I had those moments that I couldn't continue that way, but I continued that way for long periods of time where I couldn't do it anymore. And I'd come in here, seek some help, not get the solution necessary. And this is what they talk about here. So, but in their hearts, they really do not know why they do it. Once this malady has a real hold, what malady? What was that? Spiritual malady. How many people say spiritual malady? How many people not getting involved? Okay, this is a participate. You got to have one or two answers, because I'm gonna.
And the allergy or the physical?
What? So how many people say the allergy? Once this allergy has a real hold, they're a baffled lot. 3. How many? 4. How many people say spiritual malady? How many people don't have an answer? Right on. So what they're talking about, this is going to be the hard part. So, one conversation is in regards to the allergy, right? There's a few conversations.
Yeah.
So it's the allergy. They're saying, if I never took a drink, I'd never trigger the allergy. So they're saying, that's not the problem anymore. So we'll put that aside, because I keep taking a drink. So we're going to start a new conversation. And in this conversation, right, remember there's leading statements into this. So if you want to know what they're talking about, you got to go back up the page and see what conversation they started. Does that kind of make sense? You can't take, like a lot of people will take a paragraph of something and run with it, but they don't look at the paragraphs leading into it and following it. Because, right? So here we need to look at the whole thing. So they're saying these at the top of the page, these observations would be academic and pointless if our friend never took the first drink. True? Therefore, setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind. So we're going to have a new conversation now. Pardon?
The obsession.
The obsession. Does it say that there?
No, read it down, it's all in
No, but does it say the obsession there?
the. No.
No. Okay. So we're starting a new conversation. Is that an old conversation? The obsession?
I don't know, have we talked about the obsession
No.
yet? No.
Not yet. So we're going to stick to where we are. Remember, we're going to look at new ideas here. You could formulate any thought you want. That's the beauty of this thing. But we'll just look at what they're talking about here. This is going to be so what's that set-aside prayer? What's that? Anybody ever hear that?
I think I know.
Yeah, but we don't like that prayer. We only like it when people agree with us. But when we hear something we don't like, is no. Forget the prayer. Put that shit aside. Hey, we're not very open-minded people, are we? How many people, when I notice you don't have to put up your hand, when I'm talking about something you don't agree with, you start agreeing with what you agree with and you're not listening anymore? There's a couple in here. Oh, well, how did you know? Right now. Okay, so let's just come back here and look at the book. Okay, let's just stick right here. What page are we on? Page 23. Can we be on page 23? Yes. They started a new conversation of a point they want to get across, right? And the point's going to be about the body now? No. They're putting this aside, right? Because if I never took a drink, I never triggered the allergy. So we're going to start a new conversation around the mind. And now they're going to go into why does this person keep on returning a drink? They're saying they really don't know why they do it. They're coming up with alibis, but in their hearts they really don't know why they return to the drink triggering the allergy. Because the main problem centers in the mind. So they're talking alibis and excuses all come from the mind. We're trying to make sense of something that doesn't make any sense. So we need to formulate an idea that's possible. But here they're saying, you know what, you don't have to formulate an idea. We're going to tell you what that is. But you need to pay attention, because you're not going to want to pay attention because it's a truth about us we don't want to know. And it's associated with step 1, and it's never talked about in the fellowship of AA. I've never heard in the 29 years, I've never heard this talked about once. Not once. And when I seen it, I kind of went, whoa. And we don't like this idea, right? And here's the idea. Once this malady, what's a malady? Where? In the mind. How many people like that? We have a sickness or illness centers in our mind. No. No. I know a couple other people around here have a sickness in their mind. I'm not one of them, right? My buddy over there. There are those two. I just got confirmation that we're all right. So, the first symptom is the allergy. They're going to talk about the second symptom now in alcoholism. What is the second obsession? You got me stuck on that. What is the second symptom in alcoholism?
The obsession.
Good. Show me where it says that. What page are you going to? You going ahead?
Page 23.
Where does it say obsession there?
Oh, the very next sentence.
Okay, there we go. See, now we're going to have fun. We're going to have fun on this page. You ready? I just found something to agree with what I'm talking about, but I don't know what they're talking about, but I'm going to use it to reformulate strengthen my argument of the shit you're saying because I really don't like it. Ready? Okay, we're going to read this really slow. And what page are we on? 23. And we started a new conversation on an idea that who's trying to present? They are. Based on the doctor's findings, right? Well, that's why you don't hear this page talk a lot. Okay, ready? Once this malady has a real hold, they're a baffled lot. Stop. Period. Why are they baffled? Huh? But why are they
I
baffled?
don't know why they keep doing this.
Doing what? Taking the first drink. Isn't that baffling? Why are you doing that? How many people have been baffled here? You know, we're baffled a lot, especially when we say, what are you doing that for? Let me know and then we'll both know. I don't know why I'm doing it. What the hell? Why are you asking me questions I have no idea about? You're irritating me. I don't know why I'm doing this shit. How am I going to explain it to you? So they're trying to explain alcohol. They are a baffled lot. Why? Because they're talking about up here, these people can't get sober. They know they can't take the first drink. Anybody know you can't take the first drink and take it anyways? I have one time back when I was 7. You're going to be my new best friend today. Right on. So, okay. So we're still talking about the mind, right? Baffled? Malady? Center? Okay. Would you think they would start a whole new conversation, or do you think they'll stick with that conversation?
They're going to stick with it.
You think they're okay? There is the obsession that somehow, someday they'll beat the game. There is the obsession that somehow, someday they'll beat the game. What game?
The whole alcoholism thing.
See, that's a very wide game. See, that's a wide answer.
They'll take a drink like others. Yes. They'll be able to drink like normal people.
Okay, ready? See, ready? What page are you talking about? You're talking about page 22.
Oh, no. Somehow, someday they'll beat the game.
What game? That I'll be able to... So the obsession is that I'm not going to drink again. They're baffled a lot because they keep starting. Why are they starting? Well, they give you a whole bunch of alibis. In their hearts, they don't know why they're stopping. It says that, doesn't it? Once in a while, they may tell the truth, and it's strange to say the truth. They have no more idea why they took the first drink than you do. They're trying to explain something that's really unexplainable. Of alcoholism, the second symptom in alcoholism. I've got a couple people picking up what they're putting down here, right? So, there's the obsession that somehow, someday they'll beat the game by not taking the first drink. How many people, listen to new people, how many people come up with an idea how you're not going to drink again? How many people are self-obsessed with the idea of fixing themselves? What's their first obsession? Us! And fixing us with us. Listen to new people. Listen to people when they share. They're the basis of their own recovery. As long as I don't take the first one, I'll be okay. Not if you're alcoholic, you won't be. Your problem starts when you stop. How many people? I'll go to the gym, read inspirational books. There's got to be something that stops me from drinking again. I'll go to 90 meetings, 90. I'll go to treatment. I got a solution for my problem. I know where I went wrong the last time. Now I come up with a new idea to fix me. If I'm the basis of my sobriety and I could think I could fix me with me, and I formulate an idea based on me and what I'm hearing, am I powerless over alcohol? I don't think I am, because I could do self-based recovery. The first 100 men and women said they admitted they were powerless over alcohol. So if I have this idea or this thing that centers in my mind and I can't see, feel, and touch it when it's happening, does that place me beyond human aid? Yes. If I can see, feel, and touch it as it's happening and I can do something about it, am I beyond human aid? No. If I could see it happening and I could have a conversation with it and recognize it before it's happening, then I can do something about it. Then I don't need to do the steps until I'm going to feel like I'm going to drink. Then I'll ask for help. I'll go through all the things I could do to fix me. So what's the obsession they're talking about here? But self, fixing self. Wouldn't you say so? Or am I kind of, when you look at it that way, it's kind of like, whoa, is that different here?
Yeah, because it talks about they will be able to use the game.
Yeah, meaning I'll be able to stay sober based on what's the game. It's not drinking, right?
So it's what I'll do is gonna fix me.
Well, but you don't. If you don't know really the problem, then that makes sense. You should be able to fix you based on your own. But here, so we'll follow that idea, right? Okay, so once this malady has a real hold, they're a baffled lot. The sickness in our mind. Step 2 says, came to believe that our power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Because we have a malady that centers in our mind. And I need to obtain a psychic change based on this malady that centers in my mind that I can't see, feel, and touch when it's happening. But I'm obsessed with the idea of fixing me based on my own story and my own situation. And based on situation, I've surrendered. I got acceptance. I'll go to meetings. I've been to treatment. I got this. I got that. I got all these external things that are going to keep me sober based on frothy emotional appeal. Anybody? And anybody drink again here? Oh, yeah. Is that not baffling? And could you give yourself any satisfactory reason why you did in the light of what happened to you? Or do we get identification with this page a bit? And now they're going to start expanding on that new conversation, right? Okay, so here we go. But they often suspect they're down for the count. Why? Because they keep returning to the first drink in spite of their relationship with it, right? Because they have a malady, a sickness in the mind. How true this is few realize in a vague way that their families and friends sense that these drinkers are abnormal. But everybody hopefully awaits the day when the sufferer will rise from his lethargy and exert his self-will. To do what?
Believe that you can control it.
No, not to drink. I'm going to exert my self-will and not drink. Because remember, they started a new conversation here. Right? How many people have been trying to get sober on self-will? How many people told their friends, their family, and everybody around you that you're not going to do it again? And then you do it again. And then you tell them you're not going to do it again. You ever notice your face starts to change? You ever notice they stop having hope in the idea that you're able to get sober? Because there's something, you just appease them, they just appease you. Anybody know people who are constantly relapsing all the time? And they're going to tell you it's going to be different this time? And then you know, really, it's not going to be different? Could you see that conversation happening here? Few realize. But the people around them sense there's something different about these people. Because if they're talking about the allergy, they'd still be talking about the allergy on the next page. They're saying it's secondary now. They started a new conversation. Right? We know we can't drink. But this part in the mind that's the baffling part of our illness seems to really, we don't like this page. We don't really, that's why you don't hear people talking about it. I have a sickness in my mind that I can't see, feel, and touch, and what's going to do is lead me back to a drink, and I won't see it coming. But I'm obsessed with the idea of fixing me based on self-based knowledge. And I've been trying to do it for years. This time I'm going to do this. This time I mean it. Boy, this time I'm going to do this place, this time. All self-based. I did it for 11 years. Anybody do that here? Okay. Wow, okay. Rise from his lethargy and exert his power of will. The tragic truth is that if a man be a real alcoholic, the happy day will not arrive. What happy day will not arrive? Sobriety.
Able to stay calm.
We can stay sober for months or years. They're reconfirming. The tragic truth is this person won't be able to get sober based on their own experience. If we were able to get sober on our own experience, how many people would have got sober a long time ago? How many people like the idea of having to do this in order to get sober? Nobody likes this idea. Oh, yeah, I like the idea of it, but I ain't doing it. Let's be clear. If you like the idea, you come in. What a great idea. I can't wait to get started on the steps. No. Is there another way I could do this and stay sober? What's the great obsession? That I could fix me based on things that make sense to me. And then we sell this shit to each other. Oh, just don't do it. Oh, I love that. What happened? I forgot not to do it. Just tell yourself you're an alcoholic every day. There's a conversation. So we hear stuff and then say, okay, let's look at the depth and weight. Does it make any sense? No, it doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense to people who are obsessed with fixing themselves. Because how many people like the idea here that you're beyond human aid? Nobody likes that idea, because what's our first obsession? Us. How it works. Made clear 3 pertinent ideas. A, that you're the problem. B, you'll continue to be the problem. And C, the only thing that'll save you from you is this relationship with something greater than you. How does that make you feel? Oh, joy. Warm and fuzzy. Not like, right? Our adventures before and after make clear 3 pertinent ideas. A, left to your own devices, you're hooked. Before and after doing the steps, right? Because after you do the steps, who are you stuck with? You, but at least you have a solution to you now. It doesn't have to be a white jacket. Okay. The tragic truth, if the man be a real alcoholic, the happy day may not arrive. He has lost control. At a certain point in the drinking of every alcoholic, he passes into a state where the most powerful desire to stop, not control, stop. See, they're carrying on the same conversation. Right? Is absolutely of no avail. What is absolutely no avail? Somewhere along the line in the past, you entered the world of alcoholism. And before you realized it, before it became to your attention, you've lost the ability to control whether you could stop or not. Or stay stopped based on your own experience. How many people have tried to stay stopped on their own experience way back? Before coming to AA, how many people try to stay stopped? Well, that's why we end up in AA, because we can't stop. Bill, remember Bill's experience? He talked about this. He had but he kept on returning to drink. Like, what the hell? He even questioned his own sanity. What the hell? Was I crazy? I began to wonder. Made a firm resolution on one day, and the next day he's drinking again. What the hell? Went to treatment twice. He thought he had the answer, right? And shortly afterwards, right, fear kept him sober for a while, and then insidious insanity. He met with the doctor, told him his condition. The understanding of his condition wasn't enough. Okay, we're going to move on to this point, and then we'll talk about here. The most powerful Desire to stop drinking is absolutely no avail. The tragic situation has already arrived in practically every case long before it's suspected. So I'm a result of step one. Step one's not a result of me. I've been suffering of alcoholism long before I suspected it was a problem. By the time I became aware of it, I was in full flight. And practically every case, long before it's suspected. The fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first drink. Didn't say were, we are. Is that a good thing? So they're saying they're basically hooped. They're left to their own devices. Their experience won't stop them from drinking. And then they kind of go into this. The almost certain consequence of the fall of even taking a glass of beer, don't crowd in. What is he thinking? Page 25 talks about there is a solution, right? And then this is really important. And this is what we need to get back to in AA. But in order to do that, we need to get back to the basics, right? When we sponsor people, we need to sponsor people in this experience. They talk about here. When therefore we were approached by those with whom the problem had been solved, not to continue to be a problem. When therefore we were approached by those with whom the problem had been solved. When George 12-stepped me, the problem was solved within him, and he was able to take me through the same course of action that he did. Same with Ebby. Same with they had a solution. Whether they continued it or not, or died sober, was entirely up to their application of the principles being presented in here. Right? But they do have a solution. Ebby did have a solution. When we stop practicing these things, they talk about later, is what we have is a daily reprieve. It saves us from what? The first drink. We don't save ourselves from the first drink. Therefore, when we were approached by those with whom the problem had been solved, there was nothing left for us but to pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. We have found much of heaven, and we have been rocketed in the fourth dimension of existence that we have not even dreamed. Then it talks about here at the bottom, if you are a serious alcoholic as we were, we believe there is no middle of the road solution. We were in a position where life has become impossible. And if we have passed into a region which there is no return through human aid, what would determine that? My inability to stay sober based on my experience. I have that malady that centers in my mind. Right? Would that place me beyond human aid? Okay? Through no return, we had two alternatives. One was to go on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of our intolerable situation as best we could, and the other was to accept spiritual help. This we did because we honestly wanted to, and were willing to make the effort. This is this is really interesting. So I had a couple conversations here, and I meditated on it, and it's kind of like, I read that is once you know the truth about alcohol, your situation, you have a choice on which way you want to go. You either want to accept spiritual help or you want to continue on going the way you want to go. That is a decision. As crazy it may sound, I know two people personally, or three people who have made that decision, who understood their situation, conceded, started this way of life, and decided they didn't want this anymore. And they are, one has since died, and the other one is dying. Right? But they're happy doing what they do. It doesn't make sense to me because when I conceded to this thing and I got presented with, when I conceded, I knew there was a solution available. I did not want to live the way I was living anymore. But it is a choice. Once you have a solution. Until you have that solution, I'm a byproduct of step one. Step one's not a byproduct of me. That means by the time I became aware of it, I'm already here. Alcoholism started way back there. There's nothing I could do but continue. Right? I'm as a result. So they're saying if I follow a different course of action, which would be steps 2 to 12, by the time I got into 11 and 12, I'd have an alternative way of living. I'd be sober as a result of the alternative. That means I have to do it, not start it. And starting it doesn't mean I get to experience the result of it. I don't know if that kind of makes sense here. They talk about here, we have two alternatives, right? Where did that go? Here it go. One was to go on the bitter end, blotting it, and the other was to accept spiritual help, which is for steps 3 to 12, making a decision like Bill did and taking a course of action. And then as the result of these steps, I find a solution to my situation, and I get to experience the life present as the promises. And does that make sense? So that means is like if I have a broken GPS, when will it recalculate itself correctly? It's when it gets fixed. Until I experience an entire psychic change, I'm still suffering from a broken GPS. My GPS will continue me on this road back to the first drink, always. It's not working right. They're saying here, we're going to reformulate your GPS, but at first it'll try to get you back on the road. Anybody have a GPS here? So when you go on a new route, you know it's always trying to recalculate you back to the route you're getting off of? That's alcoholism. You make a good start and you go back to this route, you don't even know you're on this route, and next thing you're drinking again. The steps, it reformulates your GPS, so by the time you get to a certain stage, which I think, if you really, one is willingness to go on this route, 2 is by the time you start your 5, 9s, 10, and 11 and working with other people. Your GPS recalculates. You know when you go a certain distance, it stops trying to get you back to where you're coming from. It recalculates a new path. And as a result of that road you're on a new path. So you're moved in a new direction. So until we move on a new direction, we're still suffering from alcoholism, whether we're sitting in a meeting, abstaining or not. We need to go through what course of action to be free of this thing that's killing us. This. Right? So my one brother, I'll give you an example right now. He came out to live with me. He came out to live with me in BC, and he's seen how I was living, and it disturbed him because I wasn't living the same way. It really boggled his mind how I was living. He came back to BC, and after some episodes, he phoned me and says, you know what, I'd really like to change my life. I see the way you're living. It's really appealing to me. I really like to do this. So I brought him back, got him in detox, got him in, and then I started taking him through the work. He made a beginning. Things were great. He was getting up to 3 months. He was finishing his 4, and things were moving on. Got a job. Life was looking really good. He went to the doctor to get a testing. Right? He left the doctor's office. Right? And this is probably the most hardest question I've ever been asked in AA. He came out of the doctor's office. He says, drive me to the Linwood. He says, this way of life isn't for me anymore. And I said, what the hell are you talking about? He says, they gave me a year to live. He says, it's too late for me. He says, I sobered up too late. He says, I've got full-blown liver and AIDS. He says, I got a year to live. Not even with medication will I be able to survive this thing. He says, I got nothing to live for. I said, but you can stay sober. He says, what do I got to live for? I couldn't answer. I said, only you can answer that. He says, I'm okay going back to the bar. I'm okay with that lifestyle. He says, I want to spend my days doing what I like to do. And then he knows I know the fate. He says, the only reason I got sober was to have the life that you were having. I can't have it anymore. It's out of reach for me. And I don't see living in the misery that I'm living in. I'm happy doing what I'm doing. Too late. Right? And so I buried him at 32. So the alternative, right? It's kind of heavy, but that's what they talk about here. So as we go through this thing, they start talking more about alcoholism, where they use the second obsession. And most people, most people are not interested in a solution and don't end up in AA, right? Who still think they control and enjoy their drinking. Most people end up in here because of consequences, and then they find out what the problem, or court opponent and stuff. By the time we get them, they're pretty much in trouble, right? Because anybody ever seek help to a situation they thought was just mismanaged? Right? By the time it gets our attention, goes on. So anyways, more about alcoholism. Let's start going through this thing. On page 23, they start using this new conversation here. Let's start on page 30. Then I'm going to get into some other stuff here, but reiterate what we're talking about, because I think these are really misunderstood here. They talk about here, Most of us have been unwilling to admit we're real alcoholics. No person likes to think he is bodily and mentally different from his fellows. How many people like that discussion about the malady that centers in a mind of mental health issues, sickness? How many people like that conversation? How many people hear that talked about in meetings? We do not like the idea that I have a sickness in my mind that has a contract out on my ass and left to my own devices is going to kill me. And I'm signing the papers. You make me sound crazy. Right? I do not like that. How many people like that idea? Not one hand went up here. That's why we don't talk about how many people like the idea of being able to fix you with you based on what sounds good, feels good, and does good. All the meetings we go to, a lot of it's self-based recovery. They're obsessed with the idea of fixing themselves. How do you know if you're obsessed with the idea of fixing? Show me what you're doing. If you can't show me what you're doing, then I'll say it because I'm going back to Vancouver. Then you don't know what you're doing. You can talk to Ernie about that after. So, you're welcome, buddy. So that means if you can't show me what you're doing, then you don't know what you're doing according to our process. You may have a way that works for you for now, but who knows? We're about the long game. If you don't got our manual and doing, how long is it before you take you out? I know a guy, 45 years sober, just went back drinking. I know another lady, 29 years sober, who went back drinking. Sitting there. She said to herself, nobody knows me here. It'd be nice to have a glass of wine. She took a glass of wine based on that idea, and she's back in A, baffled that that even happened. Right? So they talk about here, it says, most of us have been unwilling to admit no person likes to think he's bodily mentally different from his friend. Therefore, it's not surprising our drinking careers has been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove we could drink like other people. These people are not even seeking help, right? The idea that somehow, someday, they'll control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. Didn't say alcoholic. Every abnormal drinker. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it against insanity or death. We learn that we fully had to concede to our innermost selves that we are alcoholic. This is the first step in recovery. To learn that you're alcoholic and suffer from these symptoms, does it do anything for you? Does it change anything? No. By not admitting, it doesn't change. But at least you understand what the problem is now that you can pursue a solution that's being offered to you. Until such an understanding is reached, little or nothing can be accomplished. That's the first step in recovery. I need to understand the nature of the beast. In most sports events, they watch the opponent. They watch what they're up against. They watch videos. In boxers, fighters, they watch the opponent and how they fight. They look at their weakest strengths to see what they're up against. Here, we're seeing what we're up against. We're looking at alcoholism. What am I up against? Can I beat this thing? Is there a way around it? Is there a way I can combat it? No. I get to diagnose myself being what's presented. We learned. What are we doing here today? We're learning, most of us. Some people are still arguing about the other page. Bastard. Okay. We learned that we fully had to concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholic. To concede to something is the same as surrendering. Or acceptance. Huh? So to concede means there's a lot of things I accept and I don't understand them. I just don't bother with them. To concede means I've weighed the evidence. I see what's being presented. I concede. Yes, I have these things. I understand the information that's being presented. We're learning about alcoholism. I get to see what's being presented from their experience, and I get to diagnose myself. Do I have what these people are talking about based on the symptoms that they've exhibit? Do I exhibit these same symptoms? So once I do that, here's the fun part. This is where I make friends again. This is the first step in recovery. The delusion that we are like other people or present maybe has to be smashed. Who does the smashing? Who does the smashing? We do. Based on truth. Someone goes, you want a drink? No, I can't have a drink. Why? Because I'm alcoholic. I can't safely drink. I know I can't drink now. I know that without a doubt. There's no idea. that once you do step one, I know I can never safely drink again. It doesn't tell you that you're not going to drink again. It tells you know you're not able to drink again, that you can't control it. If you can't control it, are you enjoying it? If you're enjoying it, are you going to control it? We're past that stage. Now I know I can never control and enjoy it. Why? Because I have a allergy. I've conceded that. That question's over. I can never safely drink again. Page 22. I know if I never take a drink again, I never trigger the allergy, setting forth all those terrible things, right? Because I can't drink with impunity. Why? So, page 22. Why can't I stop? Page 23. I'm bodily and mentally different from my fellows. But I could smash the idea that I can't safely drink again, but it doesn't solve. So they go into this thing, and so they go into the allergy part again here, all the struggles we had before getting into this thing, and they talk about on page 23. If you're planning to stop, there must be no reservations of any kind, no lurking notion that someday we'll be immune to alcohol. Young people may be encouraged by this guy who was 30 years, right? He remained abstinent. So young people may be encouraged by this experience, this man's experience, to think they can stop as he did on their own willpower. What's our obsession? Fixing ourselves with ourselves, right? And the ability to stay stopped based on experience. This guy was able to do that. We doubt if many of them can. What? Stay sober. Because none will really want to, makes sense to me, and hardly one of them because of the particular mental twist already required. So what are the idea of the expanding on? What was the basic understanding of this mental twist? What preceded this thought? The malady? Now they're calling it a mental twist?
What page are you on? Sorry.
Page 33?
No, 30.
Oh, sorry, did I move without yes?
You said 20. I said 30.
Okay, so 33, they're talking about here, because of the particular mental twist already acquired, will find they can win out. What mental twist are they talking about?
The second symptom.
Second symptom, the malady of the mind. Now they're giving it another term. Remember, these allergic types are talking about the allergy. Phenomenon of craving, allergy, all associated with the allergy. So now this is all associated with the mental malady. The obsession is in regards to thinking I could drink like other people. But I've already smashed that idea that I can't. Now, if I want to drink, is that an obsession or insanity? It's insanity. There's been different times in my sobriety where the thought has come back, but I've smashed it. I can't drink like that. I know I can't. Part of me says, man, it'd be nice with my brother. I thought, man, it'd be nice to smoke a joint. Man, just to take the edge. But I can't. I smashed the idea, and I was able to associate I was in trouble, and I sought spiritual help. Other members, I went found people to work with in Cambridge here. When I came to meetings, found people that I could sit and talk to. And that idea passed. They talk about in step 10, when tempted, we recoil as for a hot flame. We're going to think about it again. I think about it a lot. I don't know why. I'm fucking damaged. My wife's I'm bringing my wife a glass of wine, and part of my brain goes, drink it, drink it, drink it. The mouthwash, drink it, drink it. No, why? Right? I'm able to see the truth about it, so I don't. But when the mental twist happens, or the insanity, there's nothing I can do about that. I think there's two separate things here. And I think a lot of people get the idea, if I could see it, then I could do something about it. Yes. But the one thing I can't do anything about is the part of my illness I can't see. And that's what they're talking about, because the particular mental twist already acquired. So let's move on to page 35. There's stuff here. Like page 34, they talk about the baffling feature of alcoholism, this utter inability to leave it alone, no matter how great the necessity to wish. Page 35, so we shall describe some of the mental states that precede a relapse in the drinking. For obviously this is the crux of the problem. What does precede mean? Just before, not leading up to. In Bill's story, if Bill was able to see when he was in trouble, then he would be able to do something about it. Somebody pushed the drinking away, he took it. Was I crazy? I began to wonder, right? Like, so they talk about here, so we shall describe some of the mental states that precede a relapse in a drink, for obviously this is the crux of the problem. What sort of thinking dominates an alcoholic who repeats time after time the desperate experimentation of the first drink? Our first example shall be Fred. So we move over here, which is insane. Suddenly, what does suddenly mean? I've been thinking about it for 2 days. No. Suddenly, boom! Now, boom! Suddenly. He's sitting there. Suddenly the thought crossed my mind, if I was to pour an ounce of whiskey in the milk, it couldn't hurt me. That's batshit crazy. Isn't it? Is this guy on the right side of crazy? No, he's on the wrong side of crazy, and he's the only one that don't know him. On the page previous, we told him what we knew of alcoholism, the answer we found. He made a beginning. And there he was, all lit up. Next, page 37. Right? You may think this in a extreme case. To us, it is not far-fetched. For this kind of thinking has been characteristic of every single one of us. We have sometimes reflected more than Jim did upon the consequences, but there was always the curious mental phenomena. Curious mental phenomena. Page 37. So now they describe this mental twist, this malady, as a phenomena, an unexplainable. It doesn't make any sense. I tried to explain my wife, me getting sober for 11 years. She goes, "Are you crazy?" I said, "No, you're getting it." She goes, "You're going to stick with AA, right? You're going to stick with these people?" A phenomena is a unexplainable event. So how do you explain something not even you understand? I said, this is what it looks like. So this guy put an ounce of whiskey in his milk. Would you think he's a bit of batshit crazy right then, suddenly? Yeah. There's something wrong here, right? So, some of the trivial excuse, phenomena, the parallel with our sound reasoning, there invariably ran some insanely trivial excuse for taking the first drink. Our sound reasoning failed to hold us in check. The insane idea won out. Next day we asked ourselves, in all earnesty and sincerity, how it could happen. Okay, page 39. This is where we next time you hear the message in AA, listen to what they're saying. And are we participating in this idea that's happening in our fellowship? Right? Because it's not our message that you'll be able to not take the first drink. You'll be able to, for a short period of time, exercise your own will by saying no, 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 no. But invariably will come a time when you'll be without defense against that first drink. That's alcoholism. It's not behavioralism. Right? So here they talk about here, which is real, that was good pizza. Okay. So that may be true of certain non-alcoholic people who, though drinking foolishly and heavily at the present time, are able to stop or moderate. So there's a lot of people in AA that could stop based on their own experience, but you don't know for how long. That's their experience thus far. You don't know how long they're able to stay stopped for. Remember, we can stay stopped for months or years. You know people who've gone back out drinking for 5 years, 10 years? People put a gun in their mouth, people hang themselves. Right? So there's more to this. We're just describing the symptoms of alcoholism, right? There's something underlying here that we haven't gotten to. We're just getting to the symptoms here. They talk about here, but the actual or potential alcoholic, with hardly an exception, will be absolutely unable to stop drinking on the basis of knowledge. What's our first obsession? Self. Right? This point we wish to emphasize and re-emphasize, to smash home upon our alcoholics. You think they're trying to say something here? Right? To smash home upon our alcohol has been revealed to us out of bitter experience. Let's take another illustration. So we go through this guy, and he talks about here, and here they talked about reiterating the obsession of self, right? Fred? He talks about, on page 40, I rather appreciate your ideas about the subtle insanity which precedes the first drink, but I was confident it would not happen again to me. For what I have learned, I have reason I was not so far advanced as most of you fellows. that I had been unusually successful in looking at my other personal problems, that I would therefore be successful where you meant failed. I felt I had every right to be self-confident, that it would only matter of being exercised of my will and keeping on guard. Is that not re-strengthening the conversation on page 23? Page 23? Exerting my self-will, doing all these things, is that not saying the same thing? He's confident about the idea he's not going to take a drink again, right? Based on his knowledge and the inner workings of his mind and on and on and on. Right? And so, they talk about here, everything's fine in his life. So if you're looking for irritable, restless, and discontent, you'd be deluded into thinking that was the cause to people drinking again. Right? So they talk about on page 41 here, they talk about, I went to my hotel and leisurely dressed for dinner. I crossed the threshold of the dining room. The thought came to mind that it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails with dinner. That was all, nothing more. I ordered a couple of cocktails. The thought just happened to him. Like, did he want to drink? No, it just suddenly happened to him. It was something that ran with this phenomena that took place, and there he was loaded again. And then he talked about here, as soon as I was to regain my ability to think, I went carefully over the event in Washington. Not only had I been off guard, I had made no fight whatsoever against the first drink. This time I had not even thought of the consequences of all. I had commenced drinking as carelessly as the cocktails were ginger ale. I remember now that my alcoholic friends had told me that they prophesied that if I had an alcoholic mind, the time and place would come, I would drink again. I saw that willpower and self-knowledge would not help in those strange mental blank spots. So when they call it a mental blank spot, what are they referring to again?
Twist.
The mental twist that refers back to what first symptom? The malady that centers in our mind. Right? So then at 43, page 43, they're saying, in case you didn't get it thus far in the book, just in case you missed it because you were thinking all the way through here or came up with your own ideas, here, once more. The alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink. Did it say some alcoholics? No. It says the alcoholic. So who would that be? Anybody who was diagnosed or didn't diagnose themselves, right? Or trying to stop. If you're alcoholic, you won't be able to. The alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink. Did they say at all times? At certain times. So what's tricky is we can keep ourselves sober based on self-knowledge for periods of time. But then something will happen where it sounds like a good idea to take this drink in spite of everything you've been doing. The alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink, except in a few rare cases, neither he or any other human being can provide such a defense. His defense must come from a higher power. So then, that's kind of saying I take that as somewhere between now and the time we go to meet our Maker, there's going to be a time where we're going to be presented with a drink and we'll have no defense against it. And just before I drink it, something will intervene and stop that process from happening. I've heard time and time, I've had it happen 3 times in my sobriety. I've heard other people had it countless other times. It's just stuff that happens beyond comprehension. The best one, I said it before, is the guy who was 15 years sober. Right? Did work, everything was great. He was having some problems at home. He was in the middle of the States. And he was having some emotional problems, and he's going to meetings, everything's fine. And then something just snapped. He was walking down in the bar, and he says, that's it, I had enough. And he went down, and he says, I want a double bourbon, or scotch, or whatever it was. He ordered a double scotch, and he said out loud to him, he says, this is going to taste good. I can't remember the last time I had one of these. The guy sitting next to him says, maybe you want to hold off on that. The guy says to him, in different words than I'm going to use, he says, why don't you mind your own like business? And the guy says, well, I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous for the last 25 years. Maybe you want to talk before taking that drink. What are the odds of that? And then I've heard that time I was sitting in the car after leaving my brother's funeral, I wanted to smoke a reefer so bad because I knew I couldn't drink, but I wanted to take the edge off. And what saved me was the thought was the guy who was in the car that maybe one day he would end up in AA. And if he was to see me, what message would I be carrying to him? I thought about him coming to AA before me smoking. That thought, where'd that thought come from? Right? Something. Another time I worked as a personal assistant bodyguard for this film crew. We went to Paris, traveled all around, make sure the girls, everybody was in caddies and limos and all that stuff. So I was working at a film crew after they call it a wrap party, and I got them to the limos or some stuff. Nothing, I was feeling good. I've been going to meetings, working with people. And I walked up to the bar, and there's a guy sitting there with a whole bunch of shots. I could see almost like Bill. Somebody pushed the drink his way, right? So he was sitting there, and I seen all the glasses lined up. We were acutely aware of these things. You ever notice that? Yeah. I seen all the shots lined up, and then I looked in, and there was all the mirrors and all the bottles, and they're all going. And I ordered a ginger ale. And the guy went like this. He slid the drink. He says, "Here you go." And I looked down. In my mind, I grabbed it. I went, "Yeehaw!" But I felt like I was almost frozen. I looked at the drink and I said, "I'm in trouble." I left. I excused myself. I left and I went to 11 o'clock, called my sponsor. And then I looked, there's some spiritual stuff. There's something intervening. Every other time, in my mind, I already took that drink. Right? So it's pretty wild when that stuff happens. You know? And the first time was in BC. I just finished the work. I was probably a year and a half sober. Some stuff happened. I went into emotional blackout. I came to standing in front of a liquor store looking in the window. By the time I became aware of my senses and all, I was looking in the window and I went, whoa. That was the first time I ever experienced not taking a drink in that condition. And I realized in trial, I went down to the water. There was a waterworks. I did the 3rd step prayer on my knees. And I got back into the work a bit. So I've had that happen 3 times in my sobriety. Probably happen again. And there's stuff like that, right? So on here, I get to diagnose myself on page 23. Page 44. It's the first time they really asked me the simple questions on alcoholism. And then they start breaking this down here, right? This is pretty cool. So they talk about here, a lot of people talk about what is the purpose of the book thus far up to this point. Right? So if a new person was to walk up to you and say, "Hey, sponsor, I've been kind of, what is the purpose of this book up to we agnostics? Like, what am I supposed to get out of this?"
Physical allergy, the mental obsession, the powerlessness part of the step one.
Powerless part, okay.
But it's to teach us about alcohol.
Plant to see too that there's a higher power, there's no purpose here at work.
Okay. No, it would be really cool if somebody said, it says it right here what it's for in the first paragraph.
Are you going to borrow?
So I do stuff like, so remember what we talked about earlier? We need to get fact-based and book-based recovery, right? Somebody asks you something, you say, this is what it's for right here. You could show them what it's for. Huh? Well, it says, no, the first paragraph. Let's read it together, okay? In the preceding chapters, you've learned something of alcoholism. We hope we've made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. Have they done that? Yeah. Right? If you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely. What symptom would that be? What? Okay, so let's go over it again. Remember, we're going to learn how to read what this is. My sponsor did this with me, so I'm just passing it on. It says, okay, let's read it again. If, when you honestly want to, you find you cannot, what's that word? Quit entirely, because you want to quit, but you find you can't, right? What symptom is that? The malady of the mind that exhibits itself as a twist, blank spot phenomena that parallels with our sound thinking, right? So I understand that from their point of view. It's not my point of view, it's their point of view. Or if when drinking you have little control over the amount you take, what's that? The allergy. You are probably alcoholic. If that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. What are they saying is the only solution for people like this? Spiritual experience, nothing else. That really sucks, eh? When you think about that, it's like, come on, really? Come on. I wasn't thrilled with this idea. Because I had my own thoughts of what that meant. So they said, well, let's explain to you what we mean by the spiritual experience. Where would I get an understanding of what they're talking about, the spiritual experience? The spiritual appendix. That means I don't have to figure nothing out. It's all figured out for me, which was news to me. They said, hey, your job was to get you here. Good job. You ruined everything? Yes, good for you. You notice you're not happy to see us, but we're really happy to see you. You ever notice that? You thought drinking was the best thing that ever happened to you. You found out it was the worst thing that ever happened to you. AA you thought was the worst thing that ever happened to you. You're probably still thinking that if you haven't done the work. And then when you do the work, it's the best thing that ever happened to you. So we're a little... Okay. Okay, so they talk about here, and they get through this, that they talk about that if I have to have this spiritual experience, now I'm in trouble. Because it talks about here, to one who feels he is an atheist or agnostic, such an experience seems impossible. But to continue as he is means disaster, especially if he is an alcoholic of the hopeless variety. What would classify me as an alcoholic of the hopeless variety?
If you're the alcoholic that needs the spiritual weekend.
Yeah, but what determines whether I need a spiritual experience or not? What makes me a real alcoholic or an alcoholic of the hopeless variety?
You have no control. If you have both symptoms.
I can't stop. Because I could have the allergy. If I could stop, then that would be great, right? Like I don't eat pistachios because I'm allergic to them. I like the effect produced by them up to a certain point, but that's a whole different fellowship. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so they talk about here, to one who's atheist or such an experience seems impossible, but to continue as he may means disaster, especially if he's an alcoholic of the hopeless variety, meaning having that malady that centers in the mind and exhibits itself as a blank spot, insidious insanity, whatever. To be doomed to an alcoholic death, what step is that? Step 1. Or to live on spiritual basis, what step is that?
3.
Step 2. Step 2 is the solution to step 1, right? Then I need to make a decision whether I need the solution as being presented in step 2. When Ebby was talking to Bill, what was Ebby talking to Bill about? Step 2, which his experience is step 12. See, I see the solution in step 2 that I need. In order to get that solution, I need to do 3 to 12. And when I do 12, I go talk to other people about the solution, which is step 2. That they need to get to step 12. And I lay out the course of action necessary to do that the book describes, and working with others, tell them what I've done to get this experience, which is their solution, which is step 2. Whether they want to follow through with that is making a decision to do the rest of the steps that I've outlined in step 2 as a solution to alcoholism to obtain the psychic change or spiritual experience, right? Okay, moving on. Just that simple. Okay. Okay, but it isn't so difficult. So they get into here, and then they talk about why this moral kind of and behavioral modification and such codes and philosophies, surrender, acceptance, turn it over, let it go, hang on to it, drag it, bring it to a meeting, doesn't really work for us. It gives us temporary relief and comfort, but it's not the solution to alcoholism, right? Because if such codes and philosophies would have saved us, a lot of us would have got well a long time ago, right? They talk about, but such codes and philosophies didn't save us. They talk about lack of power. That was our dilemma. Why is it lack of power is our dilemma? Why is that?
Without this, the greater power.
Yeah, well, we can't create the psychic change necessary to recover. We've created change, but it's always led us back to the broken GPS. It's always led us back to the place that we're trying to get away from. Invariably, we relapse. Anybody spend a lot of effort trying not to relapse and then relapse? Anybody go months or years and find themselves relapsing again? Something that doesn't work right. Anybody try to create the relationships they always hope for only to ruin them again? There's something that doesn't work quite right in our thinking that we were talking about earlier, but we need to understand the symptoms of alcoholism before I can get to that part of it. I can't start with the unmanageability, because it needs to get my attention to motivate me. Because if I don't have a spiritual experience of psychic change, what's going to happen to me? I'm going to drink again. To be doomed to an alcoholic death, or accept spiritual help. There's only one thing that's going to save me from myself. And unless I experience this psychic change or spiritual experience, what is the likelihood of my recovery? Months or years, but invariably I'm going to be without defense against that first drink. I will not be able to bring with sufficient force the memory and suffering of even a week or a month ago. The only thing that's going to save me from me taking a drink is my relationship with a power greater than myself. So that creates the change that they talk about in the spiritual appendix. Right? They explain this power that with a few exceptions, all our members have tapped into an inner resource of strength. An inner resource of strength. All our members have the same experience. How they describe that may be different, but it's the same underlying experience. Like when I went on the Behemoth roller coaster at Wonderland. It was an experience. It was an unbelievable experience. And how I explained it, and my daughter explained it, was two different things. But we both experienced an unbelievable event. You know what the Behemoth is? Roller coaster? It's one of the top 10 roller coasters in the world. Before I experienced it, what's one roller coaster after that? I've been on all of them. That was my experience. It's like how people talk about the promises. Yeah, they're not bad. Yeah. Because you haven't experienced them. You'll be amazed. Not somewhat thrilled. Most people are somewhat thrilled and think, the promises are coming true. Well, you should tell your face. Okay. And then there's amazed when I went on that, before I went on that ride, it was like, After I went on that ride, it was like, holy crap, unbelievable. Even now, talking about that experience is like, whoa, unbelievable. I've never experienced anything like that since, nor do I want to. I'm good. Right? Okay. So lack of power, that was our dilemma. We had to find a power by which we could live, and it had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously. But where and how were we to find that power? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. His main object is enable you to find power greater than yourself, which will solve your problem. How you define that power is entirely up to you, but the basis of understanding is I need to find this power. That's their solution to this problem. That's the only solution we're offering you, is this power. If you want what we have, this is what we do. It's not as you understand it, this is the way we understand it. And if you want this thing, then this is what you got to do. But if you found another way that works for you, good for you. That's what we're kind of saying here, right? They're saying we all need to find this power. The basis of it, how you describe it in your words is up to you, but you need to understand it from their point of view. So what is the main purpose of this book? Find the power. So what do I need to do?
Read the book.
Read the book. I need to be willing to do what they did. No, it can't be that simple. Do I get to start thinking? No, you notice they haven't asked you for your opinion yet? Anywhere in here did they say, hey, what do you think? Have you noticed your thinking in regards to some of this stuff? Boy, but imagine, so now, if you just stuck to what the book was saying, and try just to get what they're saying, and get past your own filter, it's a hard job. That's why you need to work with someone to guide you through it, because we start thinking. How many people have been spending most of the time thinking in this meeting? Don't put, I already know who you are. Squirrel, cage, squirrel, cage, squirrel. And that's part of the unmanageability, is the inability to stay focused, create argument and retaliation, and keep one's defense from the truth. Because if I learn the truth about this thing, then I need to take a different view of things. But if I'm okay with my view, then I won't learn something new. This whole thing is about learning a different perspective, being willing to look at things differently, always. And it either re-strengthens what you already know or challenges you to change what you think you know. So that's what this book is about. And then they talk about where and how we're to find this power. And so all the way through here, do you notice there's 3 people starting this thing? They're talking to 3 different people here, entering this conversation. Who are the 3 different people they're talking to here? So who they're talking to is, this why it doesn't say, at this stage of the game, formulate your own understanding of God. It says, let us explain to you this solution, then you could come up with your own conception of what we're talking about that you're comfortable with. But you need to understand this at the basis. So we have the agnostic, the atheist, and true believer entering step 3 with their own conceptions of God and their belief system. Is their belief system sufficient enough to allow them to continue? Remember that example, that one guy, they talked about the third phenomena, they talked about the spiritual solution as being, to me, these occurrences are phenomena. They've been occurring since the beginning of time. He's talking to this real alcoholic who kind of loses hope of the idea that he can keep himself sober based on his own experience. Doctor kind of tells him, I've never seen one case where the mind like yours ever recover. You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. You know, remember that story in there? And the gates of hell seem to shut down him. But then he says, is there any exceptions? The doctor says, yes, since the beginning of time, these occurrences have been happening since, to me, they're called a phenomena. They're spiritual experience. I've been trying to create this rearrangement within you, but I haven't been successful with alcoholics of your type, right? And then he felt comforted with the idea that he was a church member and he had religious teachings, right? And then he was kind of like, but they did not spell the necessary power to create change. Does that kind of make sense? So he had to reapproach this himself. Even though he was a true believer in God, he didn't have access to the power necessary to create change. The agnostic doesn't believe it's available to him, and the atheist doesn't think it is available at all. All these 3 people are starting from the same place. Their belief system isn't sufficient enough to have an experience allowing them to recover from an illness that's killing them. All 3 of them need to experience the same experience and get access to this power. So they need to reformulate whatever blockages they have in their mind to look at this thing different to make a beginning. Remember Bill, when he talked to Abby, he did not like the idea of what was happening in his brain, and he was creating his own stumbling blocks. Remember that? He says, why don't you choose your own conception? And he says, well, I could see I could get what you got if I did what you did. All I needed to be willing to do is the work you did. I don't have to believe like you. All I have to do is be willing to do the work you did. That's pretty cool, eh? And they're saying this is what this kind of chapter is for, is to navigate you through your thinking. All 3 people are reading this. They need to find a beginning place to this. They need to navigate through their thinking, right? So as you go through this, they kind of go through this and describing this power. And one of the things on page 50, they talk about in our personal stories, and then they kind of got through here. It says it's really cool. On one proposition, however, these men and women are strikingly agreed. Every one of them has gained access to and believed in a power greater than themselves. This power has in each case accomplished the miraculous, the humanly impossible. As certain businessmen say, let's look at the record. So they're talking about here, all of them agree at the basis of they get access to this power. And then they talk about, on page 51, they show how the change came over them when many hundreds of people are able to say that the consciousness of the presence of God, this power, today is the most important factor of their lives. They present a powerful reason why one should have faith or to believe this system will work if I do what they did. Creative, intelligent, what you call that power is secondary. Do you know what the power is? It's just like you go to India, you go to Africa, you go to Paris. They all call this power electricity, hydro, current, but it's all describing the same thing. Once you connect a light source to it, it lights up. In French, they call it a different word, but if I show somebody a light bulb and light, they'll understand, oh, yeah, just take me over and they plug it in. We all have the same understanding. Now, if I try to explain it, what the hell are you talking about? In Paris, they have different outlets that you plug into to get access to the power. Okay, see, power. Every country understands. Right? And that's what they're kind of saying here. So, you get through this thing, and one of the things they were talking about on page 54, and this is the key to the development that we're going to get into here. On page 52, they talked about it. We had to ask ourselves why we shouldn't apply to our human problems the same readiness to change our point of view. And they talk about the unmanageability here. I'm not going to get in, but you can find it later. When we saw others solve their problem by a simple reliance upon the spirit of the universe, this power, we had to stop doubting the power of God. Our ideas didn't work, but the God idea did. So they're saying after a while, like secondary is when we talk about God, we talk about this power or this power source that becomes personal to us. On page 54, they talk about here is that we all believe something, and it governs us. And what's happened is most of our beliefs is at a subconscious level. We can't see, feel, and touch it. The things that are in ourselves are making the decisions for us. By the time we get the memo, the thought of the decision has already been made or the conclusion already come to. And it's a collective of all my experience from this moment past. I'm a sum result of everything that's ever happened or every thought or every belief or every experience I've ever had. And my brain, my system, my subconsciousness is calculating hundreds of things, thousands of things at a second, gives me conclusions, ideas, and I just motivate. And all this, the decisions are being made. Even the thoughts and conclusions that come to are already pre-made for me. They go, here you go. This is for this situation. Here you go. This is for this situation. And the thoughts, as I was talking, how many people just start getting thoughts and ideas? At a subconscious level, they put all the information together, and as a sum result of all your thinking, we all come up with different ideas based on your experience. It's already predetermined what you're going to think, but you're the only one that don't know so. Because that thought that already come from somewhere. Just formulated in a Rolodex. Here you go, here you go, here you go. And that's what they're kind of saying on page 54. Aren't we not a sum result of all these feelings, ideas, and guidances that are self-directed? I'm a sum result of every good idea I've ever had. How do you feel about that? Pretty good today. But it's not self-directed, right? So did not these feelings, after all, determine the main course of our existence? Holy crap. And it's continuing to make this. Anybody formulate arguments with people that are not there? Or got conversations, or when I'm talking, come up with arguments within yourself to rebuttal the things I'm saying or the things you're hearing? Because you don't want to challenge your beliefs. No, because we hang on to this stuff. I don't want to look at things that it took me this long to get comfortable with the way I'm thinking now. Don't tell me nothing to disturb that. But I need to be ready to change my point of view all the time. Right? So here on page 54, 55, they're talking about for every single one of us where this power is or where this reality is. This thing that I need to get access to. So if we need to have step 12 happen, what are we hoping to gain here? What do I need to have happen to me?
Spiritual experience.
Yeah, how many people agree with that? 2. So we all here? How many people are present? Right. How many people got the grocery list figured out? Is this thing really going till 4? My God. No. So we know we need to get to step 12 of the experience that they talked about, but I haven't got there yet. But we need to know where we're starting. It's like the GPS. If I'm going to have the GPS reset so it works toward my betterment instead of my demise, right? I need to have it reformulated. So I want to get it fixed. But where do we start from when we calculate where we're going in the GPS? What is the next thing a GPS does? But it determines where you are. It always needs to know where you are. It has a point to come back to. If it doesn't have a point to come back to, then it stays lost. There's no guidance system to it. Does that kind of make sense? So why wouldn't it be the same with us? So wouldn't we need a point to come back to? An anchor? Something that when shit hits the fan and we don't know what side's up, anybody ever been there? We need a place to come back to, a harbor to come back to within ourselves, right? A starting point. So that's what they talk about here on page 55. And I don't hear this talked a lot about, but this is something that needs to be formulated before starting the steps. It's not an intellectual process. Totally. It's a spiritual process. And you need to get connected with something. So they talk about here, where and how were we to find this power? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. By the time we got here, it says actually we're fooling ourselves, for deep down in every man, woman, and child is a fundamental idea of God. Remember that conversation we talked about earlier, that part that questions you? What are you doing? There's a better life for you, something that wants better for you. When you felt Anybody ever feel despair here? And something inside of you gave you the possibility of hope, and you felt that shift inside? Anybody ever feel that little voice, something inside of you is trying to get your attention off and on for years? Wouldn't that be something greater than you trying to formulate or direct your life? And if you were to listen to it a little more often, would your life still look the same? Would it look a lot better? So we get out of tune with this thing, and by the time it gets our attention from this moment past was in 911 situations. Anybody? It's usually at our lowest point. Remember when Bill was at the hospital? Was at a low point, and then soon after Eddie met him, you know, it kind of connected him with this deep down. So they're talking about here, it may be obscured by calamity. What's calamity? Noise in our mind, right? By the prompt of worship of other things. Nobody here has that, right? But in some form or another, for faith in a power greater than ourselves is the miraculous demonstration of that power in human lives, are facts as old as man himself. We finally saw that faith in some kind of God was a part of our makeup, just as much as the feeling we had for a friend. Sometimes we had to search fearlessly, but he was there. He was as much the fact as we were. We found the great reality deep down within us. In the last analysis, and only there he may be found. It was so with us. We can only clear the ground a bit, for our testimony helps sweep away prejudice, enables you to think honestly, encourages you to search diligently within yourself. Where? Within yourself. Then, if you wish, you can join us on the broad highway. With this attitude, you cannot fail. The consciousness of your belief is sure to come to you. That means this thing is always there. When we go through this process, it'll become more present. You'll be able to kind of say, there it is. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's like looking for your keys sometimes and they're right on the desk in front of you. Somebody walks by, what are you looking for? I'm looking for my keys. Well, they're right there. Or if you have glasses, honey, I can't find my glasses. Anybody see my glasses? They're on top of your head. You're looking for them all over the place. And then there they are. Anyways, it's kind of like that. They're saying this power, this access is deep down within. So how it works, we get into that, is the first half of how it works is for those that are untreated. Haven't been through the process yet, and the difficulties of going through the process. Page 59 talks about the process that they did. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. Page 60 talks about the change that happened with them, and they're living by different guidelines and principles. The principles we have set down are guides to progress, reclaim spiritual progress. Then the rest of the book is dedicated, being convinced we're at step 3, which is a lot of information. And they talk about the human condition here. Page 62 talks about what our basic troubles are and the inability to see that when it's happening. And then it talks about, so our troubles we think are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves. And the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so. Above everything else, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. We must, or it kills us. God makes that possible. So then at the bottom here, they talk about the new and triumphant arch, which we pass to freedom. This freedom, I believe they're talking about, is this key way within inside of ourselves that changes us from our own self-directed energy into a God consciousness, a vessel that's already there. It's just like shifting power bars inside. I don't know how else to describe that, but it's a shift from your own power to something greater than yourself that we have access to. Right? You ever walk into a room and you're illuminated by the energy in there? You ever walk into a room and you kind of something shrinks down because we're illuminated to energy. We call it consciousness, we call it power. More religious people call it God power, but we have it as human beings. We're a life force. We have it within us. There's something in us guiding us, but we get lost with that, right? And we find alcohol that kind of replaces that. And then the alcohol turns on us, and then we're really lost because now alcohol don't work, and I don't know how to get out from where I am. And they're saying, well, this thing inside of you makes that possible. So page 63, a lot of people think they're the third step promises, but they're their experience of having done the steps. This is the experience of the conclusion of having done the work. And then they say we are now at step 3, meaning we're going to show you how to obtain what we just talked about. We're going to show you the recipe that was shown to us that we formulate in our lives to gain us access to these things that we talked about on the top of the page, right? And then they reconfirm here that step 3, right? And in order to do step 3, what will I need to do? I need to do the rest of the work. I cannot experience what they're talking about here until I finish the work. If I was able to experience this, then I wouldn't need to do the work. Right? So, here's a new way of looking at things. Okay, as we felt new power flow in, on page 63, what's our problem? Lack of power. So I get access to this power. Then it says, as we enjoyed peace of mind as a result of the connection with this power, inner resource, right? As we discovered we could face life successfully, answer all my problems. As we became conscious of his presence, we begin to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, and hereafter. We are reborn, meaning I'm present. And the ability to live here free from the past and the crippling anticipation of tomorrows, right? We are now at step 3. Many of us said to our Maker's witness, God, I offer myself to thee. And in this case is to do the rest of the work, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self. Who am I thinking about all the time? What's my first obsession? And I can't get rid of me without this experience. God makes that possible. Right? The bondage of self, I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties. That victory over them is actually talking about the 4th and 5th step. May I bear witness to those out help with thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. I don't know what my difficulties are that arise out of myself. How would I know that unless because I'm deluded to me? I'm driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion. I come up with ideas that nobody else comes up with based on stuff that isn't true. You ever have a good idea that sounds great until you start explaining it to somebody? Like a judge? No. So then they talk, as we go through here, they go, the wording was quite optional, because why would they say that? The wording is quite optional. It's kind of interesting, as they back up, it says, we thought well before taking a step, at least we could abandon, move in a new direction, right? The wording was quite optional as long as we expressed the idea, voicing it without reservation. I mean, when you understand what you're doing, it is kind of like, for the first time, the way I look at it is kind of like, I'm making a conscious decision to align myself with this power that's going to save my life. I see the need of having this power in my life to save me from me, to create this change in there. I'm making a conscious decision to say, hey, you know what? I really need your help to save me from me. I see why I need to do this. If I don't do it, I understand what's going to happen here. I'm making a conscious decision to enlist. I'm not getting enrolled. I'm enlisting. It's not a shotgun marriage. Because if I go in this like a shotgun marriage, how well am I going to be happy about doing the steps? But if I go in this as the best opportunity that is being presented to me that I've ever experienced in my entire life, how am I going to go in the steps? I've been in a shotgun marriage. That poor lady, I made I made amends to her, and I was talking to my mom, my inability to experience the whole idea of marriage. And the lady I'm involved with now, I love her with all my heart. She's just absolutely, I've seen the benefit of dating and being enriched and being married with her as an enrichment for the rest of my life with her. This March 21st will be our 9th year anniversary. I love her more as time goes on. I made a conscious decision that it would enhance my life to be involved with this person. How do you think this relation is compared to the other one? So imagine here where I'm doing is I see the benefit of moving into this relationship based on what everybody else has experienced. I want to experience this and more. I want this experience. Does that kind of make sense? So when I go into that, I'm aligning myself. So they talk about the 4th step being the first part. So on those worksheets, you do the 3rd step prayer, and they talk about, we'll just go skim through it really quickly as you go through this thing. So on the 4th step here, anybody want to stop for a smoke break before we go? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll take it fast. Okay, so this is kind of like the key to where you need to work with another human being to help you guide you through this, and to really stick with what what's being presented, which is the hard part, right? So there's a lot of different formulas people use to go through this. I found this most effective. The basis of these sheets just help a lot of people. I think what I'm looking for in the 4-step is the symptoms that are exhibited through my being spiritually ill. So when they talk about here, when they got my attention about the symptoms of alcoholism, that I need to have this spiritual experience. On 64, page 64, for the first time, they tell me what my real problem is. So up to this time, they've been telling me the symptoms of alcoholism, which I thought were my problem. But now they tell me I have one problem from here on out for the rest of my life. I'm either spiritually fit or I'm not. I'm either working toward a solution or I'm moving away from a solution. That's what the 3 pertinent ideas talk about and how it works, that I'm always going to be in some form of trouble. But now when I look at the symptoms of what a spiritual illness or becoming spiritually unwell looks like, I'm able to work a spiritual solution to correct that before it becomes a problem. But I need to see what it looks like for me. For each person, they'll exhibit themselves differently, but the characteristics are all the same. So here it talks about resentment is number 1 offender. And it talks about when the spiritual malady, what's malady? Sickness is overcome, we straighten out, what's that? Mentally and physically. In dealing with resentment, we set them on paper. So on here, what you do is, the most important part of this thing is now you need to start your own spiritual experience of getting access to this power. But the trouble is, your thinking, the unmanageability, has always been in charge of you. Your thinking determines how you think, when you think, regardless if you want to think or not. You find yourself thinking. You find yourself in the inability to be present. Means is a thought's formed and it takes you away from the moment. That's part of the unmanageability. The inability to stay focused. The retaliation, the argument, like all these things that happen in our mind is like a maze up there. We're unable to be free of that stuff because of all the stuff in our subconscious. So we need to be free of that stuff. So here, I'll see this blank page over here. It asks us to just, what you do is just do the 3rd step prayer. You understand the wording is quite optional, but you understand the basis of that. And then you make a list of everybody you're pissed off with. Whatever, people, place, doesn't matter what order. You're not writing a life story. Just making a list, as you see on page 65. I'm resentful at Mr. Brown, Mr. Jones, my employer, my wife. It doesn't matter the order. If it comes to mind, what you're doing, you're learning without realizing, is you're learning how to meditate on what's coming up from your subconscious. You're sitting there, and anybody thinking about a resentment right now?
Yep.
Yeah, see, that's the way we work, right? And so we make a list. If it comes to mind, you write it down. Even though you don't want to write it down, you write it down. It may sound stupid to you, but there's a reason it's there. And then if you start living the story, what you do is you do the 3rd step prayer. Relieve me of the bondage of self, because what we like is the story. Our first obsession is ourselves and our story. We love our story. Don't interrupt me. I'm thinking about my story. Right? I'm thinking about me. Everybody leave me alone. We spend a lot of time thinking. So here we do the list. And you know what? It should be quite a bit. So what you do then afterwards, it asks us why we're angry or the cause. So you put one name. See where it says Mr. Brown? And then there's 3 causes. So you put the first name up there, Mom. Or today it might be Tony. So you put, and then you put all the causes. You could take up a whole page of causes. Why you do not put all the names in the first column is your mind's tricked you into blocking you off from looking at the truth. Your mind will do that. This is where you start to see whether you can follow instructions or not. Your mind will try to change or create or minimize or deflect. Your mind does not want to do this. My sponsor says it doesn't want to give up control of you. Right? So you make the list, and then you go through the instincts, what they talk about here on page 65 on our grid list. We see what these instincts are, which is our instincts, right? It is what the unmanageability is created from. You see how these things affect you. You need to work, and then you go from top to bottom all the way through. And then on the 4th column, you see our attachment to these things. Why do I have these things? What created this problem? It says we're prepared to look at it from an entirely different view. So that means I'm mad at my mom. Why? She stole my money. Did it affect my self-esteem, my personal? Yes. But I'm going down the list once I have all the names made out, right? So was I selfish, dishonest, inconsiderate? See how these things affect me. So on the next page, here, we talk about on page 67. So we see that there's a prayer there. This prayer on page 67 is for other people. Third step prayer is for me. I get to distinguish the application of these two different ideas or these prayers here, right? And then they talk about, here is internal, where they talk about we avoid retaliation or argument. Where are they talking about? Where's the first place we retaliate an argument? Within my own head. That means I'm starting to straighten out these things before they take on root in my own thinking. Through this process, and all the instructions are laid out there. A lot of good sponsorship around here. This different form. So what I'm doing is taking care of the argument before it continues to be an argument. I'm changing the story in my thinking, even in regards to these people that have justifiably caused me harm. I need to be free from them. So I look at them like sick people. I look at them as I would look at myself. Why did I do all these things to these people? I didn't mean to. I was spiritually sick. Well, perhaps these people were spiritually sick too. It didn't mean justify what they did. It means I need to be free of what they did. I need to change the story. Right? To have freedom. So then they talk about down here, are we willing to set these matters straight? Where would be the first place we need to set these matters straight? Within myself. I need to know the truth about what happened because I've formulated a story. I've built my life up around a story. Listen, I was me. Why are you that way? Because of my story. I'm this way because of this. No, I'm this way because I haven't found a way to change. Right? I'm not my story anymore. What I am is a part of the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. I have a new story. But I had to get rid of the story I was hanging on to, and I couldn't do that on my own because it was at a subconscious level. So then we kind of go through here, and then they talk about fear. So it's at the last page. Everybody got the fear part here? Fear page? This is interesting. So they talk about here, and you get to go through this alone later. It talks about, actually, by the time we finish the fear list, we see it actually precedes resentment, but we couldn't see the resentment because we're riddled with fear. I mean, we couldn't see the resentments. We couldn't see the fears because we were riddled with resentment. Right? So we had to get rid of that stuff first, right? Like we couldn't see that we're spiritually ill until we had a full grasp of the illness of alcoholism. It's kind of like that process, right? So here they're talking about, here they're suggesting that I've started to formulate this relationship with a power greater than myself. Right? And I make a list of these things that I'm fearful of. And then when I put them on the list, I go across the list. And the reason they say I have the fear is because I'm either self-reliant or God-reliant. Here's where we change the fourth step to become a spiritual exercise instead of behavioral modification exercise. What most people do in the fourth step here is, I got this fear because when I was 7 or 8 or 4, they tie it to an excuse or a reason. In the fourth, what they're asking is, do you have this fear because you're self-reliant or God-reliant? That's it. And then it starts putting things in perspective, because if I was God-reliant, would I have this fear or this situation happening? So it's kind of like, no, I wouldn't. So there's a prayer here, and there's a recipe. So when you go through the fourth, they've been trying to teach us a recipe all along. But here, they've defined it better where it becomes a working part of your development. You need to understand this in order to be effective in step 11. If you don't understand this, then you can't be very effective in step 11, right? And anybody have any kind of idea what the recipe is? And we'll kind of read it here. They talk about down here, where we never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. You see that? Page 68, we can laugh at those who think spirituality is the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it is the way of strength. The verdict of the ages that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. They never apologize. Instead, we let him demonstrate through us what he can do. Point. Ready? We ask him to remove our fear and to direct our attention to what he would have us be. At once, we commence to outgrow fear. When? At once. That's nice. So we don't have to get relief in 11, 12, 15. We can apply the solution now to start getting relief from the bondage itself. So the recipe is, at the bottom here, it talks about, says we ask. In order to ask, that means you have to acknowledge. Right? So that means the recipe is acknowledge that there's something going on. A detachment is the prayer, right? And redirecting my energy to what it'd have me be. And if it's simple, sometimes as simple as doing the dishes. You're standing, what should I do? You look at the dishes, they're at your place is a disaster area. You could go on the couch and think more, or do your dishes. I'm going to the couch. Does that kind of make sense? And if you're at work and you're getting crippled by fear and you know, hey, you know what, I'm not being very productive, what would God's will be for you at that moment when you're at work? Work! Oh man, that's complicated. Right? And being present. Like there's nothing happening right now. This moment's actually pretty nice. If you could be here mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, this is a pretty good moment, but we don't know how to be here. Right? So when you acknowledge, hey, you know what, I'm not present. God, remove this obstacle, help me be present. Right? So that prayer is pretty powerful when it's kind of like the now prayer. Like I need to be present, but I don't know how to be present. In order to be of non-bondage, I need to acknowledge that my brain's got a hold of me. So how many times during this meeting today would you have said, oh, God, please hurry the clock up. So that's the availability now prayer, right? So there's 3 prayers we've learned so far, right? There's the bondage prayer, there's people, places, and things prayer, and then there's bring me back to the moment prayer. Right? And getting access to this. So now, when we go across the page, why do I have it? And perhaps there's a better way. So if I'm praying and redirecting my energy and not attached to this stuff that I used to spend all this time, wasted time with, how would my life start looking? If I spent more time being effective with my time, energy, and thinking and energy, how would my life look? Would it look a lot better? Would I be thinking a lot better? Would I emotionally be in a better place? Or do I like spending time being crippled by fear, anxiety, and impending doom? How many people like the latter? So that means, so when they talk about in the book, to the precise extent that I permit these, now I have a solution. So when I get stuck in these things, I'm allowing the unmanageability to determine how I feel and think. When I have an access to a solution here that could create change, which is more in 11. Does that kind of make sense? On the sex one, we use 2 lists. So if you go back to the list here on the page, it kind of there's I think there's 3 exercises in here. So they talk about we're not the arbitrators of anybody's sex conduct. Hell, I wasn't even the arbitrator of my own sometimes. Okay. So they talk about here is we reviewed our conduct over the past years. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? So that tells me I'm able to sit quietly and associate items or past situations associated with inconsiderate, selfish, and dishonest. Anybody think about something? Because now I know to live. Because I did the resentments, I've seen what selfish, inconsiderate, dishonesty looks like. Right? I couldn't start my resentments that way, but now I know what it looks like because we looked at resentments from an entirely different angle. We went from, instead of going from left to right, we went from right to left. I seen how these things caused all my problems. So then when I went to fears, I seen how fears precedes everything, and I acted involving all these different people to try to bring about a relief to this bondage that I was having by putting the onus on other people as a solution to my problems, people, places, and things. My overdependence on them to make me feel better about myself. Alcohol, drugs, people, place, things, work. I overused their purpose to create change within me. Nobody has that here? Okay. So on the sex thing, what was really interesting is that it says we all need an overhaul there. So when we made the list, there's two lists that we make. The first list is all the guilt, shame, and remorse of situations I'm attached to, whatever comes to mind. So when I put the bus, does anybody know what I'm talking about? I know what I'm talking about, so I don't have to write a story down. I just put the bus, or I put foster home. I understand what I'm talking about. Nobody else needs to understand what I'm talking about. Magazines, movies. I understand what I'm talking about. And sometimes over the past, growing up, there would be a guilt associated with learning or development or whatever. Right? I grew up with a religious background, so pornography, masturbation, all that other stuff was taboo. So it created a lot of guilt, shame, and remorse in regards to those areas. Meanwhile, one area would say you shouldn't have it, and the other area is saying, here, watch this pornographic film to learn about sex. Right? It makes a hell of a first date when you put on some music with some lights, right? No. Anyways, moving on. That was on my list. Okay. So I got rid of it's just like all that attachment. It was just like the same stuff around spiritual ideas and principles. So I just made a list of all those things. Nobody knew what I was talking about, but I knew what I was talking about. So on here, it says, I was selfish, inconsiderate, and dishonest with my first sexual experience with me. So anyways, who did I hurt? And then this is the funny part here is when I put this thing down is I could put Kim, and who did I hurt? We missed that, right? Because that situation with Kim, it affected her mother, it affected her sister, it affected my friends, it affected all the people around us, because when we got into a fight and we're getting separated, all these people got dragged into the situation. So I started seeing, or that time when I was new and I went out with that new girl in a meeting, why did the people start treating me different? It started to affect because they had more concern for her welfare than I did. So why did these people try and treat me the way they did? Because I was more, I see what's happening here. Does that kind of make sense? Doesn't mean it's... So I see that a lot of people could be affected by the things I do. When I was going out with, I was supposedly married to this woman, but I was more interested in my old girlfriend. I hurt a lot of people. Who did I hurt? Well, nobody, because I hurt her, my kid, the people around me, my parents. It's like, holy smokes, I affected a lot of people by these acts of selfish, inconsiderate, and dishonest. Does that kind of make sense? And I never looked at that before because I always thought it was in regards to me. When the hurt was me. But when I looked at it this way, I started saying, holy smokes, this really causes most of the problems in my area, in my life. Is this associated with people, places, and things? And I get to see why people look at me or treat me the way they do now. It's like, or then, right? So then it talks about, then we subjected each relationship to the test. Was it selfish or not? So then I went back over my history of women I was in a relationship with, and some were fine. We both agreed to be in the relationship. But some of the acts in it were selfish and dishonest and inconsiderate. That was on the top list. On the bottom list with Kim, we're both in a relationship, so that wasn't selfish and inconsiderate relationship, but some of the things in it were. But Brenda, that was selfish. Because, you know what, I wanted her to help me with my rent. I didn't love her. I just needed help with rent. Or same with that relationship at the bar. On and on, like without getting into it, you know what is and isn't, right? So we kind of go with that. So then it gives us a recipe. The third recipe is once I've done all that, it asked me to shape a sound idea for the future. I never did that till I was 16 years sober. I never seen that in there. Where I got to shape a sound idea for my future, what I want my relationships to look like. And they're not only talking about sex, they're talking about relationships with people, places, and things. Shape a sound idea for the future. So they're saying here, right, that whatever our ideals turn out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. We must be willing to make amends where we have done harm, page 69, right? And that we not still do more. So in other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem, in meditation. So in the force, I'm learning how to meditate. Let's sit quietly and allow my consciousness to talk to me. And to determine what I want my relationships to look like, I get that down on paper, and then I move toward that idea, asking God for the strength. On the next page, it gives me a recipe if the imperious urge drives me or I'm directed by it, by a solution. It tells me what to do is work harder with other people. I misunderstood that when I first got here. Anyways, so, and then they talk about, which is very troublesome, because if our conduct continues to hurt other people, we're sure to drink again. It's one of those mostly a lot of guys think they could be exempt by some of the stuff they do, but sooner or later it comes all full circle. And I'm sure it's the same way with women. If you create an environment that causes you guilt, shame, and remorse, or your conduct hurts other people, other God's children, you will pay the price sooner or later. And I don't have enough time to get into all that, but I've watched it over and over the years, right? And then, so the last thing, I got the list down. So when I did that list, that's how I met my wife. The same idea for the future. I involved God for the first time in helping me, direct me toward a relationship that He had in store for me, or this power. And I met my wife. I did that exercise for 3 months after doing that recipe they had in there. Shape a sound idea. I formulated it, and I started praying toward it. And then one day I did a prayer in half an hour, a real desperate prayer. I mean, really talked to God full-heartedly, and I met my wife half an hour later. Most amazing woman. So then the last list is that we talk about here, that I get out of here, but a lot of people don't get out of here. I see the importance of it here, and it's the harms list. A lot of people do not do a harms list. You're missing a big chunk of your 4-step if you do not put the harm list down. So there's a lot of people that made my harm list that weren't on my resentment or fear list, or my conduct list. Like in regards to relationship, they were on my I just screwed them over list. Right? Kicking in doorways, on and on, spitting on things, causing other people grief or discomfort, ruining parties. I don't know if anybody's ever done stuff like that. I've caused a lot of harm we used to run on top of cars when we were a kid. People going to work in the morning and it'd be mud boots all up and down. I kicking over a mailbox, fights that I'd caused with people in bars, and I had no resentment or fear toward them. But my conduct, in one way or another, spiritually or emotionally, right? Not paying child support. There's no fear in regards, but it wasn't, all this stuff, I made a list, and I kind of revisited it. Some of my conduct, some of the things that came to mind that weren't on the other list. I just wrote it down. So now I got everything on the list. There's nothing that comes to mind anymore. Every shitty thing ever done, anything, it's all on there. I'm not qualified to say what shouldn't be on the list. If it comes to mind, write it down. It came to mind for a reason. Anybody thinking about something now? That's how your conscience works. If you take note of that, write that down, it will be replaced by another thought or idea. So your ability to tune into your consciousness is what this is all about. Your brain's job is to not allow you to do that. It will argue or rationalize why you shouldn't be down, or it's bullshit, blah, blah, blah. What you're trying to do is clear your consciousness that you're directed by today's episodes and not yesterday's. Does that kind of make sense? So if it comes down, what's the big deal writing it down? It may sound stupid to you, but it may be the guy with the blue cap came down my resentments. Did a lot of lists before that, never stayed sober, but I never did the guy with the blue cap. That it may sound kind of crazy, but when I did that, it came up in this fourth when I was clearing all this stuff, the closet, all this stuff was coming up. The guy with the blue cap was the guy who chased me home from school, was beating me up in the laneway, and the dog next door, the police dog, jumped the fence, grabbed him by the face, and they had to put the dog down. That was an emotional attachment deep down within that I had no idea that it was still there. So if I wouldn't have put the blue cap down, I wouldn't have put. Does that kind of make sense? So there was a block or an emotional deformity attached to that, right? I had to be free of all that. So in the fifth step, what's really cool here on page 71, what they're hoping for, as a result of this exercise, you should work. There's a lot of good people here you could work with. Or we hope you are convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from Him. If you have already made a decision and an inventory of your grosser handicaps, you've made a good beginning. That being so, you've swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. What makes me tick when I'm not on a spiritual basis? This is me. That's not how I used to be. This is me. Yay! What's the purpose of the 4? Talks about into action here. Having made our personal inventory, page 72, what shall we do about it? We've been trying to get a new attitude, a new relationship with our Creator, and to discover the obstacles in our path. The obstacles in what path? To what?
Spiritual.
This relationship with our Creator, where it becomes personal to me. It's already there, but I'm foreign. I don't have, I'm not separate from it, but I'm unaware of it. It's already there. If I'm clearing the ground, that means like a really, you remember those exterior lights and they have a glass plate on them? There's a light under, but it's all full of muck and crap because of all the vehicles. What we're doing is clearing all the crap that's on the glass so whatever already existing there could do what it's supposed to do. And that's what we're kind of doing here. We're recreating this light force or this energy, whatever you want to call it. I'm okay. I call it a frequency. Right? This thing deep down within me that's always trying to get now I'm more in tune with it, right? It's kind of like, wow, this is pretty good stuff. So then the 4th step the 5th talks about here is a key recipe on page 73. It has a lot to do with thought. So we're moving past the thought and we're moving into the experience. This is where you get to have your own experience now, because unless you have this experience and what we're talking about, you're not staying here. You need to have your own experience to keep you going. Yay. So page at the bottom here, on page 75, they tell you all different people or different ideas to go through this with. What a lot of people don't do, what I get my sponsors to do is tell me why they need to do their 5th step. And what they're about to do and why they have to do it. And it's explained in here that they're on a life and death errand, right? And that what they're hoping to do is recover from alcoholism, right? And they suffer from a spiritual illness and they need to discuss themselves with another human being. It's all a part of this process. And that who's ever doing their 5th step with them, don't deter them or change what they need to do. They need to explain to the person hearing their 5th what this is about and how they're supposed to do it. So it's kind of explained in there. And then they talk about here on page 75, is they talking about we're building an arch to which we shall pass a free man. So what's really cool is on page 62, 63, the transition from self-will to the will that's being presented to us, or God's will, right, is through this archway. Right? Most good ideas are simple. It's at the bottom of 62. Here they're saying we've taught you the arch. We've taught you how to walk a free man. We've taught you the access code to this inner resource of strength that they talked about in We Agnostics. So they're talking about carefully reading the first 5 proposals. We ask if we've omitted anything. For we are building an arch through which we shall walk a free man at last. Is our work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? And then they talk about on the next page here of sitting again and meditating, listening to my consciousness, because I've learned how to do that. Is there anything I've left out? Is there something I should have talked to somebody? Is there a part of my past that I've never brought to the surface yet? At this time, your consciousness will tell you that there's something you should have talked to somebody about. And here you either ignore it, or you correct it and go talk to another human being about it, or you do it when you come back again. Because this is where one of the areas people go out. Why do you say that? The recipe. There's a recipe. A lot of people think it's the exercise in itself. It's not the exercise in itself. It's the underlying principles to this exercise. And that's on page 73. If you've seen my first 4 step, I look at it and go, oh my God, if one of my sponsors gave me this as the recipe, are you kidding? But the elements were all there. And what are the elements in the 4th step they talk about here? They talk about page 73. Having preserved with the rest of the program, they wondered why they fell. We think the reason is that they never completed their house cleaning. Oh, they took stock inventory all right, but hung on to some of the worst items in stock. They only thought they had lost their egotism and fear. They only thought they had humbled themselves. But they had not learned enough humility fearlessness, and honesty in the sense we find it necessary until they tell someone else all their life story, all these things that we talked about. So one of the things is that when I did my 5th step, it was exhausting for me, man. It was like everything came out. Everything I wrote about and some of it just flowed when I told my story. This guy listened and he kind of corrected. He didn't try to, and he shared a bit of his own experience, having been in the fellowship himself and having gone through this course of action. So it was really cool to be able to do that. I went home and I slept for the first time like I've never slept before in my life. It was one of the best sleeps I think I ever had. And I became acutely aware of the sixth sense that was available to me after I woke up. As I came to, I heard this internal dialogue that was faint and it was kind of very clear, and it didn't talk like the way I'm talking, but it was very, I understood the translation of what it was trying to say. It kind of went, you don't need to do that anymore. And I went, what? I was trying to figure where this thing was coming from, because most of the noise has always been in my mind. But it was the same voice that always talked to me from deep down within at those, don't go here, don't do this. But I never listened to it. The voice was clear. And the third time I knew exactly what it was talking about, I grabbed the pack of cigarettes that was on the desk. I handed it to my girlfriend at the time. And I didn't smoke up to the time where I thought it was a solution again, about 6 years. No nothing. No withdrawal, no nothing. And that life force has always been there. When I listen to it and I'm able to tap into it, it's pretty remarkable stuff. So then 6 and 7, I think it has to do with reconfirming 3. And it has to do with the ability to see what I'm still hanging on to. And that's just the way I read it. And it's not for me to start working on myself. Remember, there's 2 ways of going through the steps. One is spiritual experience, and the other one is behavior modification. So here I get to see the stuff I'm still clinging to. I understand what they are, the resentments, the fears, the harms, or the fears. I bring that to God. I'm asking him to be willing that he should take these things. And then I reconfirm what this is all about the good and bad, removing from me the things that stand in the way of my usefulness. I don't know what they are. God knows what they are because I'm deluded to self. And then the only thing I pray for here is the strength to do his bidding. At the end of this thing, what I'm praying for, I know the things I'm still hanging on to, the things that are causing me problems, the things that haven't shifted yet, but I'm willing that God should have these things. Why do I say that? Because when you read the bottom of the page here, it talks about my 4th step is derived out of me trying to live on the efforts of self-will. All my 4th step is a byproduct of a non-spiritual person. Now I'm on a different footing. I'm not the same person I was going into my 4th or coming out of my 4th. And I realized that all the things I suffer from are spiritual symptoms of an underlying problem. Resentments, harms, fears, character defects are a spiritual problem. So if I want to be free of those things, I work on my spiritual condition. And as I become spiritually more well, these things diminish. These things diminish. As I start working on myself more, I become acutely aware. As these things increase, my spiritual diminish. And then my first obsession is to start working on myself. That's my first obsession. But being convinced means, whoa. The ability to step back, it doesn't come naturally. That's what responds to people. I see what's happening here. I'm exhibiting certain symptoms. I'm starting to become my own solution again. And the more I try, the worse things are getting. So I need to practice humility. God, I need some help. Save me from these things. And so those things are all associated with my past. At this stage of the game, my 4th and 5th are associated with my past and what I might bring into the future. What that looks like is I'm creating a new home, but I have an old home. The old home, I still think some of that furniture is worth keeping. I'm trying to bring it with me. Right? God said, no, I got better stuff for you. But I like this shit. I'm hanging on to it. It doesn't ask you why you're hanging on to it. I just seem to be hanging on to it. But I acknowledge when these things present themselves, I bring it back to God. And some of it has just recreated. So then it tells me on my... So when you read that, that's what it says. It says, I've accumulated all these things by trying to live on the efforts of self-will. I'm on a different footing now. So when you read 6 and 7 as attachment, it makes a lot of sense. Because you notice what we do is we trick ourselves into believing, well, no, I'm supposed to work on 6 and 7. Well, then how come it says the good and the bad? Because I'm deluded to the fact, even with good motives, I've created bad things. And when I'm thinking about me, who am I thinking about?
Me.
And it's not about me anymore. It's about my relationship with something greater than me. But my brain wants me to get back to thinking about me. And if I'm working on me, then who am I not working with? I'm not working with my relationship. And this relationship solves all my problems. But no, there's some things I need to work on. Yes, good luck with that. That's why it says good and bad. But we like the idea of working on ourselves, don't we? Listen at the next meeting, how many people are working on themselves. And listen to the people that are working with a relationship greater than themselves. And the promises talk about, we'll suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we couldn't do for ourselves. Oh, we'll be amazed. So it's interesting stuff. So 8 and 9, we get the list. 10, here's where I have fun with people. Yay. They just finished the promises, page 84. They just finished the promises. They thought, you could do this exercise on your own. Go through the steps as they're laid out in the book. Every action step will say action before it. Every single action step will say action before it. And all the transition steps won't say that. Step 1, an action step or a transition step or an information step? Information step. Step 2, is it an action step or information transition step? It's a transition. Information moves you to the next phase. You need to understand it to move on. It doesn't. There's no action involved in it. Step 3.
Action. Information.
It's a transition step. Moves you into the next phase. What confirms your step 3 is the action in step 4. You don't start the action in step 4, you haven't done step 3. You haven't done 1, you won't do 2. You haven't done 2, you won't do 3. Having fun yet? Step 5, action or transition? Action. 6 and 7, action or transition? Transition. Steps 8 and 9, action or transition? Step 10, action or transition? Let's read. 85. Read what it says. It's not arguing. Just read what it says. Let's just read what it says. Do what you want with it. Just read the damn black stuff. No, just joking. Okay. So, we'll suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we cannot do for ourselves. Are these extravagant promises? We think not. They are being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly, sometimes they'll always materialize if we work for them. They're talking about working spiritually. As we spiritually progress, we'll experience more of the things they're talking about in the promises. The promises are all internal. But those who haven't experienced the internal shift talk about external. Oh, I got the job back. I got the girlfriend back. I'm so happy. You got a back problem. Right? And pretty soon, guess who's coming back? Because you miss it. What about the person that doesn't get their partner coming back? What about the person that doesn't get the job? What about the person who's experiencing difficulties? You're telling me the promises aren't coming? Matching calamity with serenity. They're all internal. I'm okay regardless of these external things. I'm okay and present and at peace with me, regardless if this thing comes back or not. It's the internal shift. Listen, if you're looking for good, listen to those people who share that their experience is a result of their relationship with a power greater than themselves, and they get to experience life beyond anything they could ever imagine. And it's an internal shift. Then you got something. Because if the promises is the new car, the new house, and the new thing, then you're always going to be deluded. Your happiness will always rest on external things. So they talk about here, this thought brings us to step 10, which suggests we continue. What does continue mean? Keep doing what you're doing. Continue. Right? Continue to set any new mistakes as we go along. We vigorously commence this way of living. You learned that in the 4th step. How to fix things. How to correct things. How to master resentment. how to outgrow fear, how to create the relationships. They showed you what the problem was, what the solution was, and how to bring that about through prayer and application. You learned that recipe in 4 and discussed it in 5. Here you're continuing that recipe because they didn't tell you how to do that. So where did you learn how to do these things when you acknowledge it? Because your consciousness is talking to you. You get to see certain exhibits, right? As we go along, we vigorously commence this way of living as we clean up the past. We've entered the world of our next. What does next mean? It means this is the next information we're going to give you, the next part of the process. Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness of what? My next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness of what? Well, you can do the mechanics of it, but still miss it. A lot of people have the mechanics, but it told you that right here, right? Yeah, it says we've just entered the world of the spirit. What was the whole purpose of this thing? Was get access to this power, wasn't it? Was it not the purpose of doing this was to get access to this power? They're saying you got access now. We gave you the access code. Now your next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness of it. Because it's non-lacking. This source is non-lacking. What's lacking is your understanding and access to it. It's all knowledge and power. What's the weak link involved? You or this power? Me. But the more I understand it and develop it, the better I'll be able to function. Will I not? So what's my next function? To grow in understanding and effectiveness. So then they run through these ideas. By this time, sanity will have returned to us, the whole purpose of this thing. Then they give you your will back. Here's your will. Thanks for trusting me with it. Here's your will back. You got your sanity back. Here's your will back. Now you decide what you want to do with it. It's the proper use of will. That's why we pray in 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. I'm an active participant in this. Right? In order to be an active participant, I'm in a relationship with this entity. So the first three steps is like dating. Anything could happen at any time, with or without my consent. That's the first 3 steps. You think it's going great, she says she's leaving. Back drinking. 4 through 8 is the engagement. A little more serious. I'm engaged now. 9 through 12 is the marriage. It's a way of life. A lot of people to make it to 8 don't go on to 9, 10, 11. They go back out again. When you move into 9, 10, 11 is the marriage. It becomes a way of life. This is becoming a way of life. So then now on the next page here, it talks about, here it is easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We're headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a stubble flow. We're not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve continuing on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. Every day is a day we must carry the vision of God's will into all our activities. How can I best serve Thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. These are thoughts which must go with us constantly. We can exercise our willpower along these lines all we wish. It's the proper use of will. They're saying now you get to determine what your life looks like. You're a sum result of everything, all the effort you put into it. You're a sum result. Your life is exactly the way you created it. Yay! Everybody do the wave. How many people thrilled with that idea? So they're saying here, it could change beyond anything you could ever imagine if you're willing to do a recipe that you need to experience. And the more you experience it, the more it'll take on new meaning. So where's the recipe to do this? Well, that's what step 11 is about. It talks about here at the bottom. Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction from Him who is all knowledge and power. True or false? If we have carefully followed directions, up to this point, this is the pivoting point to the whole thing. This whole thing, for the first 85 pages, the doctor's opinion, introduction, comes up to this point. The whole thing is based up to this point of the next transition. If we've carefully followed direction, we've begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we've become God conscious. We've begun to develop this vital sixth sense, this internal thing. But we must go further. That means more action. So unless you've experienced the things that they're talking about, you can't move forward. You can't develop it. If you've experienced all these things and got the if factor, then you move forward. So let's go to page 88. I want to end with a couple questions if anybody has some questions. This is an exercise you can do on your own. So page 88. It talks about here. Sing to ourselves many times each day, not each week. Many times each day. Thy will be done. We are then in much less danger of fear, anger, worry, self-pity, and decisions. You notice they didn't say resentment? Anger. What precedes resentment is anger. Resentment is something carried forward. The reliving, refeeling. We are going to get angry as a human experience. Must fear, worry. Anybody must less of worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. We become much more effective. We don't tire so easily, for we are not burning up energy foolishly as we did when we were trying to arrange life to suit ourselves. It really works. It really does. We alcoholics are undisciplined, so we let God discipline us in the simple way we have just outlined. But this is not all. There is action and more action. Faith without works is dead. See, they used action twice for the next step. What's the next step? It's 12. There's two groups of principles in 12. One is practicing these principles in all my affairs and working with others. That's why they used it twice. So in the simple way we just outlined, what did they just outline? To say something or to just outline it. What did I just say? Is something that just happened. If they're saying what we have been outlining, it would have been all inclusive. But they said we just outlined. And so step 11 is what they just outlined. Step 11 is the here and now, living in today's step. This whole thing is based on living in step 11. That's the formula to a successful life. Step 11 is the development step. Step 10 is the step that reminds you that you're in trouble. Because as you start having conflict with other people, that tells you you're in trouble. Right? And if you only prayed and meditate when you're in trouble with other people, well, then you wouldn't be praying much sometimes. And if you only invited God when you think you should invite God into it, how often would that be? For some of us, not much. So step 11, it says, upon awakening. When we review our list at night. Why would they say that at night? 85, 86. We'll go this really fast. 86, when we retire at night. Why do they say that at night? Because we get to review our day. We consciously look at our day. Where have I been in conflict with people, places, today's items? Step 10 has a lot to do with the stuff I still carry doing my nines. As I do my nines, a lot of stuff will crop up from my past, revisiting stuff, how I used to feel, and look at things. I'm still attached to my past. Step 11 is about living free in today. I can't do that if I'm still attached to me and my past or the future. So here they're talking, I review my day. I see where I need to make amends and what corrective measures I should take. Why should it ask me that? That means I need to be engaged in what's happening with me. So that means if I was in a conflict tonight when I go to bed, do I owe somebody amends? What created that conflict? Oh, I see my instincts were out of whack here. What can I do in the future so I don't end up in this situation again? I could be more mindful of my energy before it happens. This is kind of where it gets weird. But nothing just happens. There's a reason for everything. Nothing just happens in God's world by mistake. That means there's a reason for it. Are you the reason? That's what it's saying. It's saying, why did this happen? Because I wasn't paying attention and I went through the lights. And I smashed into that car. It wasn't God doing it to me. It wasn't for anybody to learn the lesson. So we got to look at the whole meaning. Nothing happens by mistake. That means, what did I do to cause this? Well, I got into a fight with my wife. Why did we get in a fight? Because of finances. I don't like talking about finances. And I blew up. So reviewing what created, I felt the energy happening. So next time, what could I do instead? As I feel the energy come, I pause, I ask God for strength, and I tell my wife, hey, you know what? We need to talk about this later, if you don't mind. I'm having a real time kind of adjusting and being present. Do you mind if we deal with this later at a different date where we both can? And that's what they talk about here, all through the day, pausing, stopping, redirecting, asking for guidance, asking for strength, staying present. 11 is the most underutilized process in our fellowship. You know why we like 10? You know why everybody likes 10? Because you get to focus on you. One of the questions is in 11 is, have you been thinking of you most of the time? I don't like step 11. Yes, yes, and yes. Right? So anyway, there's so much stuff in here. I hope we'll hit some highlights. I don't know if anybody had any questions. We've got 5 minutes before it ends. Anybody got any questions? Hey, Mike.
Just a question. I know I'm asking a loaded question here with a whole bunch of different opinions on this matter, but with regards to step 6 and 7,
Yep.
I personally found it helpful to call for a broader definition of my defects of character and then what to do in 7. That seems to be a big topic throughout AA, but I just kind of want, because when I was listening to you explain in 6, my question is coming from that. I heard you talking more as if you were talking from the knowledge of what was in the 12 and 12, because it's not in so much the big book as it is in the 12 and 12, in a broader definition, right? The effects of character, how they affect us, and how we kind of act on that, right?
Well, okay, so real fast, if you look at 6 and 7, page 76.
Yeah.
So it talks about if I could answer yes to our satisfaction, then we look at, so I'm not carrying nothing anymore. I've dealt with everything in my 5, right? We have emphasized willingness being indispensable. We are now ready to have God remove from us all these things which we have admitted are objectionable. What have we have admitted in steps 4 and 5 what are objectionable?
Right, yeah.
What are they?
That is all of our defects of character, effectively. We just
No, what it didn't say defects are objectionable. What things are objectionable? My resentments, fears, harms.
Yeah, the things that I don't like about me. That's my definition.
Okay, well, we've just admitted, okay, if you kind of look at what this says here, we've just admitted the things are objectionable. What are the things I admit are objectionable? The things that cause me harm and weighs me down is the resentments I carry, and the fears and the harms, right? Those are the things, right? What caused those things isn't my inconsideration and selfishness. They're a byproduct of my spiritual condition. So what happens is what we do, remember our first obsession is us. So what happens is if I'm driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion, how can I be honestly able to objectify which is which? Because I'm focusing on me. So when we kind of go through that, can he now take them, every one? If we still cling to something, we'll not let go. We ask God to help us be willing. What would I still be clinging to? Because I can't be selfish unless it's tied to something. It has to be tied to something, right? I can say, oh, take away my selfishness. What is it that selfishness tied to? What's the derivative of that? What's my relationship with that woman? Well, what's the matter with? Well, she's married. Well, it may sound funny, but so I won't give it up, even though I see it's causing harm. Yeah, I'm being selfish, but I'm spiritually sick. And it's exhibiting itself. The vehicle is the selfishness or the inconsiderate, but the attachment is that person. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. And so they talk about we'll not let go. We ask God to help us be willing. When ready, we said something like this. I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. Why? Because it's the same coin. When I'm thinking how great I am, who am I not thinking about? Or God. Look how great I'm doing. Where's God in it? It doesn't have to be involved. I'm doing great. I only involve God when I'm. But some of my best motives have caused me my biggest harms because I'm deluded to that. So why I get that is it talks about here. It talks about we've listed all persons we have harmed and whom we're willing to make amends. We made this When we took inventory, we subjected ourselves to a drastic self-appraisal. We now go out to our fellows and repair the damage we have done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which have accumulated out of our effort to live on self-will and run the show ourselves. So what is my four-step derived of is my spiritual condition. Right? Isn't it? If I was spiritually well, would I have done those things? Where was God in my four-step? It wasn't there, right? So if I bring God into it and I formulate that relationship, would I be suffering from all these things that caused me my problems in my fourth? Would I?
No, I agree.
No, I'm just trying to answer the question as best, because what happens is if I look at the character defect and say, I'm not going to be selfish today, I'm not going to be inconsiderate, who's fixing that problem?
It's your self-reliant or it's God.
So it's saying if this is a derivative of my spiritual condition, that's why I'm acting like this, then I work on my spiritual condition. That's what Bill did, went and worked with people. Right? When sex was very trouble, go work with another human being. They didn't go work on that problem. They worked on the solution so they got freedom from it. That's what step 11 is, right? Where's God in this, right? And 12, for sure.
Should I wait until I'm on step 11, until I do step 11?
Well, you're actually doing it in 4.
Right.
Because you're removing all the crap. You pray, you do it. It's just a recipe for development. You start praying and meditating. You're doing that while you're doing your 4-step. You're asking for guidance. You're asking for strength. You're at praying. You're handling all you can. And 4, like holy smokes, 4 is a big, huge, isn't it? I mean, whatever helps you. But I mean, in order to really do 11, the way it's suggested, is you need to be free of your past. You need to be able to be present in the moment or day by day's challenge. So 11 is really combating today's challenges. Isn't it? And then being able to compartmentalize everything. Asking for strength and guidance, and right? So I don't know, we're at 5 after 4, so. Is that good? Well, I had fun. We needed to hear what you had to say. I really appreciate. There's so much in here, it takes forever, and that's why you have so many great speakers. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you guys. You're good.